This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to gather. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We've had quite a number of very interesting conversations since 8 o'clock this morning, where we engaged the presiding officers. We had a conversation with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Menosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula. We also had a conversation with the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ndate Amos Masondo, who were just basically talking to us, giving the nation an update on the state of readiness, on Parliament's state of readiness when it comes to hosting this evening's this anticipated, highly anticipated State of the Nation address, which the President will be delivering later this evening at 7 p.m. We also had very interesting conversations with the Secretary to Parliament, who gave us insights in terms of what we can expect, the administrative support, how that we can expect that to shift in terms of ensuring that members of Parliament are actually given the necessary support through content support, deeper insights to ensure that the work of Parliament becomes even more impactful, particularly in this final year of the sixth dispensation. We do have quite more conversations that are lined up. That's more analytical perspectives from academics. We will also have a conversation with commissioners from the National Planning Commission. We will also, of course, have a conversation with the Secretary of Planning, Dr. Kifilwe Masiteng, who will be talking to us about the work of the Commission in terms of assisting to shape the planning, government's budgeting, to ensure that the priorities that have been put in place through the electoral mandate become actually shaped into an implementable plan over the next 5 years. But do stay tuned. Let's just hear more from South Africans who have given us their perspectives in terms of what they would hope for government or for the President to be speaking to or to be announcing or responding to in his State of the Nation address. Do stay tuned.
So my name is Sipasetu Yincho. I'm from Nyanga East, and I'm part of the Justice Desk. I'm in a project called Intikaya Temba. So basically what we do is we fight gender-based violence in our communities, and we're raising awareness that we're trying to end gender-based violence in South Africa. The issues that we're facing in South Africa are many, but the ones that are affecting the community more is gender-based violence, alcohol abuse, and police brutality. So, and what I would like the President to try to fix more is the police stations, because when you ask for help from them, they take a lot of time And that's a major issue because gender-based violence is dominating in our communities, and our women are so afraid to go and ask for help. I think we should have more organizations like in Tsikaya Temba projects where we focus on men, and on the police station, if we could have more police stations and more policemen. And actually, I think the police stations be watched by maybe government people, because I feel like the reason why they're not doing anything is because like they just sitting, because we just watch them. Sometimes they go play soccer, but there's things happening. So if they could be watched, maybe they will be better in what they're doing. If I was to grade the government in dealing with gender-based violence in our communities, 5 would be the average. I would give them a 4.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
My name is Ivan Tlapo, and I stay in Langa. and I have a small business here in Gugastebe. It's a cultural center here in Langa. That's where I'm doing my business from. The challenges that I'm facing in my business is that we need an operating space where we can work and produce our products because the displaying part is already sorted. We are here in Gugastebe. So the challenges are that, the other challenge is that we need maybe the government to help us in upskilling, teaching other people our skill so that we can reduce the unemployment, because there's a lot of people that are unemployed and most of them don't have skills. So if the government can help us to teach them and give them a skill so that they can be able to take care of their families.
I feel it should be poverty. I feel with everything going so technical and with the time things are changing so rapidly, I've heard of a lot of families struggling to stick together, and I don't believe it's always the individual's fault for landing up on the streets, but I've seen a lot of times where we are almost like just hoarding them off and trying to just, I don't know, control it when we should be giving them a place to stay. And with having social workers and outreaches and correct facilities, and maybe they are able to create a farm situation where they can learn how to farm, how to cultivate, and with all our land that we have, I believe families could be reunited and create some kind of income where we can start on a small scale, but we have to start integrating our less privileged people back into society before it gets too late and everything's just walking around and having your cell phone attached to you and not knowing real family values, because I think people are needing to be led more on a micro level. So yeah, that's what I think.
My name is Sana Kamana. I learn in Siafuneka Primary School at Zwetemba. Low shedding is better kakhulu kunye ne-clinics xa sigulayo sizikwazi ukusinceda ngoba ibikoqo ivaliwe ngokugcwala abantu. Kwazi ukuyenza research zethu xa sifuna ukwenza i-arts into ze-culture yonke laa nto sizokwazi uyenza xa kungekho umbane, and sikwazi nenza i-homework zethu. Ngicela athibana i-load shedding ayikho for decades and sikwazi ufunda kakuhle yonke laa nto. Plus nee-clinics nazo zibe ntathu okanye zibe mbini sikwazi ukuya e-clinics.
Name is Imbongi Sotwili. I am a grade 6 learner. I study in Siafuneka Primary School and I'm 11 years old. Funeka alungise umbane because asikwazi ukwenza i-homework ebusuku because kobe kumnyama umbane wami ngo-4 buye ngo-6 okanye ngo-8, so asikwazi ubhala. Funeka i-homework zethu sizenze kwalapha esikolweni okanye singayi esikolweni xa sine-research ye-English okanye siye e-library ekuseni sivuke siye e-library senze i-homework yethu, then ngomso you have to explain uba why ungazange esikolweni, chaza uba I have to do i-research ye-English ngombane, so I couldn't go to school because bekuzoba like maybe buzoyikhuphela kwiphepha le-test, so buzofumana i-less marks because laa nto awuyibhalanga le awuyikhuphela kwikhompyutha vele uba wayicinga nje upredict awuyikhuphelanga. So like last year I got last mark, I get 35. I wanted to get 40, but I couldn't because the load shedding. I couldn't go to the library.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation Address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation Address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Nonxeba Cynthia Damane, a principal of Siafuneka Primary School. The school was established in 1994. Then I was fresh from the college, Kutop's College of Education then. Unfortunately, there was no structure in terms of building. We started platooning at one of the primary school called PJ Piconda. We only came around here in 1997. And there were only prefabs. We didn't have actually the toilets for the learners. And then one day, an inspector from Worcester Municipality approached the school. Then the principal was Mr. Mhlangu. And the inspector was very furious because he couldn't understand why the learners were like all over the bushes trying to help themselves. So meaning the school is not a proper school. You only see the front view when you see the proper structure, that is the main admin. And then at the back, we also have some 4 classes that are main structures. So the problem with the Western Cape, we've got westerly winds during August. Most of the time, you'll find the school like falling, the roofs. We also have a problem of electricity. I don't know why or how, but when it was installed, it's problematic. We struggle a lot, especially during winter. Remember, the learners of the school, that is Siafuneka, are mostly coming from the informal settlement called Mandela Square. Coming from a zinc, going to a zinc, that is a school. Currently, with the issue of electricity, it was there before, not only this load shedding, but the structure, the people who planted or erected the electricity, I don't think they knew what they were doing. Because most of the time we've got this problem. In winter we struggle, the classes become dark. And whenever we approach the Department of Education, nobody's coming. The informal settlement is, most of the people that are there depend solely on grant. Some came here in order to get some job. We are surrounded by farms, grape, vine, yards. So each year, around about October, the parents will be hired, not all of them, remember, only from October up until March. So in terms of when we try to get some funds, we're only solely helped by the Department of Education because we are a no-fee school.
Good afternoon and welcome back. As indicated to you earlier, we did say that we will be having a conversation with the Secretary of Planning for the National Planning Commission, Dr. Kifilo Masiteng, who is joining us now in studio to talk to us a little bit more about the work of the Commission in terms of assisting government to shape its policy priorities and to turn those policy priorities into an implementable plan. Dr. Masiteng, thank you very much for making the time to be with us this afternoon, and welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting us here.
Wonderful. Just by way of introducing our conversation, a lot of people don't actually know about the Planning Commission, the National Planning Commission to begin with, and the important work that has been done by the Commission in assisting government to not only to plan, but to identify challenges when it comes to policy implementation, and importantly to also ensure that the transformation agenda of the country is implemented. Talk to us firstly about the mandate of the National Planning Commission.
Okay, the first part of the National Planning Commission is to ensure that there is promotion of the implementation of the National Development Plan, which is the plan that all of us in South Africa should rally behind to make sure that the development agenda, the changes in the livelihoods of the people is based on the plan. So it is also made to ensure that it promotes, it monitors implementation of the National Development Plan, but particularly it is meant to advise government but also the rest of social partners in how we can all rally society and implement a national development plan such that the livelihoods of the people in South Africa can change for the better.
Wonderful. So when we're talking about monitoring and evaluating and advising government, what mechanisms does the Planning Commission use to bring those analytical perspectives into that space where decisions are being made about policy issues and about what is critical, particularly in relation to making sure that the policy priorities that government actually decides to implement are actually part and parcel of what is reflected on the ground, that it reflects the development landscape of the country. Talk to us about what mechanisms you put in place to ensure that, whatever government is planning, the priorities that are being set aside, that they speak to the challenges on the ground.
The work on monitoring and evaluation is particularly done in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. We have agreed that the work of implementation of the NDP is through the 5-year plan of the country, so the custodianship of which sits in DPMA. So the work that we do should make sure that we take all the work that has been done in the country to look at what progress has been made in a manner that we can be able to advise how to do it better, how to improve, how to deal with the challenges, but also where implementation is not happening. The NPC should be able to come out and say, you are not implementing as you had said you would implement, particularly in the 5-year plan, the MTSF. So we work closely in terms of the information we get. We synthesize, we harvest the information from the department, information from all the other research partners, and what we have would be a culmination of about 30 papers that we have in the National Planning Commission. They speak to the issues of energy, they speak to the issues of water, issues of how we can revitalize the economy so that the livelihoods of the people can change for the better, but particularly how the economy of this country can be inclusive, looking at work on SMMEs, work on township economies, but also importantly the issue of the SOEs. We have done work on Transnet, PRASA, and ESCOM. But also we have also looked at the issues around education, in terms of if we all agree that one determinant of poverty in South Africa is making sure that the quality of education is improved. We have some advice on that. We have also got some advice on the issues around how to change around and accept that the issues of disasters are here to stay with South Africa. How does the country become agile? How does the country become more prepared as we move forward and make sure that issues like energy that we are dealing with now are dealt with urgency, are dealt with as if they are a disaster that has befell the country.
Indeed. So if we're talking about when the commission was first established in 2010, what actually led to that process where a decision was taken that a structure of this nature will be required, and how has it impacted on how government is doing things now? And I know we always talk about the fact that implementing development priorities is not something that happens overnight. It is about long-term planning. It's about having a sustained trajectory of remaining with the same issues and just refining and improving how we implement those priorities, identifying the weaknesses and so forth. But talk to us why there was this decision was taken in 2010 and just the transitions that have taken place since 2010 to where we are right now. And I know this is a difficult question about when can we expect to see that the National Development Plan will begin to have that desired impact. But talk to us, firstly, the foundation, what led to its establishment, but the long-term vision in terms of what this long-term planning process and perspective is meant to achieve for us.
In the earlier days in the presidency, there was a unit that used to called Policy Coordination and Advisory Services that used to advise the presidency and the country in terms of planning, in terms of monitoring. The work that was done at that time until 2009 had culminated into the advice that started to create an environment that shows that we have mastered the medium-term planning, we have mastered how we can do planning over the 5 years. But there is a critical need for long-term planning for sustainable results in terms of development in the country. Then in 2009, that is when a National Planning Commission was conceptualized as an advisory body to the country in a manner that takes us to move beyond medium-term planning, using medium-term planning, but as a culmination towards long-term planning in a manner that would allow the country to think ahead long-term, and be able to use the 5 years as chunks of implementation of the long-term dream. So the first commission was in 2010. So they have a 5-year term. The first one was 2010 to 2015. Their major role at the time was write us a long-term development plan for the country. So for the first time, long-term planning was inculcated through the writing of that first NDP, which was adopted in the country in 2012. So they came and took that 2 years to make sure that there was proper research that was done, there was proper understanding of what determines the challenges, what determines the state of the population where we are, and they determined that the critical issues that the country should deal with in the long term are dealing with poverty, dealing with inequality, and dealing with the issues of unemployment. That is where the whole issue of our triple challenges come from. And indeed, they came from understanding that fewer people work in the country, the quality of education should be improved, the infrastructure in our country was identified at the time as crumbling already. At that time, it was already identified. Issues of crime were already identified. Issues of corruption were already identified in the NDP in 2012. So when we see this information and all this language culminating, it is emanating from the observations that were already made that the development agenda of our country needs us to deal with these 9 challenges that we know. But the outcomes would be, we should be able to see the livelihood of the people change in South Africa. How will we see those? We will start to see them if we get the 3 apex priorities before we get to the 5-year priorities. The National Development Plan envisages that we should be able to grow the economy in the country in a manner that incomes within the households can increase. When they increase, they will decline, they will remove poverty, they will remove inequalities within the households. For them to happen, there should be a reduction in unemployment. More people should be getting into jobs in different forms so that they can earn and are able to have household incomes that increase. The second issue was a priority that says the country should be able to build its human capabilities.
Absolutely.
Building the human capabilities through issues like education, so that when there is better human capital in the country, more people are able to fend for self, think for self, and be able to get into employment. But also the issues of human capability being the young people that are able to transit out of education into the labor market, such that then employment is increased, employment is able to change the livelihoods of the people. The third apex issue was building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And those issues within that were that we need a state that is created in an environment where you have active citizenry, such that those that have been given the responsibility are able to account to the nation. And we also need a strong government, a strong and effective government that is able to carry the development agenda. But thirdly, the ability for all of us to be part of that, dealing with issues that we do not like crime, corruption, which are the things that disturb any development agenda that the country is talking of.
Indeed. But now, I know that having read through some of the very high-level documents that the NPC has put together, the issue of, and I want to touch on the issue of social compacts and partnerships. Very often when citizens hear that, they hear the president is going to announce the priorities for the year ahead, there's this perspective that it's only supposed, government is supposed to do all of these things. That these plans that are being announced, these plans, obviously we know that they form part and parcel of the National Development Plan and the 5-year plans as well within the context of the MTSF. But people they often don't have an understanding of what is it that their role is. And you spoke about active citizenry. Very often our citizens, they want to be part and parcel of the process of transforming the country, and they want better living conditions. They want their quality of life to improve, but they don't often have that deeper understanding as to what can they do, what are those tangible steps that they can take to be part and parcel of pushing the country forward. What are the practical things that ordinary South Africans can do as they anticipate, as they wait for the president, as they listen to the president later this evening delivering his State of the Nation address? What are those practical things that we can do through active citizenry so that everybody can play their role, and it's not just a matter of we saying that it's government's responsibility to change our lives and we don't have a role to play?
Yes. So there are two things that need to happen. In the country, when these issues of planning happen, they should be able to happen at lower level. They happen in the wards, that's where the people live. They happen in the communities, that's where people are. We need to be able to inculcate that the livelihoods of the people can be changed even through those small structures. And they should be seen and slowly built into being part and pieces of the big national development plan. From the wards, from the communities, we go then to the districts. And those plans, through what we call the IDPs, are the aspirations that should be able to be understood from the people. We should get to a point where those plans are seen to be the building blocks, such that I always say, by the end where an NDP is written, people should see themselves. Not everybody will see themselves, but everybody should be able to see the NDP and say, this is the plan of the country that is going to change my life, but I can also see and feel my contribution, my voice was heard. And this can be done through different social partners. So these different social partners are when we have people that are able to mobilize social environments. We have civil society that should be able to help us understand the issues of the people, because that is their space, that is where they work. A stronger civil society that is able to collate the information, make us understand the issues about the people. The private sector that is strong enough to play its developmental role. How does a private sector play its developmental role? For us to be able to create jobs, it's not government, it's the private sector. For us to be able to have younger people in large scales trained in skills that are able to take us forward, the private sector has got a very big role to play. And then government has got a role to play. So we can see that this social compacting is about everybody being able to be mobilized in a space that is able to make us understand my role could be that I am in the private sector. My role could be that I am in government. My role could be that I am in civil society. Our roles can also be that political parties cannot be the political parties that say ANC. Everybody who is in parliament, we are part of the constituency that is able and meant to make sure that things happen. And when they happen, collective, and we get what we call aggregate power for us to be able to change the lives. So the work that has been done for the first NPC was to write the report. So we have the plan by 2012. 2015 to 20 was the second National Planning Commission. The work that they have done was to review as to whether the country is organized and capacitated in a manner that it can implement this plan. And at that time, it was dealing with the first medium-term strategic framework, which was 2014 to 2019. And in looking at that, it started to show that the wheels are turning, but they are not turning as fast as we can. We were at a point where it was even before COVID, but we could already see that the economic trajectory of the country is not on track. So the second commission was able to advise government that we are not on track on particular priorities. Particularly, we need to find means and ways, even before we came to the issue of ERRP, which is the economic plan.
Yeah.
We already knew that we need to revitalize the economy of our country, such that we go back to say the incomes should grow in the household so that the livelihoods of the people can change for the better. So they also realized that our government is riddled with a lot of corruption. They also identified that our SOEs have got serious governance, corruption, as well as capacity issues. And if you look at many of the SOEs we have, beyond the fact that we say they should play a developmental role, such that where they have implemented, we should start to see impact on the livelihoods of the people.
Absolutely.
But particularly on the type of infrastructure that would arise from the implementation in SOEs. That is where the game changer should be. If all the programs and projects that are sitting in the SOEs, ESCOM, Transnet, PRASA, we name them all, can be done in a manner that they deal with the infrastructure. They deal with corruption issues. They unblock the capital. There's a lot of capital that is sitting in those environments. But because of the lack of capacity at times, there is a lot of security challenges that are even riddled with issues of theft, issues of losing, and issues of just politicking within the environment that is supposed to be developmental than using and being affected by politics. So these are all the lessons that I think when the president brings out what needs to be done immediately, inform the challenges that the country faces. If these issues that look very soft, they look very soft. It's about theft, it's about stealing, it's about the security in the environments, but it totally affects the people. And those are the issues that should be dealt with and taken into cognizance. Now, what is the role of the third National Planning Commission? The third National Planning Commission came, it takes over from the second National Planning Commission, takes all that advice that has been in place in terms of the economy, the state, and the people. Based on all that work that they have done, that is informed by a lot of stakeholder engagement. I think we have about 250 stakeholder engagements that we just went around, social partners and everybody. 3 critical issues that arose. Even before we got to this whole issue of the challenge of energy transition, there was already a paper that was written from them, the second one that said, let's look ahead into a low carbon economy, just transition economy. And all this work that is being seen in the current presidential commission emanated from the recommendations of the the second National Planning Commission. So it was already identified. The second critical issue that they already identified first thing when they came in was the energy issue. And they did write around July the first advisory note to the government. And we are pleased to realize that even in the new plan, in terms of looking at the tariffs, in terms of looking at what are the short-term issues that can be dealt with, in terms of the regulatory environment that is in the energy that needs to be able to be dealt with such that we reduce the burden that those that need to do business in the energy sector are able to deal with, the licensing issues. So they have raised all these issues and they are being taken on board. So there is the third issue that they have also raised as the third commission. Their tenure is between 2021 to 2026. So in their first year, these are the things that they have already done. They have already worked into advising government in terms of when we say we want to professionalize the public service, there is a framework that has been done by DPSA, School of Government, and the rest of the governance and administration environment. The advice that they are giving is, please make sure that there's implementation. Let us fast-track implementation thereof.
Coming to the issue of implementation, and having looked at some of the review documents that have come up from the second Planning Commission, obviously those challenges that were there that were identified in the diagnostic report earlier, was it in 2010 or 2012? In that first diagnostic report, 2010. So those issues are actually still prevalent, and we know that COVID has had quite a profound impact on the economy in that it has affected us negatively, not only in South Africa, but globally as well. Global economy, but for developing countries, the developing countries such as South Africa, the impact is even harder. Obviously, it is clear that we are not going to be able to meet the 2030 deadline based on what is contained, this beautiful plan that has been put in place. And it's not because of a lack of the vigor to want to transform this country. It is all these multiplicity of challenges and interrelated issues, whether it is your mechanisms within the broader state machinery, how the machinery functions, the participation of ordinary South Africans. What can you say to South Africans who are listening to this conversation and they're saying change is not happening fast enough? And with obviously, for those who are jobless, who are unemployed, they feel that, as you said, the wheel is not turning fast enough. What can we expect the NPC to do when it comes to injecting that sense of urgency when it comes to implementation and ensuring that the appropriate mechanisms are in place to ensure that all of these key priorities, especially our development catalyzing priorities, receive the necessary attention, and that we begin to trim down on perhaps priorities that are actually not critical for advancing transformation right now. What can we expect as ordinary South Africans, the NPC, to do to make sure that there's a trimming down, there's a clear delineation of what the critical issues are that we should be focusing on right now, so that by the time we get to 2030, we're able to see something of substance? Very briefly, as you conclude.
Thank you very much. I think the critical issue of implementation is bringing everybody around the table, making sure that when we say a priority is energy, it's because its impact into the future and the livelihoods of people has been seen as something that will impact and give us results in a bigger scale. When we talk, that is about how do we focus? How do we implement in a manner that makes us say, this is the last decade to 2030. We have 2 or 3 means of implementation. We have the short-term plans that should be very, very, very clear and focused. Based on the current challenges, we know the main challenge is energy. Indeed. At large scale, bring everybody around the table, make sure that there is no pointing fingers, there is coalition, there is working together, there is collaboration, there is acceptance that my ideas alone cannot be the ideas about the country. The country ideas are dealt with collaboratively, bringing everybody around the table. The social compacting that is talked about, it sounds soft, it sounds like it's something, but if the public service or government and private sector can really build that trust, start to work closely together, we will see the results.
Indeed.
Because then there will be trust, but there will also be increased investment. Indeed. If we also focus thirdly on the whole issue of infrastructure, infrastructure is a game changer for development in our country. For us also, we should also understand once infrastructure work happens, it is tangible. We will see by the eyes.
Absolutely.
There will be change in the livelihoods of the people because there will be energy, because there will be water. We will see water. We will start to see the roads. We will start to see infrastructure of the houses. We will start to see the cities. It's easier said than done. But I think the people shall believe more when they start to see.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr. Masiteng, thank you very much for sharing those insights. I'm sure that a lot of South Africans have benefited from the insights that you have shared in terms of the work, the very important work that has been done by the National Planning Commission. We do look forward to having more conversations with the National Planning Commission to ensure that we inform our citizens about how they can participate and how we can accelerate in these remaining years as we move towards 2030. With that said, thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you very much.
That was Dr. Kifilwe Masiteng. She is the Secretary for Planning in the National Planning Commission. She was just basically sharing insights in terms of the role of the National Planning Commission, how it was conceived in 2010, when it was established in 2010. The mandate of the Commission, which is really to assist government to shape its policy priorities into a series of actionable steps so that the lives of ordinary South Africans can be changed for the better. We will now quickly take a look at the 7 priorities of the 6th dispensation as they appear, as they are contained in the medium-term strategic framework, which is the 5-year plan. And of course, the President will be speaking later on this evening. He is still going to be speaking within the context of the medium-term strategic framework, which is the 5-year plan and those 7 priorities. Let us take a look at what those 7 priorities are as we prepare to have a panel discussion at 1 o'clock in a few minutes, where we are bringing around the table a few experts who are assisting us to assess the progress that has been made since 2019 to where we are right now as we conclude, as we go into this final year of the 6th dispensation. With that said, let's take a look at this.
And through the elections that we held in May,
thank you.
Our people, you all South Africans, provided us with a clear mandate, a mandate that talks about growth, a mandate that talks about renewal. Much as we differed in the way that we delivered our messages to all South Africans, in the end, it was a message about growth and renewal. The persistent legacy of apartheid has left our country with extreme structural problems, both economic and social. At the same time, we are having to contend with rapid technological change that is ushering in a new world of work, that is reshaping the global economy, and that is redefining social relations. Together with all the nations of the world, we are confronted by the most devastating changes in global climate in human history. The extreme weather conditions associated with the warming of the atmosphere threaten our economy. They threaten the lives and the livelihoods of our people, and unless we act now, we threaten our own very existence. We've heard the voices of young people also who marched to this building, to the union buildings rather, last week, urging us to take action to protect our planet. It was to address these fundamental challenges that we adopted the National Development Plan in 2012 to guide our national effort to defeat poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Many of the parties represented here endorsed and embraced the National Development Plan. However, with 10 years to go before we reach 2030, we have not made nearly enough progress in meeting the NDP targets. And unless we take extraordinary measures, we will not realize Vision 2030. This means that we need to prioritize. We need to focus on those actions that will have the greatest impact, actions that will catalyze faster movement forward, both in the immediate term and over the next 10 years. It is worth noting that the medium-term strategic framework, which is a translation of how we read the NDP into government program, for the last 5 years has had more than 1,100 indicators by which we were to measure progress in the implementation of the NDP. But now is the time to focus on what needs to be done. Now is the time for implementation. And it is for this reason that as we went throughout the country, our people were saying, talking time is over. We now want action. We want implementation, and we want it now. And it is this that we have to offer our people. It is this that we need to give our people to continue having the hope of a better South Africa that will deliver a better life for them. And it is time to make choices. Some of these choices may be difficult, and some of them may not please everyone. In an economy that is not growing at the level where we want it to grow, and at a time when public finances are limited, we will not be able to do everything at one time. As we enter this new administration, we will need to focus, and we want to focus on 7 priorities. Economic transformation and job creation is at the top of our priorities. Education, skills, and health is the second. Consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services is another important priority. Spatial integration, human settlements, and improving local government is another important priority. Social cohesion and safe communities is a key priority as well. And building a capable and ethical and developmental state is an important priority too. And the last one is building a better Africa and a better world. All our programs and policies across all departments and agencies will be directed in pursuit of these overarching tasks that we believe will be able to deliver a better life for all South Africans. At the same time, we must restore the National Development Plan to its place at the center of our national effort, to make it alive, to make it part of the lived experience of the people.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or SONA, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
SONA provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his SONA, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council, by arrangement between them. During the week following the SONA, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the SONA. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his SONA before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, SONA is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule Number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precincts. The President Alliance is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the President disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor end. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the SONA. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the SONA, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight.
Good afternoon.
They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the president. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
You are the top. The members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the speaker's chair, other overflow areas within parliament. The presiding officers and the president enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod, and followed by the secretary to parliament. A new element of the SONA since the birth of democracy is Imbongi, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod place the mace and the black rod in place before the speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the sergeant at arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The maze was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The black rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the SONA and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just a speech, the SONA tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
I would like the President to touch on issues like ESCOM. Load shedding is a problem, service delivery, unemployment rates, like how his plans for this year and how to improve like life for South Africans. Last year, the load shedding inconvenienced me a lot because when it was time for studying, load shedding, electricity would just go. My laptop is not charged, no appliance is charged, so Wi-Fi would leave. So it was a problem to stay connected, to even study properly because lights are not there. So it was very inconveniencing to study efficiently. The President should just find another way of giving us lights. I don't know how. The load shedding should just stop somehow.
I'm Joyce Monene. I stay in Polokwane Ivy Park. I'm a florist, an entrepreneur, and I'm unemployed. I'd like the President to touch on the issue of unemployment because there's a lot of unemployment rates going on, and young people are still going to university, graduating, but the still unemployment rate is still so high. Business is about, I'm a florist, I do flowers, I do gift boxes, and with that there's so much more to learn about flowers. I don't know much. There are no programs to teach us about a lot of agriculture. It's just the ones that are dealing with livestock only, except the plantation and everything. I'd really love such programs to be introduced to us.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making
but I had thought I was going to have it at my hotel, but something. I can
Watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are building up to the 2023 State of the Nation address, where the President of the Republic, His Excellency Ndate Cyril Ramaphosa, will be addressing the nation at 7 p.m. this evening. And as I've indicated earlier, we are coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, which today will serve as the precinct from where the President will be delivering his State of the Nation address from. In taking us forward, we did also indicate this morning that we will be also unpacking government's performance, particularly within the context of the medium-term strategic framework, that is within the context of the 7 priorities that were announced by the President in 2019 during his 3rd State of the Nation address, where he outlined the priorities that are going to inform government's program of action in the year ahead. And as we know, for every year, the President will then speak to aspects of those 7 priorities to make sure that government knows exactly what is before them for implementation in the year ahead. I am now joined by a number of thought leaders, academics, and people who have the ability to analyze the current state of the country, the current state of the economy, to assist us to better understand whether we've actually moved forward and what are the challenges that are before us as a nation in terms of policy implementation, and what kind of systems can be put in place, not only by government, but also from an oversight perspective within the ambit of Parliament's constitutional mandate to ensure that it conducts oversight in a manner that brings about transformative change in the lives of ordinary South Africans. With that said, I want to firstly welcome Dr. Dumisani Jantjies. He is the Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office. He is joining me here in studio. Dr. Jantjies, thank you very much for making the time to be with us this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good
Wonderful.
afternoon, and to your viewers as well. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And then we also have joining us via Zoom platform, we have got Dr. Phulani Molokwani, and she is the chairperson of the National Planning Commission's governance workstream. She's, of course, joining us via the Zoom platform. Dr. Molokwani, a warm welcome to you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to all the viewers.
Thank you very much. And then we also have Professor Phakaman Tsongwana, who is the chairperson of the National Planning Commission Social Cluster Workstream, and she's also joining us via the Zoom platform. Welcome, Professor Tsongwana.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and to the viewers.
Wonderful. And last but not least, we have got Dr. TK Poe, and he is a senior lecturer at the Wits School of Governance. Dr. Poe?
Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Wonderful to have you all here with us. I want to firstly begin by extending a warm welcome to all of my guests on the platform for being with us during this very important year when we are finalizing or going into the final year of the 6th dispensation as we seek to assess the progress that has been made by government in implementing the 7 priorities that were outlined or committed to by the President of the Republic since 2019 and to where we are right now. By way of introducing this important review conversation, I want to firstly start by contextualizing in indicating that obviously this is the final year of the 6th dispensation. It's a critical year because it's a year for us to assess how far we've come. It's a year for us to assess our opportunities. It's a year, the opportunities that are available to us to accelerate policy implementation. It is also a year for us to assess what it is, what are the other challenges that are remaining that really require government to narrow down or to zero in on in order to ensure that we move with greater speed towards implementing the priorities of the National Development Plan. And also, it is a critical time for us to consolidate not only for the legislative sector from an oversight perspective, because obviously when government is not performing, the legislative sector obviously is in a way complicit because it has to ensure that it conducts oversight in a manner that advances transformation. But importantly, it is a time for us to assess whether government has indeed performed and how well government has performed in terms of implementing the priorities that it committed to just over 4 years ago. By way of introducing this conversation, I just want to open up for quick introductory remarks from all of my guests. And I want to start with you, Dr. Jantjies, here with me in studio. Talk to us about, just at a glance, what you think the current state of the nation is. What are the key challenges that you think? And we know that the 7 priorities have been there to contextualize, basically to frame what government was going to be focusing on from a policy implementation perspective. But we also know that with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of shifts have taken place. So talk to us a bit about what are your views, just your opening remarks with regards to what has shifted and where our focus should be as a nation as of now.
Thank you so much once more for inviting us to be here. I think I want to start by saying certainly looking at our work that we've done over the years as a Parliamentary Budget Office on the MTSF broadly, but also on the state of economy, I would take a safe approach to say it's a mixed bag of the status where we are now, particularly noting some of the targets we set ourselves to achieve as a country. I think when you look at some of the work that has been done around the sectors of the economy, you see that a lot of work has been done, groundwork to make sure the ease of doing business, a lot of work done around getting sustainability on energy, but also a lot of work done to support low-income households, but also the economy widely. We've seen during the COVID-19, a lot of work was put in place, but also last year to support the poor and household by using the budget and so on. But I think where we are now, we have done analysis in our last year midterm budget policy statements, where we characterize where we are as a country on a crossroad in a way, say we have to choose a path. Of course, I'm using the budget as an instrument that we use to assess where we are largely within the macroeconomic status where we are as a country, and what macroeconomic policy strategies we need to take going forward as a country. And our concern has always been that the macroeconomic policy we've had over time, over the past 12 years, has not necessarily made us achieve our socioeconomic outcome or development outcome that we set ourselves with. And there's a need for more reform some of the macroeconomic policies going forward, particularly looking at fiscal policy, the role of fiscal policy, but also the role of the monetary policy within its role in enhancing our development as an economy. So I think that's where we stand, that we strongly believe that there's a need for reform, some of the macroeconomic stances that have taken over the years. Yeah, I'll stop there and I'll provide more details.
Okay. I think I would like to give Dr. Molokwane an opportunity to do her opening remarks. Dr. Molokwane, your perspectives on what you feel are the key issues that we should be seized with at the moment, given the current context, development context in the country. Dr. Molokwane?
Good
thank you very much for giving us, the National Planning Commission, this opportunity. At the top of what we would like to advocate for as the NKC, especially on the governance constraint, is that a recovery, whether economic or anyhow, of any nation from either COVID or economy that has gone down some, is heavily reliant on a capable state. And we would like to urge and request that the President should make that probably one of the key aspects of performance and relevance of ministers, which we believe maybe should rather be public for us to be able to see if our public servants are performing. I think that's really what we are looking forward to as the National Planning Commission. And we do acknowledge that there have been strides made, like the approval of the framework on professionalization of public service. And we are pleading that this should not just be another tick box, but we should also even have timelines as to when we are going to do what. And what is of urgency is actually to make sure that the powers that the DG and the presidency should be given to the DG and the presidency for that office to act as the head of public service, as it is said and expected as per the national planning, as the national development plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mulukwani. I think I'd like to give Dr. Poe an opportunity to quickly give his perspectives on where we are right now. What should the country be seized with if we want to accelerate policy implementation, particularly towards the achievement of the goals of Vision 2030? Dr. Poe?
No, again, thanks for having me. Look, I think the way one characterizes where we are at the moment is, look, I think we're a state in denial of our failure. We're basically a failed state. And I say this that if you look at the state of local government, in terms of how many of them actually function, look, the Auditor General, I think, has spoken on that. And I always say, look, the Auditor General, in basic terms, is simply saying, can you account for the finances that come into your system and tell us what's happening? And that's a very low barometer. The way I normally look at it is to say, look, what's the state of local economic development in many municipalities? If you were to take away Joburg, Durban, Cape Town, you're taking away close to about 60% of the, if not more, of the South African economy. What that basically means is we've basically relegated people in certain townships and certain rural areas of South Africa to live in subpar lives. And that's what I determine as a denial of the fact that we're a failed state. Now, I think it's no longer taboo to say these things, and I think it would be better if you actually just acknowledge it. Then we can get to the second part, which you're asking, how do we really come around to doing this? And I think with that, it's not about doing more, it's actually about doing more strategic things. And one of the things I think we probably do need a conversation about, and I'm looking at this not for simply the state of the nation for today, but I'm looking at it longer, in the terms, if you look at it for the last 10 or 15 years, some of these indicators about healthcare, about the economy in local areas has been declining. So I think what you need is not something which is small, but you need something which is strategic and targeted. And in that regard, I think we need a restructuring of the state. And in this regard, I always question why we have so many national ministries. For looking at the size of the country of South Africa, we actually just need 20 ministries. If you go back to the 1994 period, even under the National Party, they hovered around, I think most was about 25, when I think President Nelson Mandela came in. So that's the first thing we need to do. And secondly, we actually need to be honest and say, listen, most of where the service delivery happens is at a local government level. What is the reason for actually still having provincial government in South Africa? Because you're basically doing a duopoly. You're basically duplicating certain services which province is struggling to run. So I think those are the two things we do need to look at, the total restructuring of the state. And I say this not because of SONA 2023, but because of where we are. And that is to say, we have failed basically as a state. And everything that we're doing at the moment is simply putting bandages on. We should actually speak about realistic things, about how we actually restructure the state. And that's the only way to do it. And if you want further evidence of this, just look at the World Bank and the country reports on South Africa. They're telling you that where growth rates are based on what we can actually achieve. And for you to maybe break away from even a 1, even a 2%, you need almost like a shock. And this has been the case for many countries who've been in the similar situation, such as South Africa. You don't do little things and put bandages on. You simply do shock therapy, and the shock therapy is we need to restructure our state to actually speak to the problems we're facing.
Indeed, so you're talking about the fact that local government is really the coalface of transformation, and that is actually where the impact is supposed to be, and that is actually the weakest level, the weakest sphere of our, amongst our three spheres. I would now like to give an opportunity to Professor Nsongwana to do your opening remarks in terms of just articulating what you feel are the key issues that we should be seized with as a country as of now. Professor Nsongwana?
Yeah, thank you. I think that the thought that we always thought that we were before COVID-19 is quite daunting, and it should really propel government to take bold steps and not take the tentative steps that it's been taking with, you know, quite a lot of good and sound policies. Now these need to be boldly taken forward. Works get done, work gets commissioned, and the commissioned work gets paid for, but implementing the recommendations that are made, a lot of those recommendations are quite sound and do actually complement policy, but the implementation thereof, as what the co-panelists just said, in terms of the critical role that local government plays in terms of implementation is you know, should be in sharp focus, because there's no preoccupation with ensuring that basic services are accessible to people, particularly the millions in low-income areas. So I think that we really need to take bold steps forward, take the risks that need to be taken in order to even save the economy, because with the depth of inequality, and you know, we can't be tentative anymore, because if such a large percentage of people are living in deep poverty, then we all lose in any case as a country, and our economy is really losing strength by the day.
Indeed, there's Professor Nsongwana reiterating some of the issues that were also raised by Dr. Powe in saying that local government really is the coalface of transformation. And if that is the weakest, if that is one of the most critical spheres of government that is supposed to provide quality services to ordinary South Africans, then really we need to make difficult decisions, although they may be uncomfortable, but it's important for us to make the necessary decisions and adjustments to ensure that we bring in that capacity. And it's also an issue that was raised by Dr. Molokwane in saying that building capacity in the state, and that is across the board, not only at national government, but across the broader state machinery, is critical for ensuring that we're able to implement. And importantly, what you've also said, Dr. Jantjies, is the importance of possibly reforming our macroeconomic policy and going forward. And these are quite critical issues for us to consider as we can. We can park them for now, but I'm sure these issues will continue to come up as we continue with our conversations. But bringing us back to today's discussion and the overarching theme for today's discussion, it really is about assessing progress that has been made in implementing the 7 priorities that were announced by the President in his third State of the Nation address, and which was actually his first of the 6th dispensation. And these priorities are, number 1, economic transformation and job creation. Number 2 was education, skills and health. 3, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. 4, spatial integration, human settlements and local government. 5, social cohesion. And of course, 6, a capable, ethical and developmental state, which has also come up in our conversation or in the inputs, the opening remarks. And the last one, building a better Africa and a better world. To start off with priority number 1, and that priority is economic transformation and job creation. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profoundly negative impact on the not only on South Africa's economy, but on the global economy as well. Yep. But that it is profoundly even more difficult for a developing country such as South Africa, where many, many South Africans find themselves now being unemployed and literally living below the breadline. Talk to us, Dr. Jantjies, first and foremost, in your analysis and in your perspectives around economic transformation and how government has fared in terms of implementing this key priority. And what are the key policy instruments that are currently in place? And you spoke in your opening remarks about the need for macroeconomic reform. And I want to link that back to your opening remarks to say, if we're talking about transforming the economy and you're talking about macroeconomic reforms, what are we looking at and how has government fared, and possibly what can be done if we're talking about specific reforms, what are we looking at and how can we expedite or how can we do that in a manner that will have a quicker impact?
Thank you so much. I think, and thanks so much to my fellow panelists as well. I think, you know, I'll start by saying this. You know, one of the understanding of the literature of economic development are fundamental few overarching themes that we often look at: human development, food and energy security, issues around economic and social structure, but also broadly economic transformation itself. So I think in our analysis, we look at it within that perspective. But I want to first take us back to say the time when our economy, our society was growing, was creating more jobs, was there's a period between 2003 and 2004. And we really, when we dissect what was happening within our policy space, within our government and economy as a whole, that was when a time when there was a lot of investment in the economy by both government and public corporations. And clearly, there were a lot of infrastructure development happening at that time. And we've seen really, it was just before the period just immediately after democracy coming into place. And post periods then, we've seen actually, so in a way, what I'm trying to say that the macroeconomic stances then was really around ensuring more investments in the economy by both government and public corporations, which are growing to double digits over on average annually. And you've seen more jobs being created because when you invest in the economy, particularly around infrastructure, you see you crowd in business as well, private sector to come and play to participate role. And we've seen a lot of jobs being created then. And also the monetary policy as well was quite more accommodative. We've seen more credit extensions, which allowed businesses and households to get more credit. But of course, there's a lot of discussion around that. It's a very loaded statement. And fast forward beyond COVID, beyond the 2008 global financial crisis, we've seen actually a lot of a different turn in our macroeconomic stance, particularly around fiscal policy, which had a lot been around contractionary, which there was lesser investment in the economy, the lesser maintenance of infrastructure for both local government, all spheres. And we've seen now where we are now that actually even before COVID-19 itself, our economy was actually underperforming quite a lot, largely because of lack of investment within the economy. But also, I talked about development literature. We look a lot, many other countries where have been in a development path, the role of industrialization has become very important in that regard. And I think one of the analyses we've made, we've actually spent a lot of time around how far we've fared as a country in terms of industrializing economy. And again, that's also a space where, in our view, not much has happened, particularly, I mean, we've seen a lot of policies that came in, but there hasn't been a lot of effort to ensure our economy industrialized, which that quite linked quite well with economic transformation itself, where you see more players come into space and more local businesses from localized areas and localized economies playing into space, and we haven't seen a lot of that playing a lot. And I think that really fits in quite broadly within the macroeconomic stance that we've had, where we've seen less government participating in the economy. And also remember, the private sector will come in when they see government playing in, and they will always come in again, but the public sector playing to the investment space provide assurance and confidence to the private sector that there is actually space to play in that space. So I think really within that context, and hence we've seen a lot of less jobs being created, and so many other issues. And because those three issues, energy security, and it's a big one as well, because development relies a lot on energy, and we've had a lot of discussion how much we've seen a lot of load shedding, and that impacts businesses and impacts ability for the economy to develop further and create more opportunity for everybody. I just want to stop there without taking too much time. So really that's in a nutshell how we looked at it in our analysis. And that links quite a lot with the priority you're referring to earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we're talking, Dr. Poe, and I quickly want to bring you in there, based on what Dr. Jantjies is talking about, industrialization, the need to industrialize, and the fact that we haven't really moved as a country to implement a rapid industrialization as a means to create jobs and to bring more people into the mainstream economy. And I want to ask you this question within the context of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which also speaks to one of the key interventions that were committed to by the President in the ERRP is, of course, the employment-oriented strategic localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion. And you speak to the issue that there is not much happening in terms of local economic development in your opening remarks. Talk to us about what is your perspective in relation to industrialization and how that can be brought down to a localized level and bringing more new players into the mainstream economy in order to ensure that jobs are created. And of course, creating jobs at a mass scale. But talk to us, give us the local perspective in relation to local economic development with regards to the priority one of our 7 priorities. Dr. Poe?
No, thanks for that. Look, I think the issue of industrialization has always been touched on, but I think what's always been missing is the meat. And what I mean the meat is, when I always ask this to government officials who say, listen, what does industry say? Because by virtue of you wanting, you don't industrialize on a wish, you industrialize on investment. And if you actually look at the number of foreign FDIs which have come in, foreign direct investment, specifically for manufacturers in South Africa, they'll tell you that South Africa is actually has a space to do business. I want to touch on the energy complex, which we basically, I think, kind of constrains us. But I think there's also the issue of legislation. And there's also the issue of competition. Because sometimes when we do make policies, when we discuss South Africa, we sort of discuss South Africa in this abstract as to say, it seems as though we're the only game in town. And now, before COVID, 2018, I think consensus was that a lot of the manufacturing is based in Asia. But what we've not been able to do in South Africa legislatively is to say, listen, what actually makes these Asian countries great? And I know it's a controversial point to say, one of the issues they look at, and it's a bit sore because of our history of apartheid colonialism, is you simply cannot industrialize on a population, on a worker force which you pay a higher interest to. And these are the things which I think we never really discuss in policy. To say, listen, are we really that attractive for foreign direct investment? And also, there's also the issue of how we actually, how we zone, when I put solo, how we zone into industrialization in the sense that when you go to X country, if you go to Vietnam, if you go to China, if you go to Malaysia, they actually tell you, listen, these are the areas where we want investment, and we will give you sweetness for them. And maybe this brings us to the point you're asking about. When you look at places like the Eastern Cape and KZN, and I know that there's some industrial zones which are coming in but the key issue I always asks is to say, what are they on the map of? You simply say, look, we're creating this environment, but we've not actually spoken to the international investing community. And then many times, that's also what tends to happen. In fact, you actually get a connectivity over, which is to say local government, provincial government will go and say, listen, we're going to go source money. But you'll find that national government has already been there. And then if you're an international investor, you get confused. Which government am I actually speaking to? Am I speaking to local government, provincial government, or national government? So those are things which we can easily quickly pair up to say, let's fix that. But I think there is a point which has to say, even when you speak about industrialization in the modern era, we're now seeing that we can no longer build these massive factories. Industrialization, in fact, is actually becoming smarter. You actually need a smarter work. For one factory, you actually probably need about 10 engineers to run it. So which really raises the question, do we actually know what we want to manufacture in? I always make the argument to say, listen, the biggest growing middle class in the next 10 to 20 years is going to be Asian. What can we pick to say this is what we're going to make for this Asian middle class? And I think that's where our policies need to be going. So the reason, getting back to the direct question of where we're going in terms of of figure one. The reason we're not making that movement is I don't think we're having those discussions in the right places. And when we're having those discussions, it's more ideology than actual, this is what empirical data is saying.
Absolutely.
For instance, I always make the point, the DTIC has for the last 10 years been having an industrialization policy. What have been the returns on that? Why are we not going back to say, what are you doing well? Because we're not creating something new. What we're supposed to be creating is say, what does empirical data say we're doing right and we're doing wrong? And how do we feed this into actually local government? Because you tend to find that if we were being honest, I think we can really make a lot of headway in places like Free State and Limpopo. If we say, listen, we are going to have to give you sweetness as foreign investors. Because that's the only way you attract them. Because in the absence of that, you're competing with places like Vietnam, you're competing with places like East Africa. What they're giving is sweetness and they're closer to the market. So that's why I think we need to have an empirically informed policy orientation when it comes to industrialization. And in the absence of that, we simply could be doing this discussion every 10 years to say, why is South African industrialization not working?
You touch on issues of coordination, Dr. Poe, and I think I want to quickly bring in Dr. Bolokwani. Talk to us about how does the NPC ensure that it addresses issues of coordinations that are specific to economic transformation? And is there any information or analysis that has been done? And Dr. Jantjies has spoken about issues of transforming, policy reform. Within that space, Dr. Forward talks about coordination and not knowing if you're talking about foreign direct investment, you're not sure where do you go. Are you going to province? Are you going to national? Are you going to local? And you've also, Dr. Forward, spoken about the fact that there's nothing happening, and we know the current state of local government at the moment. But I want to zone in on the issue of coordination. So it is about what we are focusing on first and foremost. And Dr. Poe also says that we need to be clear about what are we manufacturing and what do we possibly have the capacity, or what do we want to focus on, what we want to push out in terms of export. But have you applied, has the NPC applied itself to identifying issues that relate to coordination when it comes to economic transformation policy implementation? Dr. Molokwani?
Thank you so much. In the past, I think pre-COVID, we actually did a review to look at the shortcomings and why we have not achieved what we set ourselves to achieve as a country, as far as the NDP is concerned. And it is common knowledge and something that is a bit of a sore one on our side, that we have not made much progress. And we are well aware of our system that is not integrated and uncoordinated. It is on that basis that a few years ago, the Office of the President set up an office that is looking at DDM, looking at the one plan. And I think probably it's early days to say we have made much progress, but it's important that we make sure that the DDM as our one plan as a country works. We are also looking at integrating the whole planning system of the country, because as Dr. Boy has even said, each and every sector, provincial, national, district, got different plans and different structures that govern that, and therefore we don't work towards the same goal, which we found to be one of the reasons we have not made much progress on the NDP. So it is something that we're looking at, especially in our work stream, we're looking at making sure that the DDM achieves what is meant to be achieved. Those who understand and know the DDM, it's called the One Plan, and that's really trying to understand the lack of coordination that we have as a country. I think what is also of importance is to make sure that as we have the main plans that we try to bring together as one, we also bring the resources together, as in the budgeting, so that provincial, national, and district, and all other spheres of government work towards the same plan, and therefore the budget also works towards that, and not have our own, pet projects and another reason we don't seem to achieve what we have set ourselves to achieve.
Indeed. Professor Nsongwana, I want to bring you in there quickly, particularly with regards to reflecting on how economic transformation policies are not only implemented in a vacuum, Professor Nsongwana, they are implemented to bring about, to widen access, to enable those who were previously marginalized to come into the mainstream economy and to be able to participate and live a better quality of life. How does the ERRP, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, begin to assist ordinary South Africans to live a better quality of life? And how do we ensure that for the poorest of the poor, we're talking about the social dynamics of poverty and inequality, which a lot of people find themselves in at the moment, how do we ensure that economic transformation is not just seen as the way it is often, a lot of academics have said that it is implemented as this idea is only for people with money or people with resources. And then the rest of the country, it's the poor who are expected to basically make a living out of the grants that they receive from government. But talk to us about how can even ordinary South Africans, you know, the poorest of the poor, how can they also be part and parcel of this? And I'm also mentioning this because I had a conversation with Dr. Masiteng earlier, and she spoke about the importance of, you know, active citizenry and making sure that citizens know their rights and they must be part of the planning. They must say what the issues are in a specific locality and shape government's planning and so forth. How do we ensure that when it comes to economic transformation related issues that ordinary South Africans are able to participate and also benefit from the opportunities that are available? Professor Nsongwana. Professor Nsongwana, are you there? I think we have lost Professor Nsongwana.
Can you come in?
Maybe I should direct that question to you, Dr. Molokwane, speaking for the NPC, and then I will have Dr. Jantjies in studio after you. Dr. Molokwane? Okay, Dr. Jantjies, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the network is giving problem. Look, I think, you know, when we look at the issue around economic transformation, it's a very important issue, but often when I start the conversation around that point, I say, look, let us look at South Africa where, how was our colonization and or apartheid actually took place? What was the philosophical thinking around? It was really about exclusionary.
Exactly.
And certainly that means in our economic transformation, we need to ensure we include, because just reverse that quite completely by its head, you know. And that's really, for me, where the issue of transformation plays in quite importantly. And I think in one of our analyses, we raised a lot of concerns around that, particularly when we look at public procurement, for example, is a big issue now where we see a lot of reforms taking place there. But I think last year we wrote a paper for Finance and Appropriations Committees around our concern that the reform should make sure that we don't necessarily lose out on such goals of transformation, particularly when you look at local content, for example, has been removed from the regulation that was published earlier, late last year, but also the requirements around BE has also been quite removed. But I think that really talks on a large what Dr. Poe is saying, the issue of industrial policy in terms of how we decentralize it. But the concern has always been, as to say, has the industrial policy been at the center of development or economic transformation in particular? Because if that was the case, a lot of these, I'm really focusing a lot on public procurement here. It's a big spending by government. And if such spending by government is not allowed within the policy framework to support localized businesses, small medium enterprises participating within the economy, or to support even to ensure food security as one of the key areas around transformation or around development in the economy. And if such things are not playing so obvious in the policy as currently it is, we're concerned that actually we might end up regressing in terms of how much we've done in terms of economic transformation. Small, medium enterprises, how much have they benefited from that policy as well within the localized area in particular? So I just wanted to highlight that point. Thank you.
I mean, if economic transformation, if the development of the country transformation in the country is really anchored around economic transformation, then that should be the key priority for government to be spending on, to be building capacity around, and to implement and to coordinate better across the three spheres of government. Now, in going forward, as we reflect on the reality that we've got a few years left to Vision 2030, to the deadline for achieving this priority of economic transformation, which has been coming with us, along with us since 1994 to where we are right now. We've just changed, it has just changed in terms of what we call this economic transformation. What are the key things that you think need to happen with urgency? Over and above, you're talking about policy reform, but what can we do now? What are the practical steps that we can put in place, not only as from a governance perspective, but also in terms of what Parliament can do to ensure that we move with greater speed before we go to priority 2?
Simply, I think, as I said, when we look back to the time when we were growing and we were advancing, getting more jobs, there was a lot of investment by state in the economy. I think states has to play a very important role. We still think has a very greater role to play, particularly by giving more investment, more think around supporting households, particularly poor households, by ensuring food security, because food security actually leads to even more development in the economy, in the localized vision, more support for small and medium enterprises, particularly direct support for financing, but also access to market as well, or ensuring that government procure or consumes a localized small business products. But also I still think the issues around industrial policy has to be the center of it. Incentives, very important. Dr. Paul spoke about special economic zones. When you look at what happened in Tshwane and in Dube ports in KZN, there's a good examples what works and what doesn't work. What doesn't work within localized, originalized economic development. That's good examples. But I still think also, lastly, the issues around access to credit, the issues around support, which again brings the monetary policy into the space. Say there's certainly a need of reform our monetary policy to be more supportive than it has been over the years. In line with where we are at this stage, it hasn't been much supportive in our analysis in this regard. Thanks so much. Sona, stop.
Dr. Poe, just your perspectives on what we can do in the short term, specifically within this current context of this final year of our 6th dispensation, and as we move towards Vision 2030, with regards to the priority of economic transformation, what are some of the practical things where, if you are able to make recommendations around what we should be focusing on as a government, and also perhaps if you have any thoughts around what Parliament can do to ensure that it plays a more effective oversight role to ensure that we advance or accelerate economic transformation? Your thoughts, please, before we move on to priority 2.
Okay, I'm going to apologize ahead of time to you because I'm going to turn your question a bit upside down.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Feel free, feel free.
The first thing is, I think we need to dispel this myth of this NDP in the 2030. And I say this not to be rude, but towards saying I don't think let me put it like this. In other countries where national planning commissions exist, they basically are the nerve center of government.
Yes.
And having heard, I think, what the good doctors and the planning commission have always said is they are giving advisory information. So that they basically, even though they might see that something is wrong, and I'll just go to simple illustration, because if you're asking me what can be done in the short term, in my hometown of Everton in the Val Triangle, basically our municipality has basically collapsed. And to the point of where, never mind that people can't be paid, sewerage and public infrastructure is just basically dilapidated over time, right? So even though they can see that as commissioners, they cannot make an intervention. So what can be done in the short term? If you're saying, listen, how do we get foreign direct investment to say, come into South Africa? 1. 2, how do we even reassure our own private sector that, listen, South Africa is still a place worth investing? The first thing you can do is to say, listen, where you are as the private sector and the municipality, what is your problem? What can we do for you as government as a whole, right? Not just simply saying local government, because as I said, they're failed. There are certain things which you can't reverse those in a year. I think the problem one has sometimes with a discussion about SONA and South Africa is, if you do policy, you understand that policy cannot be done in a year. It's nigh impossible. A lot of the problems we're having have been baked in for the last 10 or 15 years. So we need to start saying, listen, one, let's dispel with the myth of the 2030 agenda and NDP. It doesn't exist. And to actually start saying, what do we actually require of an NDP as a country? The first thing we just need to say is, let's never mind being a capable, because I don't understand the terminology of a capable state, because that basically says in the interim you've been an incapable government. So that's a bit problematic. Let's not say, listen, let's not say 5 years. 5 years is too short right now. Let's actually look at it 7 years. What can we do in the next 7 years? The three things we can do as it relates to the economy. As I said, one, reassure the local private sector. And I think there's a document which they sent out during COVID. President Thabo Mbeki touched on it. He said, if you were to actually take what the private sector has put down as a plan, you to actually mix it with what the South African government always hopes to do, you actually have a working plan for South Africa for 7 years, right? So that's the first thing we need to do, reassure the private sector. And two, and this is, and I know I'm probably going to touch on the next one, is what, and I always ask this, and I know it's a very silly way to put it, but what are we actually planning for? And I think part of what we're planning for is to say, a South Africa that does well can only do well if the region is doing well. And I think sometimes we kind of miss that little nuance point to say, our economy is intrinsically linked to SADC. SADC is not doing well, there's a reason why South Africa is not doing well. So any plan we make about the economy and the private sector has to include discussions about infrastructure development for SADC as a whole. And so that's the second thing. And then the third thing would be, look, we actually can't do, look, South Africa is blessed in the sense that we've got brilliant natural resources, and at the same time we've got brilliant human capacity. I know sometimes it gets lost in the discussions, but what we actually need to ask ourselves is, what are the 5 things which we can do to export to the rest of the world? As I said, the basis needs to be, yes, I know our biggest partner, trading partner is China, and then comes India and other places, but we need to ask ourselves, what can we give those countries? And then reverse engineer that to say, in places like Venda, in places like the Vaal, in places like the Eastern Cape, and in KZN, what infrastructure do we need to reprioritize so that it serves these only 5 things? Let's not do many things. We've noticed our government is not great at doing
we've lost you there in terms of sound. Are you still with us? In terms of sound?
Yes.
I can hear you now. You're back. Yes, just your final few words at the end there. We lost that.
Let's concentrate on 5 things which we can export, and let's retrospect our public policies and our infrastructure to get these things out of the country as soon as possible.
Wonderful. Can I get your perspectives then, Dr. Molokwane? And Dr. Powe talks about the fact that in other countries, planning commissions are actually the nerve center of government, who actually, they influence, they don't advise, but they actually have got more authority to actually shape what the decisions that government is taking. Talk to us about what needs to happen within this economic transformation environment, and what can be done in the short term to ensure that we accelerate. Because, I mean, if economic transformation is supposed to be the bedrock from which on which our transformation rests, then that obviously is the most important aspect of the 7 priorities. So talk to us about what is in the pipeline in terms of the NPC's approach, and of course, we know at this stage it is about advice, giving advice to the necessary decision-making structures, but talk to us about what's in the pipeline and what can be done to advance and to accelerate policy implementation.
We are currently busy with the planning framework bill, and the whole purpose of the bill is to make sure that at least the NPC has got more teeth. Of course, it is a problem. We are just an advisory structure, and there is no powers. We do not have any powers to actually force those that we are advising into the presidency and cabinet to actually take our advice. But with the bill that is in the process, is about to go out for consultation, we actually have in there what recourse we have and what we can do as the NPC to make sure that we are actually in control and not just a structure that advice, and whether the advice is taken or not, and nobody does anything about it. And hopefully that will go through cabinet and probably be approved by, we are aiming at September this year. Unfortunately, as a country, we are governed by law. And when the NPC and the NDP was drafted, it was not based on any form of law. and hence our hands are tied. That being said, we have issued a few advisory notes to the presidency, and the president has actually taken some of those into consideration. The framework on professionalization of public services, the work that was done by the NPC, it is now kind of approved by, it was approved last year by Cabinet. There are quite a few. I mean, there are measures that the president announced when he announced how we're going to deal with the energy crisis, came as a result of an advisory note from the NPC. Yes, by law, we do not have the powers and the teeth to force them to take what we say. Hopefully, in the coming years and before our term has ended, we'll have something legally that says you must at least explain why you did not consider our advice as the experts within the planning space of the country. Thank you.
Indeed. So now we are moving on to priority 2 of those 7 priorities, which were announced by the President in 2019 in his third State of the Nation address. And priority 2 is, it focuses on education, skills, and health. And I want to bring you back, Dr. Mulukwani. Talk to us about the interrelationship between building human capabilities and the burden of disease in the country. What are the Planning Commission's perspectives in relation to strengthening the quality of education that is available to us? And there's a lot of talk out there, also a lot of academic perspectives around the quality of education that we don't actually, our schools are not actually producing, and our institutions of higher learning. And this is perhaps also a question for Dr. Poe as well, with regards to the quality of education that we have. And if we're talking about building capabilities that are commensurate to the kind of challenges that we have, or the development challenges that we have before us as a country. Firstly, let me hear from Dr. Mulukwani with regards to that interrelationship between education, building skills, and the burden of disease, and what advice has been put forth to make sure that we have healthy citizens who are able to take up opportunities, or to perform, or to participate, or to take up opportunities as they become available. Dr. Mulukwani?
If you have a dysfunctional system like local government, where people cannot even be provided with water or decent sanitation, you are obviously going to have a sick nation before you can even get them to school. If you are unable to make sure that enough jobs are created so that pregnant mothers can start eating well, so that they give birth to healthy children that can actually go through a better schooling system, you're definitely going to have a problem. Right. So we and I'm sure Professor Chong,
I think we are having connection problems there with Dr. Mulukwani. I think let's allow she's back. Go ahead, Dr. Mulukwani. Okay, let's allow Dr. Poe to quickly give us his perspectives. What are your perspectives in terms of transforming the education system to ensure that we bring out the kind of skills that are commensurate to what the country actually needs in order to take the country forward? Dr. Poe?
Yeah, on this one, it's actually a weird conversation I was having it with a colleague, which is, on one hand, I think we should be clear what we're lamenting about the state of education in South Africa. Because if you were to look at the IEBs and certain, I think what is termed public, but your more Model C schools, well, for some odd reason, they're able to produce the type of skills which even the international market takes in. So I think what we're actually discussing here is the failure of the public, the public schooling system as a whole. So I don't think we need to really reinvent the wheel a bit here. What we need to ask, and I like the way you framed it, is to say, listen, what does the economy need at the moment? Now, this is where it becomes this is where you require leadership, and I think this is where we've been lacking. Everybody knows what the economy requires. In terms of, we actually need, we don't need 100 or so scientists, and I know Dr. Mulukwani might disagree being a scientist. because I mean, science is a very niche area. For science to really give you the type of return on investment you need those great big ideas. So out of the 100, let's say out of the 50 scientists you bring into varsity, you'll probably need, maybe 10 or 5 to give you that big idea. The issue we're having is, how do we, in creating these 50 or so scientists that eventually whittle down to 20 or 10 who get PhDs, how do we commercialize some of those great ideas, right? And then the key question becomes, and it always goes back to this, what do we then do with the rest of the population of South Africa? And I think where leadership has been lacking is for someone, and maybe it's a president, maybe it's a minister, to say, listen, and I know saying this, some people might have a throwback, we actually need to almost cut, if not even put a cap on some of the people we allow to go into university. And by that, what we need to be doing is, how do we get the best TVET colleges? And by that, I don't mean you just simply say the word TVET. I actually say, listen, make it a world-class center, such as when you do go to Germany, where I spent a bit of time. The TVETs, one might say, are equivalent in terms of university to what you're getting. But we're not doing that. And to actually say, listen, if you're matriculant, your heart's desire might be to go study English and a history major, and we need certain core specialities for that. But the economy is saying, this is where the funding is, and this is where you could get a job. And this is what I'm thinking, you need leadership to tell us that listen, we can't fund each and every initiative. Where our money needs to go to is where we're going to get a return on investment. And return on investment for a country is creation of employment. And unfortunately, I don't think that type of discussion is happening, or people are too shy to actually say, listen, we can't invest into everyone's desires and wishes. This is what the economy needs. This is where we're investing. And how do we actually make it an honorable thing to be a part, to actually work, to actually use your hands? And the weirdest thing is that if you go back to some of the homelands, and I think Putatwana was one of the famous ones for doing that, there were those discussions which were happening, and government was not shy. Understandably, it was not a democratically elected government, but it was not a shy thing to say, listen, Wanaka, you are going to go into this direction. Because, and I know, as I said, it's a controversial thing, and I'm even stuttering when I'm saying it, but if you look at other countries that have been equivalent to South Africa, this is how they've developed. Someone has to make a decision to say, listen, this is what the country is investing into. If you're not going along with this one, we might try and find your second option. But the days of simply saying to choose what you like according to your heart, unfortunately, they cannot work because we don't have the resources to do it. And I think if we're to actually take that approach, education and the return on investment of education might actually be a bit better in the country.
Indeed, so you're talking about return on investment, Dr. Poe, and I quickly want to bring in Dr. Jantjies there. Talk to us about the amount of money that goes towards education, the budget that is allocated. I stand to be corrected that education and health has got probably the biggest chunks, takes the biggest chunk of the budget. And you can correct me on that based on your analysis. But how do we then ensure that really that there's quality, that we strike a balance first and foremost between what we want to plow into the social aspects, such as what we want to do with our grants and so forth, versus what we plow into the education system, if at the end of the day we are still going to come back and say, oh, but the quality of education is not good enough, it is not aligned to what the economy needs. So talk to us about that.
Thank you so much. I think in our analysis, we looked at the midterm strategic framework, how far we have gone since the 2019 in our report last year. And one of the areas we focused on was education, healthcare, and many of the sectors within the public spaces. And I think we do realize, and I think just first to emphasize the importance of human development. Clearly, as I said, in literature of economic development, that's a very important aspect of ensuring the country advances and develop a better, able human development structure that we have there. And I think our concern there, we picked up, actually, we are quite behind as a country in terms of how far we've set ourselves, in terms of ensuring our kids are able to compete with their peers globally on math and science. We're way behind. And I think by government admission, we won't realize our MTSF our goals already in the midterm report. And it's a worrying factor for us then. the issues around access to early child development. It's a big, big issue because when you look at the literature again, it's important that we pick up this development earlier on at the early child development stages. And we've seen that government has made strides in getting more people access to early child development. We have made a lot of strides into that. However, we've seen that post-COVID-19, that has been a lot of regress around that, particularly whereby more people fall out of the early child development sector, particularly that you see more people have lost their jobs and some cannot afford, so more parents, households have to actually rear the kids. And it's a very worrying factor because already we were not able to achieve our targets for early child development as set out in the MTSF, and it's significant issues around that in terms of Stats SA, we've seen a lot of household falling out of the access in that. The issue of lifespan, we've made good progress in terms of healthcare being an area that's able to see more citizens' lifespan increasing quite a lot. However, we're still behind with our targets in many of these disparities. I think what we have said in the reports that we've done on MTSF, particularly to Parliament on oversight perspective, is to say, hang on, one of the issues that we think is lacking is information. Absolutely. Because oversight, for it to be effective and to work, there need to be more, a lot of information to understand where the loopholes are, where the challenges are. And you find even, sadly, that some of these areas of priorities, there's less spending on it. You find that there's actually underspending of these areas, and you really want to understand where the issues are. And I think one of the big issues that we've recommended, we've advised to Parliament committees that, look, we need to get more information that indicates to Parliament why have we underspent or why have not achieved the target that we set ourselves. Of course, we know there are other matters like your covenant and so forth, but clearly, if we had budgeted, as you rightfully say, education and health being some of the bigger expenditure, there has to be understanding why we're not able to realize that. But only information can help us to realize that. And it's been our concern over the years to say we have set ourselves these targets within these social wage areas, but we're not seeing the outcomes of it. But what we've seen, we're also concerning us also, is how much over the medium term we're going to see real decline in these areas and spending by government, which is one fact, because if you say we'll not achieve our targets, education targets, we're not compatible with our international counterparts, lifespan is also not met with where we are, and why would then we see reduction in government spend in these areas, whereas we've not seen improvement? And I think that's for us an area where we think oversight has to be strengthened, but by getting more information from government in that regard, it's not stop there.
Which is also supposed to assist Parliament to play a more effective oversight role, because that you cannot do. You cannot conduct effective and outcome-based oversight if you do not have the data of where the challenges are and what you should be focusing on and what government should be addressing. But I quickly want to move over to priority number 3, which is about consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. And I want to direct this one to Professor Nsongwana. What are the NPC's findings on the current state of social protection in the country? And of course, there's also a view by a number of academics that we seem to, yes, number one, is social protection, is it comprehensive enough? Does it address all the needs of ordinary South Africans? Because it's not just for children, like for example with the basic income grant, there's this possibility, or there's this idea that is being discussed about whether we should actually have a basic income grant. But given that, that space of putting together a solid package of services and social protection for the poor, there's also the aspect of what then happens. You don't want to have poor people or the marginalized and the vulnerable indefinitely dependent on the state for their survival. There must be an exit strategy. And is there then, what is the intersection and the interrelationship between social protection as well as economic transformation? Because if we are unable to marry this comprehensive package of social services provided so that the person can have food to eat, to go and look for a job, build up the skills. We're talking about human development, skills development, the appropriate education so that they're able to have the skills that are commensurate to what the economy needs. But it must be transitional as well, where you are not indefinitely keeping children who are now receiving a child support grant. By the time the child is 18, they don't qualify for that grant anymore, but their life has not changed. And their parents, their caregivers who were looking after them, they were receiving that grant. Now they're 18, they are no longer eligible for that grant because there wasn't a transitional arrangement in place or an exit strategy in place to make sure that while you cushion the vulnerable, you also have a comprehensive plan, a support plan in place, an exit strategy to make sure that sister departments like economic transfer, like your, small business development and so forth, that even at local government level, your local economic development, your LED strategies begin to identify based on statistics and the data that is available, who are the people that are on these social grants, and how do we then empower them? What skills do they have? Do we have a skills audit that we are doing and making sure that we don't keep the vulnerable indefinitely in that perpetual cycle, in the cyclical process of poverty and inequality. And this question really, that's just to create context, Professor Nsongwana, but the question really is, what are the NPC's findings in relation to the current state of social protection? And of course, and I think this goes to all the panelists, how do we then create intersections? How do we create linkages and bridges between social protection and economic transformation and ultimately improving the quality of life of the poor? Professor Nsongwana, your perspectives on that, please.
Thank you. I think we need to bear in mind that as much as the National Development Plan recommends a comprehensive social security system, the government is still working towards that. People still struggle to have access to basic services, and our social grant system is parsimonious. And we don't yet, it's over 20 years we've been speaking of a basic income grant as the country, and now there's talks of building on the current social relief of distress grant, building on it towards a basic income grant. The latest findings from the Department of Social Development with its expert panels, the International Labour Organization, they have a key component in that report that speaks of a social compact which ropes in the private sector as well in terms of provision of internships and entry-level jobs. And of course, we have the expanded public works program that has been going on for years now, but it has its challenges because what it's meant to, or the original intention of the expanded public works program is that people work for a limited amount of time, usually 8 months, and then move into a job. But it's a very similar model to the States, which has much lower unemployment rates than we do. So people indeed go into this public works program, but after 8 months don't have a job. So you find that they go, after 8 months, they do another 8 months and another 8 months, depending on what is going on in that particular program, with, of course, nepotism being a challenge as well, or people being transient, going in and out. But if I may quickly say, please, that people in receipt of child support grant, with the findings are that it's not, it's more of a reliance, if I may be technical, than a dependence on social grants, because people use social grants for transport to find work as well, even though they are meant to be covering their daily basic needs. And they some use for small business enterprises, like buying sweets and give them to a child to sell at school, just to make that little much more than people have. So people are eager to work, but there are no jobs as such. So the whole context of the spatial patterns as well, where people are locked in to areas where they are far from economic hubs, where they can more easily access jobs, or spatial patterns in terms of education, where the quality of education, or just a simple example pertaining to the number of learners in a class, is just maybe overflowing, and therefore those variables will affect the quality of education. And then later on, of course, the pressure, because education feeds higher education. My co-panelist has already mentioned early childhood development challenges, but in higher education, we have subsidy-related issues where the model is such that you find perverse incentives where students are pushed through to graduate in order for universities to access the subsidy. And those students that are pushed through to graduate, they get to the labor market, and things get very difficult and very tricky, either in accessing jobs or in performing in those jobs. So, social protection has, a number of elements, as you said earlier on, that are very much interrelated. Absolutely. And as much as possible need to work in order to get that result of a wholesome citizen.
Indeed, and I quickly want to move over to priority 4, which speaks to spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. And I want to quickly link that in with the conversation around social protection. And Professor Tsongwana, you talk about people using this grant to go and look for a job, and they want to obviously look for opportunities, for work opportunities that are sustainable, to be able to feed their families and to live a better quality of life. But the question that I want to ask, it really is about the concept of spatial integration. And spatial integration, this whole notion that people must go into the CBD. They must go into old CBDs that have been there. You must go to the city of Cape Town. You must go to Joburg. Instead of actually developing township economies, so that people don't actually have to leave the environments where they grew up and where they live to go and look for opportunities, which makes it so much more difficult. And that's obviously one of the reasons why we have such a huge influx of people coming into big cities. But talk to us about this whole concept of spatial integration and our approach. I mean, I know that the NDP speaks, the underpinning, the foundation of the NDP is about economic transformation and transforming rural or activating rural economies as well, activating our township economies as well. So I quickly want to bring you in there, Dr. Jantjies. Talk to us about this notion of spatial integration, economic transformation, and also how do we ensure that we can activate economic growth because it matters where growth takes place. Do the poor have access to opportunities, or do all of the investment opportunities, do they always only go to areas that have been known to be your CBDs, or, it has been the norm for years and years on end? How do we begin to address that if we're talking about spatial integration and human settlements, and how that can also then become a challenge in the long term if you have too many people reliant on the budget of a particular local government, locality, or a district for the provision of services?
Thank you. I think before, I just wanted to comment on the previous priority, just quickly to add on what Prof was saying.
The social protection issue.
I think the public employment has actually, South African public employment program has been cited one of the best internationally in the literature, Right. So it's a good thing. I mean, as to add on the issue of public works, I was reading a literature where South Africa and other countries are cited to have a very good public employment program. And I think in our analysis, it's a very important area where government should probably consider consolidating that program. But yes, becoming a cycle where people get trained for a long time and they get cycled back into the economy. But also, that should not be seen as a social policy, but we've seen part of economic transformation or participating within the economy themselves, because people get experience, training, and they can continue to grow their experiences and so on.
Correct.
The second point I want to comment on, which is just really around the SRD as well, Social Relief Fund, has also been one of the important interventions by government to ensure support households. There has been evidence that shows actually that has reduced some level of poverty in that regard. And those are some of the areas where you localize its government spending, you're able to provide more leakages towards more economic activities happening within the localized area,
Right.
as opposed to being centralized in more broader, more major cities in particular. And I think the issues of around human settlement, I think our concern, because we also look at it as well, as I said earlier on, has always been the spending within that area, within the localized area. Actually, more rural provinces rely a lot on a more coordination within that space. And I think our concern has always been the capacity within the localized or regional areas in actually ensuring they bring in other players or within the regionalized area. And again, it boils back to the issue of information available to allow oversight within that space. And it's really been an issue that we thought to ourselves, if that can be strengthened, particular oversight around that particular area can really improve economic development in regionalized or localized areas in that regard.
Indeed, and I quickly want to bring you in there, Dr. Poe. Talk to us about this concept of spatial integration and the notion of bringing in that people can only really access tangible opportunities if they go into CBDs. And of course, that comes with a range of challenges as well, as I've already indicated that when it comes to human settlements already, there is a challenge. And you spoke earlier about, the area where you grew up, that literally that municipality has completely collapsed. But are we taking into consideration the fact that there's originally what that spatial environment was, but the population size, what was the original population size? And if we are not putting systems in place to develop rural areas and other parts of the country where there is economic potential, and you spoke about the importance of local economic development as well, and service delivery. So if, for example, the city of Cape Town has got X amount, was initially supposed to have X amount population size, and now it has tripled. How do you even begin to plan towards that? So I want to bring it back to the issue of spatial integration, not just within, and spatial integration, how do we look at it in a manner that we don't only have a one-sided perspective where we're thinking that spatial integration is about opportunities, all the opportunities are in the CBDs and they are in the main cities. How do we decentralize, and how do we take into account all of the other underlying issues that could cause a municipality to collapse, including, the budget is not sufficient, population size, that influx, and so forth. Dr. Poe?
Well, look, I'll answer it at three levels. Starting with, I think, what you asked, the science behind how do we see going forward.
Yes.
Look, one of my actual jobs is I actually do scenario planning, which is foresight, right? And part of foresight, and it's a weirdest thing when it comes to geography, because I think back in standard 10 it was called push and pull factors. Meaning people are attracted to where the brightest lights are because that's where development is. But now the question, and this is the second way I'm answering, is we've got about, I think, 244, I think it's 44 districts, municipalities, and about 205 local ones. Now, that's an oddity of South Africa when it comes to this priority, which is to say, for a country of our size, why so many municipalities? Because what you're simply saying is, from a small budget, you are microsizing it, right? Which is to say, remember, each municipality carries a cost. And I think we forget that sometimes. So if you had to really just reverse this, the question we should be asking about integration is to say, ideally, how many municipalities do we actually need? How do we actually club together the resources we have so that each and every municipality can actually start doing local economic development?
Yes.
Because the majority of rural municipalities, if you look at the budget line, right? The one I was in the city bank, you saw that the budget, about 60-70% of the budget actually goes to salaries. Now tell me, if 60 or 70% of your budget is going to salaries, when are you going to get down to doing the work to actually ensure that infrastructure is delivered? You actually get to speak to and improve local economic development. Absolutely. So the mistake is, and I'm not one for going round and round in circles, I think it's better if we just be clear. The biggest mistake we're making, and for some reason we don't want to get out of this mistake we're making is to say, let's cut down the municipalities we have. For instance, Gauteng does not need this many. Ideally, Gauteng actually needs 3 municipalities, 3 mega metro municipalities. And the reason I say that is because Gauteng, by design, because they had a lot of secondary cities, owing to the fact that in the Vaal, you can get a lot of steel made in a cheap way. We actually had secondary cities. That's what you can invest in. And for a lot of our northern provinces, here I'm speaking about Northwest and Limpopo, the orientation of how they're supposed to actually be working is not towards gearing towards the South African economy. They actually should be faced upwards towards saying, how can they better stir areas such as Botswana and Zimbabwe? And this is totally changes the mindset, because it says that, listen, I don't need to come to Joburg to get work.
Yes.
Because if I have a product which I can sell in places like Zimbabwe and Botswana, that can actually mean I can stay where I am.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, there is a huge lack of imagination from our political principles. And I wouldn't say administrators as such, in terms of how do we actually envision integration. Because integration, people are still stuck on, and they don't want to say it, they're still stuck on everybody either goes to Cape Town, Durban, we come to choose.
True.
And until we change that, we're going to be stuck in the cycle. So I say the first thing we need to do, cut down the amount of municipalities. And also, when investment comes in, this is where Asian countries are brilliant. When company X from the US or company Y from China comes in, ask them, what do you actually want to do? Well, look, we sell X and Y product. Incentivize them to go set up in the Free State. Incentivize them to go to the Northern Cape. Because to say you can't keep coming to Gauteng, but they'll tell you that Gauteng has X amount of infrastructure. What this then does is it puts pressure on government to put on the right infrastructure in places where it's lacking most. Because a lot of times businesses will cry about infrastructure, but government doesn't want to get into that because they're like, look, we've been lacking in that. So I think that's how we actually start thinking correctly and with a bit of imagination and science about the issue of integration and moving away from Durban, Cape Town, and Joburg. Because the future has to be Free State, Limpopo, and the Northern Cape, and the Eastern Cape.
Couldn't agree more. I quickly want us to move over to priority 5, and that is social cohesion and safe communities. And I want to hinge it on the current state of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. We have seen how this country has become even more and more violent. And we know that there is a context. Many scholars would say that it is because of our violent past, the legacy of apartheid. It wasn't a community policing. There was no community policing structures in place. It was the police force as compared to where we are right now. But obviously, women are at the receiving end of all of these violent crimes while finding themselves being vulnerable, making up the majority of the poorest and unemployed in the country. Talk to us, Dr. Jantjies, firstly about the amount, the budget that is going, and we know that gender responsive planning and budgeting is not mandatory in South Africa. So over and above the fact that we have got the NSP, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, gender responsive planning and budgeting is not mandatory across the 3 spheres of government. There's a framework in place, but that framework, when it comes to even planning and budgeting and implementing, there's nothing that compels, there is no legal instrument that compels the 3 spheres of government to plan and to have that in place before a budget is being passed. Talk to us about currently the amount of the budget spent on allocation towards addressing the issue of gender-based violence and femicide, and of course tied to that, we know that there's also other forms of violent crimes against children as well as just violent crimes in general where people are being hijacked and so forth. But what is the spend when we have to look at the burning issue, and that is the quality of women's safety in this country, which is a major, major issue?
Yeah, it is a very worrying factor. Even us in PVO, we are actually trying to relook at how our analysis really becomes more taking into account the gender-based mainstreaming, but also bringing in thinking around how do we read the budget, take into account the effect of the society as a whole, but also vulnerable society. So it's a very worrying factor. I remember I spoke to the team recently in our budget analysis. Let's try to make sure that we take into account the gender mainstreaming issues, just drilling down to those. So we're trying to look at that. I mean, there's a lot of, we have seen recently a lot of work that's been done, but we haven't really consolidated the spending because it's often more decentralized within the sectors, within the different sectors. So we haven't provided the big number. But I think one of this issue around gender-based violence, in one of the discussion, also look at literature, they're certainly linked quite a lot to economic activities, because most of the time you find that many of young women, they stay in the relationship, or not young, women generally, they stay in the relationship because of dependence on their partners and so on. But it's been a lot of work. I think one of the policy shift that we saw earlier, we were discussing earlier by the Finance Committee, was around understanding how women can have, partners can actually share in the equally within the economic benefits that are enjoyed by their partners. And I think this is very, one particular example is around pension retirement reforms, whereby you ensure that women feel secure, even if they're not working, they can decide to enjoy the benefit from their spouse or partner's economic benefits. And I think we will report on that at this stage. There isn't a very concrete specific amount which indicates how much you spend. But in our work, we'll definitely work on towards providing analysis specifically focusing on gender-based violence. Yeah.
Dr. Molokwane, if you are still with us, I would really like to hear from you. What are the challenges with regards to 3-sphere coordination when it comes to implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? And I would also like to hear from Prof, your perspectives as well, and perhaps your recommendations, Prof, based on the analysis that, of course, has been done by the NPC. But we know that mainstreaming is also not mandatory. Not all line departments have gender-responsive planning mechanism and systems in place that are mandatory for them to implement it, and which also must inform how the budget is being allocated. So talk to us about the coordination issues first and foremost, Dr. Molokwane, and then I will then immediately allow Prof to then talk to us about the recommendations or what can be done as we are moving forward, because we know statistics still tell us women are still being killed. We know that if we're looking at, if we're assessing how government is, our mainstreaming is being approached, that is also not being done effectively. So what can we do in going forward to ensure that gender-responsive planning and budgeting becomes mandatory, and that so that we can be able to begin to see a movement in the right direction when it comes to this issue? Dr. Molokwane, I'll start with you around the coordination issues.
Thank you. I think as the NPC, even from the NPC2, we have been advocating for gender-responsive budgeting. And it's something that I believe we need to take more seriously. We also at one point actually discussed the issue of when a woman or children are violated, they are taken to safe homes. Wouldn't it be better that the perpetrator is the one that leaves home, because those that are being violated, that eventually gets to be inconvenience. And I believe, and we believe that the approach to crime and violence in this country is a multifaceted approach. And the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy and the based violence femicide strategic plan is actually talking to such. It is then upon us, and probably a commitment that is needed from the state, to make sure that those are implemented. What is also key is to make sure that the relationship between the police and the communities is improved. We should relate better with the police. We often in our engagement talk to the lack of professionalization or professionalism in the police service. You know, how you get treated when you actually go to report certain crimes like rape. It has got no privacy, no sensitivity whatsoever, because most of our police officers are actually not trained in dealing with such matters. And that also makes women not to even report some crimes, especially, you know, gender-based crime. But key to all these, especially when it comes to crime and violence against women and children, is to empower our girl and boy children. Our that you need to go home with anything that you don't like. Our boys need to be trained and raised in such a way that we do away with this masculinity and patriarchy that young boys even grow up with. I mean, it's recently we're dealing with a young man that has or suspected to have killed a young woman. I mean, at that age, I mean, why does he think he's actually entitled? But I believe it's actually also the upbringing. That's what we need to start from. Raise kids that are empowered, that in a safe environment, because sometimes they say monkey see, monkey do. So I believe it also has to start from home as much as the government is doing to make sure that the women and children are safe, but as families as well, we do have a responsibility. Thank you.
Prof, I would like to bring you in there when it comes to the recommendations or the recommendations from the NPC when it comes to issues of curbing the endemic nature of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. What are the recommendations with regards to way forward, seeing that we have not really made an impact when it comes to effectively addressing the issue? And of course, we know that we do have the legal instruments in place, the legislative instruments in place. We now have the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide. But another important aspect, in my view, is also the issue of social compacts. What are the recommendations with regards to ensuring that all sectors of society are able to come together to play their part? Dealing, of course, with some of the issues that you've raised, Dr. Molokwani, the value system in the family home. Of course, I mean, that can also be seen as an issue that, program that social development can champion as well. But I mean, it's a wide range, multiplicity of issues that we really need to be thinking about and strategizing around as we go forward, but recommendations in the interim so that we can begin to see a positive change within that area of gender-based violence and femicide. Prof?
Thank you. I mean, I do suspect I don't have access to any research findings on this, but because we deal with so much survival issues like basic services, food insecurity, I think that there are things that we tend to lag behind in. Like Dr. Mungwana was saying, the focus on socializing the boy child into becoming a responsible man. If the father has migrated because of work and they're not there to raise their children. And we also have, for example, so many live-in domestic workers in the country who raise other people's children, who raise our children, without direct access on a daily basis to their own children.
Absolutely.
So these children end up raising themselves and being exposed to all sorts of social ills that get reinforced within their system with time. So by the time a woman is murdered by their partner, it is really too late, obviously.
True.
So I think it's almost seen as a privilege to focus on these things in some aspects of society because so many people are dealing with survival, right? And this is deeply unfortunate, which is why we need to deal with social protection and address social protection features in people's lives as much as possible so that we can get to the core of our human development in terms of our families, in terms of communities, and preventing, prevention planning in terms of gender-based violence and issues around social cohesion. I know that my response is probably not as specific as you would like, but it's difficult to move away from that macro scenario of poverty and inequality, and seeing people in those spaces prioritizing how a young man relates to a young woman, with a lot being taken for granted. I mean, sexism is a spectrum, right, and can lead to easily lead to violence. I mean, if I may, even by the time students get to higher education, the Department of Higher Education and Training has a transformation mandate for all universities and places of higher learning, where issues around gender-based violence and sexual harassment are within that office. And I can tell you, a lot of transformation offices at universities are overwhelmed with work because of the rate of gender-based violence in the higher education space. And young women, students in first and second year experience a lot of sexual violence. And it's just, by the time it gets there, it's really, it's hard to prevent certain violations. But I think that even in higher education, we do need to put the center in all our programs, the awareness around gender sensitized issues as a preventive strategy. We met with the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and trying to understand as a work stream within the National Planning Commission, their strategy in addressing such issues, even amongst government departments. But it was clear from the meeting that other government departments don't have to report or to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in terms of what it is that they're doing and what results their efforts are yielding in protecting women and abuse of young people, and access and prevention of abuse for people with disabilities. So I think that needs to be better aligned so that there is accountability not only within departments, but to the department that is meant to be devoted to the protection of women's rights. And I think that there should be more engagement from this department with institutions that have a challenge with women abuse, women and child abuse. I mean, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
It is a big problem. It's a big societal challenge, which does require the participation of a wide variety of stakeholders across the board. Yep. And in my view, if the education system is supposed to be a mechanism, we are empowering, we're talking about human development, but human development is also about inculcating a set of shared values. If we all as a country, we adhere to the provisions of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and dignity, our right to dignity and all of that, then my view is that we need to also then bring that into the education system, because there's all these instruments that we use. We want to democratize, we want to teach our society about how to participate in a democracy, but are we teaching our society and our children in particular from a young age how to participate as productive, sane, self-controlled members of our society? And I guess the last, before we move on to priority 6, I quickly want to give this last question in closing to Dr. Poe around, we did talk about quality of education, and how do we then shape our education system and reshape it in such a way that we don't just develop people who are ready to go and take up opportunities within the market space, but that also becomes a space where we can also inculcate values, the value system that is supposed to advance social cohesion and to also work as a lever, perhaps, to address issues of gender-based violence and femicide. Dr. Bowe, before we go on to priority 6.
I'll try to be quick. I was actually hoping you were not going to ask me that you're going to stay me for this one, because it's, look, I say that in the sense that, look, it's, and I think the Prof has touched on it, and this is maybe that I become a bit worried when you, because look, what you and I believe could be a totally different thing based on our religion and who we are, but you're right. So I always have a bit of an apprehension if I don't want, for me, I'm very strict. There's certain things, even in the Constitution, I don't think for my children are correct. But what we can agree to, and this is just common sense, is what you said, control. That, look, I don't have a right, unless I come under threat, to put my hands on any human being, male or female. And the reason why it becomes a bit complex is one of the signs, I think, of a failed state is the heightened sense of insecurity within a country, right? And this maybe speaks to how we have aligned or basically misaligned our police, our security sectors. As in, women don't feel comfortable to go there because they know that when I go there, nothing happens.
Absolutely.
So that's one side. I think that's where government should be held to the highest degree. But I think when it comes to human relations, I think there's a bit of onus on families and individuals in South Africa to almost catch a wake-up call. Because as a prof said, by the time human beings get to university, male or female, it's already quite problematic because there's many things you've inculcated within yourselves. So the bigger question, and this is where I do feel sorry for government, is to say, what are you teaching your child? Because for me, I would hate to get to a state where government is in my family. Because I know for certain of my religious beliefs and my cultural beliefs don't vibe with the South African Constitution. And I would not want to be indoctrinated in that way. But what I can say is to say, if you have a child, if you're in the process of making a child, surely you need to have that discussion to say, are you really ready? And are your values going to actually make this a better individual? And I think we shy away from putting the responsibility on citizens because it's sometimes easier here, because government has failed in so many things, that we can say this is a government failure. I think I only judge government to the point where if a male or a female goes to a police station even before that and says, listen, this has happened to me, surely, we should have the right systems and institutions which make sure that the perpetrator is arrested, the certain processes go hand in hand. So that's what I was saying. I was hoping we're not going to ask me that one because it's one of those very speciality ones, and I think Prof kind of answered it for all of us.
Yeah. Okay, I think with regards to priority 6, we have dealt with aspects of a capable, ethical, and developmental state to a certain extent. But what I want to do right now, and I know you gave me, all my panelists have given me like your opening remarks right at the beginning. We've now talked about all of the priorities, the key priorities that government has been seized with implementing since 2019. But I do want to hear your perspectives in closing, your closing remarks, so to speak. Obviously, we know that the development landscape has shifted since 2019, and specifically also it has been also impacted on by the COVID-19 pandemic. We've got a lot of social challenges right now, and some of our development achievements actually have regressed. So talk to us about what are the key things that we can take forward, and also with regards to, if we're looking at that, our conversation in context to what the President will be speaking to tonight, what are the key things that we should be seized with as we close off, as we go into this final year of the 6th dispensation? What are the key things from your analytical perspective, based on your expertise and skills in your area? What are the things that you feel the President probably should be speaking to, or you would be advising the President to be speaking to in going forward, so that we can be able to accelerate transformation and create a society that is more equal and create conditions, better living conditions and a better life for all? And I will start with you, Dr. Jantjies.
Okay, I thought we'll start with the colleagues and the, but thanks. I think, look, I will start by saying, let's remember how our colonization took place. It was a lot about exclusionary.
Absolutely.
And going forward, we should aim to ensure that we include everybody to participate either in services delivery, in economic development, in any activities in our economy. I think it's very important to remember that all the time. Secondly, as I said earlier, what we have seen during the period of 2003 and 2005, 2008, we've seen what happens if state becomes center of economy from policy, and also by participating with the economy itself, by investing in the economy, infrastructure, public corporations playing important role. We've seen everybody benefiting, including private sector, benefiting from the role of the states in particular. And that, in our view, should be the way forward. State continue to be at the center of it, particularly using both fiscal policy and monetary policy to ensure that our economy transform. And the issue around economic transformation is really linked towards the economic structural transformation quite broadly, where our resources, as much as it focuses on other matters, but should focus a lot on transforming economy, to focus a lot on productive sectors of the economy, because your manufacturing, agro-processing, and so many other factors that will enable more people to get jobs, but also recognizing that government is not a private company. Government is not a household, whereby when you look at the public government's budget, let's not look at it like we're looking at household or a business way. Understand that the public budget or government's budget is about really making the changes to the economy, making the changes to the society. Hence, it's important for government to remain within the center of ensuring that. Last point is around localization. I think localization should be important, very, very important. As I said earlier on, I'm concerned about we were concerned, at least in our analysis, recently, about the public procurement bill, a public procurement reform that's taking place, that the issue of local development have not really been paid attention a lot to, and that's an area that, in our view, as a parliamentary budget office, that Parliament has to really look close into the current public procurement reform, because it has a likely to have linkage towards localization, which links quite broadly with industrialization and economic development. I think that's very important. That would be my conclusion, and I know Wonderful. The President will touch on this matter. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I would like to quickly give Prof an opportunity to quickly give us your closing remarks, very briefly. Prof?
Well, if I can go back just to the Bill of Rights, the core element of the Bill of Rights is the protection of dignity, right? I think we should just go back and ask ourselves, what does protection of dignity mean? Because poverty erodes dignity.
Absolutely.
An example of a family living in a shack, they eat in the shack, bath in the same shack, consummate relationships in the shack, in front of children, fight and love in the same shack. What adults are going to emerge from this, from such an environment? They're likely to be very stressed and very strained and limited. And that is our future. And not to be reductionist, but also our social capital moving forward. Those are the crucial policy makers, moving forward. So I think it comes to dignity and dignity for everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can I have Dr. Poe, your closing remarks, please?
I'll try to be quick. Two things. One, no more dreams and no more promises. I think if the president says one more promises, I think South Africans will just literally say, we're done with you. And I think the second one is, look, account for what you put on the table. Actually show us. I think, as I said, most South Africans know things have failed, so it's not a taboo anymore. But just account, because I think always South Africans are, because I had the privilege of speaking to a few young people before coming here, in a state of hopelessness. As I said, South Africans drink, especially young people. Drinking in other countries is normal, but the manner in which we abuse it in South Africa speaks to a deeper problem, where there's such hopelessness. And I think the president should really just maybe spend time and just give account to that. To say, listen, we failed. I came in with many Tumamina things are unfair. And just going forward, I'm going to count from what I can. And I think that's what South Africans want. The South Africans are realistic enough to know that, listen, our problems are not going to be sorted out in the next year and a half. We're talking about 5 to 15 years.
That's true.
But we need people in leadership to catch a wake-up call and actually start addressing us like adults.
Okay, then the last one, the last bite from Dr. Molokwani, your closing remarks. Thank you, Dr. Poe.
Thank you so much. I think after we talked about everything that is not going right, I have to say one of the expectations from the NPC, especially the governance work streams, that the Local Governments and Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, which was passed in 2020, which seeks to separate and ban politicians from occupying offices in municipalities, should be implemented, should not just be a bill or a tick box or a document that we have approved. And maybe the president should actually hold the premiers and heads of departments accountable and have that in their performance management plans. And once we have done that and making sure that we get the right professionals in these places, we then would like to see the president look at regulations that would give effect to the intergovernmental relations framework, you know, how we can integrated plan and coordinated planning so that we are enabled to better jointly plan, because we will fail again with our DDM the same way we have failed with all the other plans we've had in the past. Thank you so much. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my word of appreciation to all of my guests, all my panelists, for a very informative conversation. Dr. Jantjies, the Director of the Budget Office in Parliament. We also would also like to thank Professor Ntongwana, who is from the National Planning Commission. I would also like to thank Dr. Poe, who is from the Wits School of Governance, as well as Dr. Molokwani from the National Planning Commission, for the wonderful perspectives shared. And I do believe that this conversation has created context as well, just an analysis as well, analytical perspectives around what the President possibly could be speaking to as he gives us the one last State of the Nation, or the second last State of the Nation address before we get into the national elections. With that said, let's quickly take a look at more information around what the SONA is about. Do stay tuned.
Thank you. Thanks.
I feel it should be poverty. I feel with everything going so technical and with the time things are changing so rapidly, I've heard of a lot of families struggling to stick together, and I don't believe it's always the individual's fault for landing up on the streets, but I've seen a lot of times where we are almost like just holding them off and trying to just, I don't know, control it when we should be giving them a place to stay. And with having social workers and outreaches and correct facilities, and maybe they are able to create a farm situation where they can learn how to farm, how to cultivate, and with all our land that we have, I believe families could be reunited and create some kind of income where we can start on a small scale, but we have to start integrating our less privileged people back into society before it gets too late and everything's just walking around and having your cell phone attached to you and not knowing real family values, because I think people are needing to be led more on a micro level. So yeah, that's what I think.
My name is Temi, I live in Cape Town, and I would like the President to address all of our pressing issues, from education to the economy, the inflation, housing, everything. Electricity, but I guess that encompasses everything. Education, healthcare. People need services. Please address all of these issues.
Hi, I'm Iberian Skippers. I'm staying in Cape Town, working for Yaliska Nisa, for electrical company, and I want the President to address us next week with some very important stuff, like for instance load shedding and stuff. We can't buy a lot of foods like meat and stuff because of the load shedding, and so this is just the thing I just want to say. Yeah, and for the President to address us for next week, I will be grateful for that thing.
So I'm Laura, and I think for me it's gender-based violence as a primary kind of focus would be amazing. That and inequality. If I was grading the government on how they deal with gender-based violence, I'd give them a 2.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are, of course, still building up to the President's State of the Nation address, which we are expecting him, which is scheduled for 7 p.m. this evening, where he will be outlining or announcing government's program of action for the year ahead. And we did, of course, also touch on the fact that 2023 is a critical year in that it is the final year in the 6th full year, in fact, the final full year in our 6th administration for government to begin to consolidate all of the work that it has started in 2019, obviously framing that within the context of the 7 priorities of the medium-term strategic framework. As we're building up, we have been having conversations with academics, with thought leaders, with analysts who have been sharing their perspectives about where we are as a country, and they painting this broad picture about the challenges, the multiplicity of challenges that we are facing as a country. And of course, it is not just for government and the President to solve. It is about bringing together all of these social partners, social and economic partners, but partners across the board to make sure that we build strong partnership to take the country forward and build the capability that is required to take the country forward. But in order for us to now quickly have another conversation, we are now joined by the whip of the Small Business Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly, and that is the Honourable Mr. Faiz Jacobs, who's here to talk to us about the work that has been done by the committee. Mr. Jacobs, welcome to the show. Thank you for making the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me, Sibulela, and it's nice to be on the Parliament TV. It's my first interview. So let me quickly introduce the portfolio, and I'm standing in for our chair, Honourable Member Sizwela, Violet Sizwela. I'm the whip for small business development. It's a small portfolio, but a very important portfolio.
Absolutely critical.
Small business is everybody's business. You know, we have a situation where a lot of our people are on welfare. More than 16, 17 million South Africans, and we one of the only countries in the world that still have a social net for the poor and the vulnerable. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to create an entrepreneurial spirit. We're saying to South Africans especially, let's create an enabling environment for you to create jobs. Instead of being a job seeker, be a job creator. And so the president last year made certain announcements. Our budget is quite small. We have a 2 billion rand budget with our Minister Stella Nkabende. And our main focus is to create an enabling environment for small business development. As you know, our economy is highly concentrated. You have big companies. In the retail sector, you have the top 5. In the telecommunications, you have top 3 or 4. In the banks. And there's generally collusion and closing up. And we want to ask them, and we're actually saying that we must deconcentrate the economy. Absolutely. So that small business, Black, South African youth, women, are also getting a piece of the pie. We don't just want to be workers, we actually want to also own and be producers of the economy. So this department is very crucial. We have a program called the Township and Rural Economic Program, where we're creating opportunities for you, if you're a spaza shop, welder, a beauty care technician, if you bake really well, if you have these skills, personal skills, you can get a loan or a grant from government to ensure that we build our economies. So I think we're excited. We're hoping that that budget will be increased. I mean,
you talk, Mr. Faiz, Mr. Jacobs, you talk about how highly concentrated our economy is, in that the economy literally is owned by a handful of people. I want to touch on that and just expand a little bit on that and ask the question around what is the portfolio committee doing with regards to addressing issues of monopolies, because that's monopolization. Yes, it really is about those few companies that are literally running the country, or taking the bulk of business opportunities away. What is the small business portfolio doing to ensure that enough spaces open up? Is it a regulatory framework issue? Is there a sufficient legislation in place to make sure that those who are still at the periphery are able to come into the mainstream economy? Because over and above the resources that are available, you're talking about the grants that are currently available. The second issue obviously is how accessible are those grants? And thirdly, linked to that is that how do we then, in a cascaded manner, how are we able to measure where that money is going, which provinces that money is going to, which districts that money is going to? Because people will hear about the grants that are available and they'll say, but I've never heard about that. You understand? So for me, like the question is the monopolies.
Let me respond to those 3 questions.
Okay.
So last year, just post-COVID, we invited all of the big retail companies. So we had Pick n Pay, ShopRite, Spar. We had them all in, and we asked them one simple question. What are you doing for small business development? What are you doing for enterprise development? How are you helping the township economies? So, for example, if there's a lady in Kailicha which is doing really well with, let's say, acha, can't we build a profile where they can also grow and have their products, South African products, on the shelf?
Absolutely.
And so we've seen there is progress on this, but there's still a long way to go. I mean, I was one that was very critical of some of the retail chains because they're not doing enough. You know, government can do so much, but we're calling on the private sector. We're calling on the private sector because of the legacies and inequalities that we have. We're calling on them to not only just focus on the bottom line, but also take our communities with. Our people are willing. I mean, myself and the minister, we just handed over about 75 beneficiaries, I think yesterday, to people that needed equipment. And the key thing is there, we need access to markets.
Absolutely.
We need access to markets, so that was the big issue. We're also calling, we're gonna call on the big companies, so the banks, the telecommunications. Not only must they make their products cheaper and make it more affordable, accessible, but it must also help with the value chain. I mean, let me take agri processing in the Western Cape. If you look at the value chain from seeds to when that product is packaged, that whole value chain, that whole process is largely still white owned. Very little has changed. So what we are asking through that whole value chain is how can South Africans, the majority of South Africans, only just be consumers? Why can't we also be part of that? And why is there not a deliberate attempt to build that? So I think that's the one thing. Let me answer your second question on access to these grants. You're right. We get the department in on a quarterly basis, and we ask them, give us the demographics, give us the racial profile, give us the area, and we're asking them. Yes, they say, no, it's poppy, and we can't declare without the beneficiaries. So what we do have now, we have a provincial breakdown, and we have a race breakdown, and a gender breakdown, and a youth breakdown, and a disabled breakdown. So we can clearly see there is room for improvement. We're pushing hard that we want more than 50% of women. We want to empower our women because they are the mothers, the nurturers. So we want to empower them. We're also pushing quite hard that young people must be there, they must create their own destiny. So the quota for young people and disabled is something that there's also room for improvement. Look, the concentration of deals are still in your predominantly big cities. So it's your Johannesburg, your Cape Town, your Durbans. But we are asking them that our department must be developmental bureaucrats. Absolutely. And go into our townships and our dorpies and make those opportunities available. But we're also asking, and part of the president's call now is to lend a hand, and businesses also, to lend a hand to make it, to work with us on this matter.
So when we're talking about the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, particularly, you spoke earlier, Mr. Jacobs, about the importance of inculcating this new perspective, this new school of thought for those who were previously marginalized to be job creators as well, for them to actually start their own enterprises so that they can be able to also then employ. How do we then make sure, what work has the committee done to ensure that the information in terms of startup seed funding that is available across the board, how do you then communicate? How do you make sure through your oversight that the Department of Small Business communicates effectively? Because a lot of times it's about access to information. People do not have access to information, although funds are available for certain things, and you're talking about the 75 beneficiaries. Obviously, there should be more. More people should be benefiting, and obviously, what we would want to see is more people coming out of that space of unemployment, because we know that unemployment figures, I mean, they tell a very grim tale of where we are as a country right now.
So look, I think more can be done. There is room for improvement. But let me take you through a process. So we focus from the informal trader. You know that mama and that gogo that stands by the school and the tuck shop. So we support them. We're saying let's formalize them. Let them become part of the system. We're saying to municipalities, stop persecuting and asking for permits and chasing our people away. I mean, here just on the Grand Parade, I had to intervene and say to the city of Cape Town, stop your nonsense. Because historically, our traders were trading here. Absolutely. After a big fight, we got them back and trading on Wednesdays and Thursdays. They chased our people away from Gatesville, Langa, and we're asking, make space available. It's not only in the city of Cape Town, you'll see it also in Johannesburg, where informal traders want to ply their trade. It makes it very expensive. So the bylaws, Minister's working on a standard bylaw to ensure that all our municipalities make it affordable, accessible, and their responsibility to create access to markets, especially by the taxis, by the ranks and the township economy. So that's the one role we're doing. There's a lot of outreach. Every quarter, we're asking them, where are you going? So we want our department, CEDA, CIFA, the ministry, and minister's really an activist. She goes out. I saw her on the roadshow. So every province, every door, we're trying to cover. There's a lot of information on the social media. I myself, I do a lot of promotion. I go to all the Cape Flats areas. I'm the member of parliament for the Greater Athlone area. So my constituency is sometimes feel marginalized, sometimes feel that they're not looked at, they don't feel that government is representing us. We have a city and a provincial government that is wanting to maintain status quo and not pushing a transformative agenda. I mean, in the city, you don't have a localization policy, you don't have a black beneficiation. They feel that the historical legacies of apartheid will be automatically, mysteriously disappear. We still strongly feel that you need to have a quota system, you need to have black affirmation. And so what we're doing, yes, we can do more. I'm making the point that we're getting the information out. We're also saying to people, stop, move away from the informality. Get your business registered. It's easy now. So you go to CPIC, you pay 160 Rand online. You can register for Faiz Cakes and you get your CPIC. You can open a bank account with 100 Rand. You can get your tax clearance, and you're ready to go. So there is a lot of, we're also taking people, to asking people, yes, we'll show you where the information is, but you need to make the effort. Being an entrepreneur is not easy, but our job is to make it easy. I'm a champion, I'm a fighter for especially the informal traders. I think they create so much jobs. And now with the riots now, we went to Durban and we went to Pretoria and Johannesburg, and we could see firsthand the struggles and the tribulations that our small business and formal traders are experiencing. I'm appealing to private sector. Let's make local as lekker. If you create jobs, and that's also part of that circular economy. If you own your own fashion design and I make my belts, we keep the money in the township. And instead of it going out to the big retail companies, if I support you, it can help your kids with school fees and you can help me. So it's that type of, we want to say, let's buy black. And we also want to say, let's buy South African. But we're calling on all the businesses. If you are a white business and you feel it in your heart, let's partner, let's mentor, let's develop. We don't want handouts anymore. We want genuine entrepreneurial opportunities for our communities.
And in conclusion, just as you conclude, Mr. Jacobs, how do we then build a system where these small businesses that are starting out in the township, if you're saying we want a vibrant township economy, and of course we're running out of time, just quickly, how do we make use of the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement? And you're talking about markets, access to markets. It may be possible that, our market locally may be oversaturated. There may be things that you cannot necessarily sell, but it's a quality product. How do we then tap into that, the opportunities that are available through the Africa Free Trade Area?
So again, the African Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of the amazing things that our president has signed. So it basically says that through our AU, through our being part of the African diaspora, South Africans can now trade freely into Africa. We've transported our big banks, our big retail companies right into Africa. Absolutely. But with this portal now, there's a portal called She Trades, which encourages women to register your business, and through the African Trade Agreement, you can do import-export. There's a lot of trade expos, there's a lot of opportunities. So our job as government is to ensure that these opportunities come to our people. Our job is to ensure oversight. So we're quite hard with our department. Our department has a clean audit, but we're saying we want more than just a clean audit. We want actually more buck for our money, more developmental impact. So we're really checking their targets. I think we're saying 20,000 targets for small business. So there's quite a lot of push, and hopefully with the president now, more can be done. Livelihoods after post-COVID and the recovery plan. We asked the banks to make access to finance more affordable. Unfortunately, the banks didn't come to the party, and the president also lamented this thing. Should we move away from just driving for profits? And we asked the bank, because the president said 200 billion Rand, this South African government will give credit guarantees for, and the banks could only facilitate loans to the value of 10% of that. So the big problem is South Africans is overly debted with consumer. We buy luxury cars and we buy big things and expensive things, but we don't make debt for productive use. And I think that's also the culture we're trying to make. So in conclusion, I want to say thanks for the opportunity. And while everybody makes all of this noise about we are plodding on, this government is delivering under the president, so it's our democratic right to allow all of the people to make the noises. But I think we are staying the course. You see our president in all of his efforts is committed to deal with the energy crisis. We are committed to deal with the findings of Zondo Commission, but the rule of law must take its course. And at the same time, we are committed to our people, unlike other political parties. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacobs, for sharing those insights with us. That was Mr. Faiz Jacobs. He is the whip for the Small Business Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly. Let's quickly take a look at these clips on what the President has committed in relation to SMMEs in his 2022 State of the Nation address. Do stay tuned.
We have given ourselves 100 days to finalize what I call a comprehensive social compact to grow our economy, to create jobs, and to combat hunger. This work will build on the foundation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which we adopted, which remains our common program to rebuild the economy. We remain focused on the priorities we identified in the State of the Nation last year, they being overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic, a massive rollout of infrastructure, a substantial increase in local production, and employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, the rapid expansion of our energy generation capacity. To be effective, this social compact needs to include every South African and every part of our society. In the end, we must all be imbued with the understanding that no one must be left behind. We are working together to revitalize our economy and end the inequality and injustice that impedes our progress as a nation. We are standing together against corruption and to ensure that those who are responsible for state capture will be punished for their crimes. We are rebuilding the state and restoring trust and pride in our public institutions. If there is one thing we all agree on, it is that the present situation that we are in now, of deep poverty, unemployment, and inequality, is unacceptable and unsustainable. There is agreement amongst a broad and diverse range of South Africans that fundamental change and fundamental reforms are needed to revive economic growth in our country. There is a need both to address the immediate crisis and to create conditions for long-lasting stability and development. To achieve this, South Africa needs a new consensus. A consensus that is born out of a common understanding of our current challenging situation and a recognition of the need to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. This should be a new consensus which recognizes that the state must create an environment in which the private sector can invest and unleash the dynamism of our economy. But equally, It is also an environment in which South Africans can live a better life and unleash the energy of their capabilities. This should also be a new consensus which embraces our shared responsibility to one another as South Africans and acknowledges that we are all in this together. And together, we must find solutions that will take our nation forward. The first two phases of the presidential employment stimulus programs, which we launched in October of 2020, have supported over 850,000 opportunities. More than 80% of the participants in these opportunities were young people, and over 60% of the participants were women. Now, that is an important development. And we were able to do this within a short space of time. Once we were hit by COVID, we gathered our wits around and decided that we needed to give protection to our people and to expand employment opportunities. This program has also supported young women like Tracy Nkosi from Springs, who was employed as an education assistant in Welgedag Primary School, and who says this opportunity has motivated her to further her studies in the educational sphere. She was brought in when we brought in assistants into our schools at the height of COVID, and we brought hundreds of thousands of them, and Tracy is one of those. And once arriving at the school to do what she thought would be menial work, she immediately found that she could do more important work, and now she wants to advance her studies and become an educator. It has also supported Umama Unosipho Tsekwana from Mpendle in KwaZulu-Natal, who used her farming input voucher, which was part of this program, to buy maize, to buy manure, and supplements for her livestock. The total number of direct beneficiaries will soon rise to over 1 million South Africans with regards to the plan that we now have. This includes over 500,000 young people appointed as education assistants, making it the largest youth employment program ever undertaken in our history. The employment stimulus will also enable the Department of Home Affairs to recruit 10,000 unemployed young people for the digitization of paper records in the department, enhancing their skills and contributing. They will also be contributing to the modernization of citizen services. Now, these are young people that currently are unemployed that we will bring in. We would like to bring in more, but our fiscal position does not enable us to do so. The Social Employment Fund will create a further 50,000 work opportunities using the capability of organizations beyond government in areas such as urban agriculture, early childhood development, public art, and tackling gender-based violence. In addition to expanding public employment, we are providing support to young people to prepare them for the work and link them to opportunities in industries. To encourage hiring by smaller businesses, we will be increasing the value and expanding the criteria for participation in the Employment Tax Initiative. Now, this tax initiative has proven to be one of the most successful programs that we have put in place to bring in young people into the world of work. And invariably, the majority of them always find permanent employment once they are brought in through this program. We want to expand this so that more young people are brought into the world of work. For several years, this has been an effective way to encourage companies to hire new work seekers. The changes to the incentive will make it easier for small businesses in particular to hire young people. The Minister of Finance will announce the details of these changes in the budget. We call on companies to support this effort, to take up the incentive and give young people a place in the world of work. The SA Youth.mobi platform for young work seekers to access opportunities and support has now risen to 2.3 million young South Africans who have registered. And of these, over 600,000 have been placed in employment opportunities. A revitalized National Youth Service will recruit its first cohort of 50,000 young people during this next year, creating opportunities for young people to contribute to their communities, to develop skills, and to grow their own employability. The Department of Higher Education and Training will place 10,000 unemployed TVET graduates in workplaces from April of 2020. Now, that is a big number, but we obviously would want more. In preparing this State of the Nation address, I was assisted by two young South Africans who are working as interns in the presidency, Ms. Naledi Malachi and Kiarabetswe Mabate. Now, they told me about the pain that is felt by young people who find themselves with a qualification but are unemployed because of lack of experience. This forces many into jobs that have little or nothing to do with what they have studied. Now, all the measures I've outlined are essential to provide young people with the work experience that they need to take up their first step in the labor market. Now, we call on the private sector to support these measures and wherever possible to drop the requirement of experience so that we can give many young people a possible chance for their first job.
The energy crisis facing our country is the issue at the top of all South Africans. Load shedding continues to have a huge impact on the lives of all South Africans, disrupting business activities and placing additional strains on families and communities. Joining me now is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy, Mr. Sahlulele Luzipo. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Parliament TV.
Good afternoon to you and the viewers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luzipo, for joining us. The first thing before I go to an issue that I spoke about in the introduction, if you could briefly share with our viewers what are some of the oversight deliverables of the Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy.
Look, I think the first thing we must say is that it depends on what people view the committee's work. But I can safely say that there are quite a number of issues that we have done. For an example, we have engaged with stakeholders that have felt that we were not doing enough in terms of recognizing them. So almost all the complaints that have been raised in relation to relationships with the portfolio committee, we have been able to attend to those issues. We have been able to attend to many queries that people have made, be it complaints in relation to matters that relate to compliance with BEE requirements, be it matters that relate to challenges that communities are faced with. We have been able to run through from a year before last up until last year, running through public hearings, which were finalized. Unfortunately, the department had to withdraw some of those, and we hope they will be able to rectify certain mistakes that were there and finalize them. We have also been able to work, which is something that is very unique in terms of relations between sister portfolio committees. We have worked with many other sister committees, for example, on the issue of illegal mining, the social impact that it does have in terms of social crimes. We've worked with the committee on police as well as home affairs, conducted oversight visits and engage all those that are affected. So I would say that we have been one of the most active portfolio committees, including amongst other issues what we are currently dealing with. First, we had started with the Committee on Public Enterprise on the issue that relates to the energy crisis, specifically on electricity. So we're working with public enterprise. So I would say that there are quite a number of, but I don't want to be someone who works in order to be recognized or be praised. We work because we've got a responsibility to utilize the privilege of being members of parliament to the benefit of our people.
And you've mentioned having worked with sister committees, in particular on the issue of legal mining and having conducted certain oversight visits. Have you made any findings from those oversight visits? Are there any findings from those oversight visits? And if there are any, what recommendations did you make to Parliament?
Look, we have made quite a number of recommendations. Obviously, the report with regards to illegal mining, that report has been done. It has been adopted by the three portfolio committees. It has not yet been debated in Parliament, and it contains a number of recommendations. Amongst those are issues that relate to the relationship that South Africa needs to have, because in our view, we won't be able to resolve the issue of illegal mining if it is being seen only as a South African problem. We need to engage with our sister countries within the SADC region, and that's one of the recommendations, so that whatever decision we take, it must be a decision, a holistic one. We have made recommendation, for an example, of a specialized unit from the police service that is well trained to understand how illegal mining is taking place. We have looked at the issue of very strict restrictions or categorization of certain commodities in the same way in terms of your Kimberley process with regards to diamond, to say there needs to be now staggered prescriptions as far as the management of gold as a commodity. So there are quite a number of those recommendations that we have been able to make.
Just also sticking to this issue of illegal mining, we are all aware of the incident that took place a few years ago at the Lily mine. And I believe that the committee has made some recommendations that were also adopted by the National Assembly relating to that mine. What has the committee done then to follow up and see the implementation of those recommendations?
Look, you will recall that some of those recommendations are quite complex, and I think we must say so. For an example, in Lily mine, one of the recommendations that were made, they also have legal implications. What we therefore resolved on was that anything that is being done, it must be done within the confines of the law. So you must make sure that we are taking legal decisions. What are those? Amongst other things, we said, because what we are dealing with is a private land, there is an individual who controls the mining right. It will be difficult for the state to put any resources on a private land, because if somebody is injured on your workplace, it is the duty of the employer to take full responsibility, including the recovery of that individual. And mining is no different as a workplace. But if it is a disaster in the manner that we categorize this, we then said the state then must invest the resources so that those people can be retrieved. It can't do so if you still have that area as a private land. Hence, we said then they must be declared as a national, as a disaster area, so that resources can be put in and justify the expenditure. Two, we said, because one of the problems we are having in Lilimani is that the company, in as much as it says and has tried to enter commercial transaction of sale, but it is the very same company that has been held responsible by the Department of Mineral Resources through its internal inquiries, which is now an inquest that has been now also is underway, led by the magistrate's office. The point is that as long as the company is the one that makes a determination of what is a good or a bad offer, a wrong offer, it will not be able to sell, because once it is sold and the work is started of mining and concurrently try and retrieve those bodies, it will mean then evidence, if those workers are discovered, evidence will be on the table, and therefore a case of murder will kick in. And that's why we believe that it is deliberate, which is why then we suggest, amongst those recommendations, was that because it's selling, government must then expropriate that mine with reasonable compensation, so that you can pay the creditors, you can also deal with that. Then on top of that, we then said, having done so, then you can be able to sell as a state, or use the state-owned mining company to continue with mining in order to recover the money spent on the recovery process. The last thing that we said is that generally we've got a problem of conflicting, of unharmonized legislations or law, the MPRDA as well as the Companies Act. When people are granted mining rights, they are granted mining rights through the MPRDA under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. But when then there are financial challenges or any other thing for operational reasons that makes the business not to move, they opt for the Companies Act, which allows the use of business rescue practitioners. And we have said that is one of the problems you have now in Lilimani, that is under business rescue practitioners for 7 years, and there's no progress that is being shown. So we say harmonize these two legislation so that the question of ownership of a mining right should remain with the custodian department, which is currently the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy.
And lastly, if you could just say, you've mentioned a number of issues that I would like you then to maybe hear from you on to what are your expectations then from the President when he delivers the State of the Nation address tonight?
Look, I think we can't run away from the fact that we've got an energy crisis. I think two things for me that the President will have to assist the nation. Just take it through the journey. One of those, in my view, is in this question of the electricity supply. We need, because at times we do what I would call one at the expense of the other. The reality is that the power utility is under strain. It's a crisis. I always say it's like when somebody comes to you and say your car is beyond repairs. You may take the car, do it in your own way, but it will never be original, that car. Somebody may do it, it becomes the original car. But let's deal with the reality. The reality currently is that ESCOM cannot perform to the maximum expectation of South Africans. And that has got a direct impact in every corner of the social lives of individuals, whether it's in business, whether it's healthcare, whether it's what, it affects everyone across. And therefore, we then need to look at what in the meantime could be done to balance fixing ESCOM, but at the same time ensuring that there is necessary and the required electricity on the grid. There are many other options, obvious, that we can take. Look at towards your 2010. We were told that there are certain types of globes we must buy. We were told that there are certain rooftop solar panels that needs to be there as a way to save electricity. We were told that after 6 o'clock and so forth, even public buildings, we must close the lights. So even energy saving mechanisms are things that will be required. How to grow the economy in an environment that is like this. But also lastly, in my view, we must then be able to say, in terms of our infrastructure development project, What are those huge, big capital projects that we will need to do in order to boost our economy?
Chairperson, I must thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. That was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy, Mr. Satlulele Luzipo. For now, let's see how are the road closures around Cape Town.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
You are still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. It is the build-up to the State of the Nation address, where we expect President Cyril Ramaphosa to deliver at 7 o'clock tonight. In studio, I am joined by Dr. Kenneth Jacobs, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health. Good afternoon, Dr. Jacobs, and thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV. If you could briefly share what are some of the key deliverables for the committee.
Well, as you know, the committee is constituted of many different parties, so it's a multi-party committee, and we only deal with a number of issues. On the one hand, we deal with the legislative issues, so when a bill is brought to Parliament, then we have to go through the bill in the manner which is described for us, and it's very set ways in which we ought to deal with a bill. And the second one is, of course, oversight over the executive and oversight over the departments, but also oversight over the entities. So we have 13 entities which we have oversight of within the health sector. That's basically what we do.
And having mentioned a legislative framework as one of your key priorities, what is the current update or progress that has been made in relation to the National Health Insurance Bill?
We have made quite a bit of progress in that we only have about 3 meetings left as the Portfolio Committee on Health. The first one is for us to receive a final input from the state law advisors and the legal services of Parliament as to the discussions which we've had and the inputs which we had received from the public hearings and the oral submissions and the deliberations by the members, as well as by the Department of Health. So that would be the first meeting which we will have within this month.
And then following that would be discussions on the A list from what is brought by these legal people to the committee. And then lastly, we will have to adopt the list, which is then, or the bill, which is then a B bill, as the committee before it is then taken to the National Assembly.
All right, and thank you for that. But I know that recently you undertook an oversight visit to Gqeberha.
Yes.
Can you justly indicate what is the state of healthcare services in the Eastern Cape province?
Well, firstly, we visited 4 hospitals in Gqeberha. Uitenhage Provincial Hospital, PE Provincial Hospital, Doran Ginza Hospital, and Livingston Hospital. What we found mostly are that there's a challenge with staffing, both the clinical staff and the non-clinical staff. We also think that the number of services which they're providing could be increased, and it could be increased in a sense of delivering more of the services at the different hospitals and it not being centralized so much at particular hospitals. Considering that it is a wide geographical area and people have to travel, for example, for children's health, pediatrics, to Doran Ginza Hospital, there is a suggestion they should, for example, also have that delivered at Livingston Hospital. And then, as far as the non-clinical staff, there's a moratorium on the appointment of non-clinical staff, which we think needs to be sorted out very fast, because clearly you cannot have a hospital facility being taken care of by one plumber and one carpenter, not even having an electrician, a resident electrician, for example. So that to us was exceptionally important. And then as far as laundry services are concerned, we thought that at Doran Ginza, we didn't see linen really for the patients, and the Eastern Cape Health must really look into this and be certain and assure the people they'll be able to provide good, clean linen to all patients. And then infrastructure was a major challenge. There has not been enough investment into the infrastructure. Now, you can have a shell which is not in a good condition, you'll not be able to operate within that shell. And that's basically what we see, that there needs to be investment into the infrastructure, but it needs to be ring-fenced for infrastructure, and there needs to be a lot of attention given to buildings which are not in good conditions. Then as far as their medical records are concerned, we found medical records in different places within a facility, which is a major concern, because it also obviously leads to this challenge of medical legal claims, which we find in South Africa.
Now, you've also mentioned, like, you've spoken about suggestions and more suggestions, but we need implementation.
Yes.
Are we likely to see those suggestions becoming reality? And is that likely to happen within the 6th Parliament, or is it a legacy that will be carried over to the 7th Parliament?
No, it will definitely be dealt with within this 6th Parliament, because we have put proposals and suggestions which make it a responsibility for us to return to the Eastern Cape within 3 months. Now, those 3 months have just expired last week. But we unfortunately also in the position that due to the normal processes and programs of Parliament, we have not been able to adopt the report of the Portfolio Committee within National Assembly itself. And, but that would not deter us from having the follow-up meeting, physical meeting to Gqeberha again. But also telephonic, I've been in telephonic discussions with the MEC and the HOD, so we're definitely going to be following up.
But will those follow-ups yield any results if they are done telephonically or through emails? As we would know that it's easier sometimes to get departments and entities to act when there's a recommendation from the National Assembly. 3 months after the oversight visit, the report has not been adopted and tabled to the National Assembly. Can you confidently say that there would be action through those phone calls and those emails without the recommendations of the National Assembly?
Yes, I can say that, because those telephonic conversations had already resulted in me receiving particular reports from the HOD and the MEC. And they've already made plans to attend to some of these challenges. So I could see it in their plan of action, also with time frames when they're going to be able to address the challenges which we had raised. But apart from that, I'm a medical doctor. I really carry the people of South Africa, you know, in my heart as a medically trained person. And that enough is a motivation for me as the chair to make sure that these things are implemented.
And speaking about carrying the people's hopes at heart as a medical doctor, we know about the prevalent new COVID-19 variant in China. Do we need to worry? Are we prepared to deal with anything that might arise from that?
We don't have to worry. When you look at the variants, the same variant which we had in South Africa, maybe a little bit of a subvariant, but people don't really get that ill as they did with the prior variants which we had. And at this point in time, so many months later, after China had opened its international airlines and people are moving around, we've not picked up those variants within South Africa. And so we think, and also in terms of our immunity, many of our people have natural immunity and also the immunity which they'd received because of the vaccines. And it is the same variant, so we think we have complete immunity against that variant.
Briefly, your expectation from the President tonight?
I think the President will speak a lot about the energy challenges which we are having, and let's not forget that it impacts on every facet of people's lives, so he's going to spend a lot of time on that. He's going to speak on the health issues and on policing and crime, and I'm also hoping that it gives some hope to the people of South Africa that even in these difficult times we'll be able to manage whatever is set before us.
Chairperson, thank you very much for talking to us this afternoon, and wish you all the best for this evening.
Thank you.
That was the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health. You may follow Parliament's live streaming on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, that is at Parliament of RSA, and you can also hashtag on Twitter SONA 2023. For now, stay tuned.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. We have quite a number of interviews with different chairpersons of different portfolios here in Parliament today. So we've got a lot and lots of information to share with the viewers today. So with me in the studio at the moment, I am with Mr. Fikile Kasa, who is the chairperson of the PC on Cocta. So Mr. Kasa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir, and the viewers.
Yes. Mr. Kasa, you are welcome. And then what have you been doing this year with regard to oversight in general as Cocta?
As the portfolio committee, our responsibility is to monitor the performance of the department and entities reporting to it quarterly. That's what we have been doing. And we also engaged the department in dealing with their annual performance plans and strategic plans to see how far they are going, contracting them. And beyond that, generally, we are conducting oversight over municipalities, focusing on municipalities that have been having successive disclaimers, and also municipalities that were declared as dysfunctional by the department. There are about 64 of them. We are visiting them one by one, taking one each province at the first instance. And number 3, we are also monitoring, oversighting initiation custom, where there are usually deaths that are encountered, and in particular in the Eastern Cape, we are also monitoring that. And lastly, we also focused on the annual performance plans or the annual outcomes of 2021-2022 for the department as well as its entities. So that's what we were focusing on this year.
And then what will inform the committee agenda with regard to the final year of this 6th Parliament?
In fact, generally, across the country, when we visit municipalities, there are specific issues that have been raised either by the Auditor General or by our general observation that there's instability across municipalities, especially those that have been declared dysfunctional. It's political instability to start with, and you also have got issues where you have got this interface between politics and administration that creates a problem. So our focus is on demanding on those who have got responsibility to stabilize municipalities, usually political parties. And number 2, we have just passed legislation which should be implemented this year that is beginning to say municipalities should not be allowed to employ incompetent managers. And that's what we are going to monitor and make sure that that happens. Authority of MECs, they have been given more powers now to make sure that municipalities do not employ incompetent people. So that has been a problem. But generally, all of these, they lead to poor service delivery, which culminate into protests across the country. So our focus is going to be to make sure that services, especially basic services like water and sewerage and garbage that is not removed in the streets, roads, electricity, which is generally, it's a problem across the country, but there are specific problems that affect municipalities. For instance, they are owing ESCOM. huge sums of money. We'll be monitoring all those to make sure that as we go through that. But as indicated earlier, what also is prompting us to act are the audit outcomes. So we are declaring that it is unacceptable for people who are handling public funds to get an outcome that says it's disclaimer, because it implies that they could not produce documents to account for monies of the public. So we are saying that is unacceptable. The message we are sending to all those who are in the executive is to say they must do everything to make sure that people account for public funds. So disclaimer, that's why we are focusing on those municipalities. It's unacceptable.
Another point, Chair, with 64 is rather a big number of dysfunctional municipalities, because this is evident in most areas in South Africa where I've traveled most of the time. All the roads are well potholed. There are no roads. In fact, people begin to drive on the side of the road instead of having to drive on what used to be a tar road. So in the 64 that we're talking about, so what is the corrective action that is being taken to try and maybe just close those potholes so that as part of the service delivery?
Today we are going to listen to the President giving the State of the Nation address. That is actually a guide for all of us into action. And when I say all of us, all those who are in the councils are public representatives. Us in Parliament, as well as those in the provincial legislatures. We are elected by the people. So we are going to wait for this directive. In other words, all these problems you are talking about have been identified, and we expect that a plan is going to come out of the State of the Nation address, and I'm sure from there, provinces, everybody, including councils, are going to toe the line. But generally, you are correct. We are all aware that society is not so happy about some of the things that are happening in the country. So we are waiting for the direction and directive from the President, who is going to address us at 7 o'clock. And immediately that happens, we are supposed to get into planning as to how do we implement what comes out of SONA, and focusing on the department, because I'm speaking for cooperative governance and traditional affairs. We will engage the department to make sure that their plans talk to what you are talking about as challenges that confront society.
And just lastly, with the budget coming, in next week or so, there's going to be announcement of the budget. So obviously, and very much obviously, they are going to get a share, a certain portion of the money is going to be allocated to them. So are we going to see service delivery in the form of maybe the roads being repaired and all these other important things?
That's what we expect. I'm sure even the budget would get some direction from the State of the Nation address. And when we get into planning and us monitoring the plans, would make sure that it is in line with what has been outlined in the State of the Nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tasa. That was the interview with Mr. Tasa, who is the chairperson of PC on Cocta. So right now, I will be back after this. Let us now get back to the studio.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Thank you for staying with us here on Parliament TV. We are edging closer to the State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. and already the atmosphere is picking up around Cape Town City Hall. Joining us here now is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Environment and Forestry and Fisheries, Mr. Ntibi Mudise. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us.
Mr. Mudise, what bills are the committee going to work on to create awareness on the effects of the climate change that South Africa can be made aware of, and how do we get people to be actively involved?
Yeah, well, the Portfolio Committee is currently, we have just completed the National Veld and Fire Forest Amendment Bill. We have started a process to consult with on the climate change bill. These are the bills that are in the main affecting climate change in the country that we assist with as a Portfolio Committee. At this juncture, we are expecting the National Veld and Fire Forest Amendment Bill to go to the National Council of Provinces for further consultation. After they've done with their processes, it will then come to the National Assembly for final approval and go to the President for final assent so that it then becomes an act of Parliament.
Now, is the country, if I may put it this way, why is it necessary to implement a bill on a single or a bill on the single use of plastics?
It is very important at this point, as you would know, that everybody is paying for a plastic in the country. So we know the impact that plastics has on pollution, on how it dirties the environment, and how we throw all these plastics all over and around, and they end up in the sea, polluting the sea, and thereby killing the species that live there. So it is very important for us to finally arrive at the single use, the banning of the single use of plastic, and introduce other solutions that can help us protect the environment and the species that are either in the ocean, in the rivers, etc., etc.
And in other countries, the single use of plastics has since been banned. Why does it take so long for the bill to be introduced here in South Africa?
Well, it doesn't take long. We are as edgy as all South Africans. we are all concerned about the effect that plastic has and its negative impact in particular on the environment. So we are doing everything in our power and disposal to speed up the process of introducing this bill, so that we protect the environment, but more importantly, we protect all these other animals, protect the seas and the rivers and everything else that may be endangered, all the species that might be endangered by the use of this plastic. So as soon as we conclude the climate change bill, we envisage introducing the actual ban of the usage of a plastic bill.
Thank you for joining us today, Chairperson. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure.
Stay tuned to Parliament TV. Thank you.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to
right now, I mean, the biggest fact, which is in final arts. So it involve laser cutting, and so involve OKs. So one of the biggest points is load shedding, obviously, because I cannot work when there's no electricity, and sometimes of it demand the product because obviously it's in demand. So I have to make more of it, and with iskati being limited and having to be here at work, so I hardly get iskati because of that, and production is then slowed down because of that, and in returns my sales drop because of that. I mean, as a South African and a businessman of South Africa, I'm entrepreneur, a small one. I think gas is the main factor because not all of us can afford to buy a generator. And at the rate that we're going, if you buy a generator, then you're going to be burning all your profitable fuel because the fuel prices as well is going up and down. So I think it's in about 7, my fuel prices are stable, and then as well have a solution for load shedding because it's something that's been going on for ages now. And I think as a country, we should be looking at recyclable energy than focusing on coal and whatnot. I mean, we are a country that can be able to sustain recyclable energy. I mean, I believe we can do that in South Africa.
Actually, the problem which I want the president to address about unemployment, because you see, myself, I'm doing maintenance, but the problem, if you check around Cape Town, a lot of youth are not employed. So I think the president must focus on youth development skills, whereby the youth are taught how to do their own self-service jobs, which they can look for contracts, and then they can find employment, work to do for themselves. Because if you move around Cape Town, you see a lot of middle-aged guys, they are not working. If you see also the old ages, they are suffering. So for that reason, I wish the president must come out with a plan how he's going to tackle unemployment so that people can help.
Malote, then Linguko Nomatongo, I came from State Sprite up until Africa.
I'm a traditional healer, ndingugobela, ndingamathwasa, ndinceda abantu. Also a chemist yokuthengisa imithi abantu abayangakwazi ukufumana bafikelele kuyo. Bayaza bazothenga iziwasho, then ndineesephu endizenzela zona ezinceda abantu abanengxaki. Into endijongene nayo kuqala i-rent kule ndawo ndikuyo because ebusika abantu abaninzi abaphangeli, so ndiphila ngokungena kwabantu, so ibhizinesi iyasokolisa, then kufuneka ndimaintheyine i-rent. Nalapho ndihlala khona ndiyarenta first indawo yokuhlala, and then enye into esifeyisana nayo zindawo zokomba amayeza. And xa ufuneka uyokomba amayeza funeka like ngathi siyabisa, woyika into yoba kuzawufika amapolisa nibanjwe nixuthwe amayeza lawo. Kuba khona imisebenzi esiyenzayo ufumaniseka ukuthi ithwasa eliza kuwo liphuphile, mhlawumbi liphuphe ukuthi lifuneka liyokwenzelwa umsebenzi othile kuloo mlambo, like abantu bakokwabamdirecthe kuloo ndawo. Then xa nifikayo kubiyelwe anina-access yongena, mhlawumbi noba nisenza loo nto kuthiwe niyarasa sukani apho. So kuba nzima for thina basisebenze as amagqirha. Into efuneka agxile kuyo like ifuna sivumeleke uba semba, akho nto siyoyiba, akho mntu ulime amayeza. Uyabona for instance uba xa ndinoya mhlawumbi kwindawo ethile angeke ndiyokomba kwindawo ekulinywe kuyi-grapes, obvious akho mayeza apho. So at least masivumeleke uba sikwazi ukwenza imisebenzi because enye indawo kubiyelwe kuqhawulwe umlambo kubiyelwe kwale ndawo inamanzi, so asina-access yofikelela apho kuloo ndawo inamanzi, uyabo. So at least uba benokwenzelela sivumeleke uba senze izinto zethu ngendlela esifuneka senziwe ngayo, esiyithunyiweyo, you understand. Like into yendalo akho mntu unamlambo, yindalo leyana, uyabo. So uba singakwazi ukufikeleleka kwiindawo zamayeza siyokomba, sikwazi ukuthi xa sifuna ukwenza imisebenzi emilanjeni sikwazi uyofikelela, you understand. And then ke ngokwenye into funeka afikelele kuyo yindawo yombane. Asikwazi ukufutha, naxa kumnyama ke siyawalayita amakhandlela but soyika notshwele ezipozini, uyabona. Indaba yombane nathi iyasichana as amagqirha, indaba yombane. Funeka kufuthiwe, kuphalaziwe, iinkuni azikho, asikwazi uyotheza because kuvaliwe kwakula maplasi aneenkuni, uya-understand. Noba uzama unyuka entabeni uthi okay uzawupheka phandle, awuna-access.
Namkelekile kwakhona babukeli, welcome back to Parliament TV. You are still watching the live broadcast on DSTV channel 408. This is Parliament TV, and joining us now is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, Mr. Supra Mahumapelo. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome.
Afternoon.
You're looking all good. You're looking ready for the SONA.
Thank you very much, and afternoon to the viewers at home. Yeah, today I thought, because it's a special day, you know, one must just slightly and subtly reflect our culture, which is the Botswana culture.
And I can assure you, you've represented the Botswana culture very well.
Thank you very much.
Earlier on, I was even trying to say some few words in Setswana as if I already know that
you will be an expert one day, don't worry. I'm also learning Zulu and Xhosa, yeah, so that ngikwazi ukukhuluma mhlekazi.
If you can just briefly share with viewers at home, what are the key priorities for your committee for the 2023 financial year?
Well, let's start with Parliament. We must understand that Parliament is responsible for three things in line with the Constitution of the Republic. It's public participation, oversight on the executive, and lawmaking. So those are the three legs. What Parliament then does to execute those responsibilities, it delegates them to various committees of Parliament. Then the various committees of Parliament, based on their programs, based on from time to time what the Speaker gets, then that get to be delegated to the portfolio committee so that they are executed. As far as international relations is concerned, we do oversight on the executive. The department is led by Mena Lady Pando of International Relations and Cooperation. We also, as I said, do lawmaking. Most critically, we involve society in whatever we do. In addition to that, it's our responsibility to scrutinize the budget that comes from the department, but the budget has to be accompanied by a plan. So we must make sure that there's synchrony between the plan and the budget, and during the financial year, we follow on spending as to whether it's in line with the promises that were made and the commitments that were made by the department. But we also make sure that the department in its work, because it works within the SADC region, within the Africa as a continent, and globally, just make sure that the department does its work in a way that lifts South Africa in as far as the work of the United Nations is concerned, World Trade Organization, World Economic Forum, Security Council, and all the institutions of governance globally. You will have realized that when the matter of Ukraine and Russia started, there was a particular stance which South Africa took. So as a committee, we had a huge interest on the basis of arriving at a decision by South Africa not to condemn either of the sides in as far as that situation is concerned, and saying, let's use dialogue to make sure that we resolve the problems. Here in South Africa, the committee has come up with a very good initiative. And I hope we can do that because our term is ending next year. Our initiative is that every village in South Africa, every township, and every small town, small dorpy, must have international relation people's oversight forum. So these forums will be throughout the country so that the people from the ground can begin to understand, participate actively in the matters of international relations. I'll give you a practical example. Sometimes there's sentiments of xenophobia isolated in South Africa. Now, how do you deal with that problem? It can't just be about law enforcement. We have to make sure that there's dialogue. So our objective is that in the villages, we must speak to the traditional leaders. We have to have a database of all foreign nationals in that particular village, legal and illegal, in a database.
But without interrupting you,
Yes,
you're saying that you are hoping that by the end of this parliament, that
Yes.
would have happened. So if you are hoping there's a likelihood that that might not happen,
Yes,
and then
there is.
What then?
No, objectively speaking, it might not happen. It's a huge task. I mean, one province alone has got over 1,000 villages, right? A committee has got only 13 members. We only have 12 months. And in the 12 months, you don't have the entire 365 days. Your other constraint is the budget that comes from the office of the speaker for us to execute our responsibility. So within the limitations that we are having, we think that we will push at least 50% of that. Then those who will come after us will then continue that responsibility, because it's for us to make sure that we set the scene for those who are going to come after us next year after the elections.
So we're likely to see that project being carried over to the seventh parliament.
It has to. It's institutional memory, which must happen. And as I said, it's important to involve people from the ground so that people shouldn't think that international relations is parochial, is elite, it's professors and doctors who must engage on those particular things. We need on the ground the people to work together, to avoid conflict, to establish the forums which must make sure that there's understanding among our people on the ground, to share, for instance, experiences on entrepreneurship if you look at some of the foreign nationals who are legal and they are running their small businesses like sponsor shops and so on, they've got the skills. Our people have also got the skills. If you melt the two together, that can make sure that indeed we become successful on the ground.
And that would indeed be a great work, ensuring that there is that working together with foreign nationals and the South African public, because I'll tell you why. I was in Tata not so long ago, and there are some foreign nationals that are doing very well there in business, and they've been saying, look,
there are good and bad apples everywhere.
Let the South Africans come and engage us so that we can work together. So I'm really happy to hear that there is those steps, there is like that plan in the pipeline. Now, let's just go back to what you mentioned earlier. You talked about monitoring of the department's budget, spending, and projects. We are in the last quarter of the financial year. Has the department been spending according to its annual performance plan?
Yeah, they have. I mean, the department is hovering around, in terms of their spending, is hovering around 97, 98%. So they are doing well. We are concerned about the delay in constructing the head office of the Pan-African Parliament. That's why last week we went to Midrand to go and look at the land. And we are disappointed that not much progress has been made. And the problem doesn't come from international relations. It comes from public works. That's where the engineers come from. It's also the problem of environmental impact study. It has delayed the project, and we are wasting money paying Gallagher Estates to host PAP, because PAP is based here in South Africa. So we have made a proposal to the minister to say, Minister, adjacent to this land, there is DBSA. DBSA is owned by government through the Department of Finance and Treasury. So we said, make sure that you talk to the Minister of Finance, migrate these people from DBSA elsewhere, so that PAP can immediately start occupying the building. Then we can do the extensions later. You have saved money, you have saved time. You have also saved the possibility of South Africa losing the hosting rights of the Pan-Africanist Parliament. I mean, it's prestigious. It will add to our economy also and improve on tourism.
And briefly, what are your expectations tonight from the President?
The first thing which the President has to be crystal clear on, unambiguous, it's on how we are going to turn around the energy situation. Because it's not just about lights, it's about the economy, it's about lives of the people, it's about the standing of South Africa globally, because foreign investors will think twice or thrice before they come and invest in South Africa, because of this continuous problem of unreliability of supply of energy. That's critical, right? The second matter that is very, very critical that the President has to deal with is to indicate, to say, I said in the last 5 years, and as far as job creation is concerned, we are going to do the following things. This is how far we are. And these are the new initiatives. But linked to the second one, my own view is that we have to hurry urgently in accelerating the culture of entrepreneurship in South Africa. And the state must not be afraid to say to you, here is a bill on run, we've assessed you, we're not going to leave you alone, we're going to work with you to take you from the ground until you are able to stand on your own. So if we can start doing 1 billionaire per province, targeting young people, specific projects, innovation, it will show people that there is hope. The last thing will be around crime. Crime is becoming a serious problem in South Africa, particularly the maiming of women and children by some criminals here. And yes, the police must do their job, the President will say so. But I think more importantly, it will be critical for the President to say, how do we as the state have developed a framework over and above that what we know through CPS, where people are going to be involved hour by hour, day by day in the affairs of their own security?
Tate Mahomapelo ke a leboga thata for taking this
Bonga
interview.
bina,
Sibonga kakhulu,
Ah,
Baba.
bonga mina.
That was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, Mr. Supra Mahomapelo. And right now, we'll take you to listen to the Imbongi.
Akushintsha ngesikhathi abantu abashintshile abaphila kulesikhathi okhokho babenesibaya benemfuyo bedla amasi begwilikile abanamuhla abanasibaya abanezilwane ezidla amasi bagwilikile insuku endulo yedliwa ogogo bethu namuhla isidliwa abazukulu nodadewethu phambidlana ukusebenza office noma kumatikiletsheni ungafikile namuhla ususebenza emgaqweni munenhlanhla nakhona ngisho enyuvesi ugogodile phambilini ubuganiselwa nangeimbili nangombila mungafuyile besazi kuyingane yokuqala enzela imbeleko namuhla uhlangana nomagcina ehlupheka acashe ngokuthi kukhaleleka imbeleko kwedlula iminyaka kumasikandi besiqhathanisa umtshengiseni nomgqumeni namuhla igama mina kuthiwa ingqanawa yangempela ingqanawa yangempela ayokudlala ayokuhlala ekhaya umkhumbi kanongazi inhloko sidala igama ke lase dining room umsa wenkosi Nqobile Duma lona gama ke ngibizwa ngale dining room la isemlazi ka F umjondolo lo besibe nenkinga nomzali because uma wayetshela ukuthi ngiyasabuya la wathatha umhlala phansi ethathisa umhlala phansi ubaba ukuthi akayoba unkosikazi emakhaya engazi ukuthi izinto zisazohamba zihambe zibhede kuphoqa ukuthi akazosebenza mayesebuya usebuya akasenayo indawo la eshiye khona umuntu ayimshiye kuyona wayidayisa futhi wayengenandaba naye noma uyidayisele noma ayidayisile ngoba vele wayazi ukuthi ngiyasabuya naku impilo isishaya-ke sesibuya so besihamba ehlala emzini yabantu usuke inkulumo uhamba ohlala komunye athi omunye hayi wozohlala isikhashana la kumina ngase ngidecide la kwakulahla udodi la i-dipping side le kwakulahla udodi la ngase mina ngiwuklina ngathi no ngizokwakha la ungcono angasalahla udodi angizohlala la ngibeke umjondolo ngase-ke ngilentuza-ke ngakha-ke wangilekelela uma ngase ngizokwakha-ke la ngathola umjondolo-ke kanje ngizalelwa esithenjini ngizalwa umama omncane ngikhule nje kuyisithembu kungekuhle kuhlezi kunangazwani kuhlezi kubangwa ubaba wenza lokhu ngala akakwenzi ngalokhu ngala ulala la kakhulu akalali ngala kuhlezi nje kunaleyo nto up until ngicabanga ukuthi ileyo background engilidela ukuthi ngize ngibe ngihlale emjondolo kanje ngicabanga ukuthi iyona leyo background even uqeda isikolo bokuthiwa khona umuntu osiqede ngenkani isikole ngomunye wabo abasiqede ngenkani isikole bokumele nje into ngayiduba ngayiyeka ngenhlanhla ngagcina ngiyiqedile base ngiphumile esikoleni nginale ngqondo yokubhala izinkondlo lezi zasesikoleni ngase ngihlangana-ke nomhlanga engakubi umfundisi ngaleso sikhathi wayesengixhumanisa noJulo ey'nyosi la ngiqale khona ukubhala ngahlangana nensizwa okuthiwa umthabiseni Masuku yakanongo eyangifundisa ukuthi no uhayeba kanje enza kanje hamba ureheze endlini ukuze usikhombisa bhala kanje ngase ngiqala hawu mangihaya ngilentuza ngibona abantu bencoma noma ngiphostile kwaqala-ke lapho ngabona ukuthi ngaqala ngenkondlo ethi please call Phuma so ethi please call Phuma hawu abantu bayithanda hawu waqala lapho ngazibona-ke nami ngagqugquzeleka abantu babeshaya izandla ngokuqeda kwenza umsebenzi ngagqugquzeleka ngalokhu ngibhalayo ngagcina njengoba ngisho nje ukuthi bengihaye ey'timeleni ngabhala inkondlo ethi gabi gabi idlozi lami le nkondlo ngaziwa omunye umbhemu okuthiwa umcambi umuntu omuhle emcambi usebenza khona okhozini kuyitoro maye ngizwa angazi wayigibe esitimela lo langa maye ngizwa besathatha iy'namba zami futhi nakhona ngangibona yangilibazisa le ndoda ngiqoqo 5 rand la yena libele ukuthi woza la ufuna ukuthatha inamba ufuna ukukhuluma nami mina ngifuna imali akunandaba nomuntu ozokhuluma nami bathatha inamba yami wangixhumanisa nobongani Mavuso uBenombuthuma ngagcina ngingena okhozini-ke ngazwakala khona ngacelwa impindi uma Mdudu cause wathi iphinda kiwe indabeni ngaleso sikhathi into ayingajwayelekile swaphinda ngaqala lapho ngaqala-ke kwathi go viral ngaqala ngaziwa abantu ngathi sengiyabona ngiphostiwa obani ama-celebrate kanjalo ekhozini into eyenze iminyango nje yavuleka ngokuthi ngithole islot okhozini one ngathola ithuba lokuthi for the first time mina ngangithi mangiqashwa khona umuntu wakwathi ngicela ukuqasha emshadweni wami la ka-M angazi umkhulu nane birthday not umshado imalini ungibone esitimeleni kade ngikhangeza amashumi manje angazi ngithi imalini angikwazi ukucharge ngithi mina 100 rand ngikubona esitimeleni uzothi 100 rand so sengifila ashame songathi ngibiza imali enkulu omunye ngwalentuza wafuna wangibiza ngathi mina hayi ngaqala nga 200 kulokuqala wathi ngikubona esitimeleni songibiza u200 so ngadela senginamahloni ukuthi eshuthi ngibize kakhulu mase ngithindwa omunye ngithi mina 100 rand kanti yena unikeziwe urefeyiwe inamba shuthi khona ongibonile wayesethi hey biza lo mfana uzombiza lazo azokwenzela lento inkondlo ave ishaya wangasho ukuthi ungiboneke mina senginale mentality yokuzi undermine ngithi mina 100 rand wathi ongathi awuyazi into yenza wangangiqasha naye so ngathina sengipuzzle sengingazazi mase ngithola opportunity okhosini ubongani mavuso ube umsakazo ongasekho ongathi angalela ngokuphumula ngaqala ngayo ukuthi mina ngithola imali engango 5000 ngithola imali engango 10000 ngithola imali engango 2.5 ngangayazi ngaze ngabuza yena ukuthi ngenze njani mangabe ngiqashwa umuntu ngaqala ngabona ukuthi hayi ngoba ngakodumu ngakhula ngithi 3.5 bangibizwa umuntu nje ngibize emshadweni bangi 3.5 bangiqashe futhi abanye abangaziyo ke ngaha ezitimeleni bangi-undermine ke bangangiqasha but abangangazi abangizokhozini babe ngiqasha ngo 2.5 ngihambe ngihaye 12.5 wami ngibuye ngihlele kule ngaqala ke step by step ngazama enye show ebizwa nge-double impact engicabanga ngizoyibuyisa kulonyaka yafaila yangaba successful but yaba khona kwase kufika iCovid ke yavala ke kwawuthintanqa ke emva kweCovid ke kwanzima kangakanyakazeka njengoba umuntu eqaleke ukubuya ke ecomeback ke kulonyaka odlule ke sokuvuleka ngaqala ngaba nenhlanhla ho kanti ngithela kumasatma hawo ngawina nasokhosini kuyibongo hawo uyabo kwaqala ke ngabona iminyango ivuleka ngaqala ngaqashwa abantu yabo ngaqala nje inyanga nenyanga thola ukuthi angisasweli senginayo imali ukuthi ngilale ngidlile ngoba unyaka nonyaka bengiye ngiyibekela ukuthi akube khona indondo engiyithathayo ever since ngaqala ukugxila kulento ama competition 2017 unyaka nonyaka ngithola indondo unyaka nonyaka ngithola indondo lo nyaka odlule noma ngingayitholanga indondo but ukunominate kumasatma mina kube indondo ukunominatewa ukuthi umele iKZN kwasho ukukhulu kumina because baningi sasifisa nabo sixoxa ngisho nomlomo and abanye ngendlela abangangisupportanga ngayo but ngeke ngibabambele iqhubu noma nami sokungilungele babe like ukhethwe kanjani wena sikhona thina saziwa ngoba nabo bazamile but abakhethwanga ukhethwe kanjani wena thina sikhona sizwakala emsakazweni wena ugcina ngokutrenda nje la emafonini akhonto etheni pho ukhethwe kanjani kumasatha so abanginikezanga isupport leyo kodwa kwangijabulisa ukuthi ngiqoke ngimele iKZN because kwakhethwa ngama province umsebenzi wokuthi ngihaye umongameli wezwe waseningizimu Afrika kuyiphupho labaningi ngicabanga ukuthi kuumnyango wempumelelo lo nokuinterviewa yini nina kuumnyango wempumelelo ingangoba kunabantu abake bafika kumina befisa bethi hey siyafisa mfana wami ngelinye ilanga hey ubongela umongameli wezwe uyabona umuntu mayisho njalo usuke eshiya isibusiso ngoba isifiso leso usuke efisela into enhle zonke izinto engiyifiselwa abantu ngicabanga ukuthi yibusiso zonke izinto engiyifiselwa abantu even ukuyokhozini ngangifiselwa abantu hey sengathi ungakuthola ithuba okhozini ngalithola sengathi ungakuhaya umongameli naku ke phuma kunabantu abawu3 abasho lento leyenzekalayo ngizobe ngimbonga lapha ngimbiza ngomshanelo wenona angeke ngikwazi ukuzisho manje ngoba angifuni ukuthi abantu bashishe beza kodwa nje impela lapha ngifuna ukugila ezibukwayo ngifuna nje ukuthi ngigile ezibukwayo amaZulu ngarepresent kahle ngoba empeleni ngirepresenta isilo umisuzulu ngirepresenta amaZulu wonke ngirepresenta imbongi zonke zase KZN ngirepresenta umndeni wami ngirepresenta ibandla engikulo ngirepresenta nje iKZN yonke ngokuhlukana kwayo nginenkolelo ukuthi ke lokhu kuumnyango wokuhamba amazwe ngicabanga ukuthi emva kwala uNkulunkulu uzobe egile ezibukwayo ngokuthi angihambisa amazwe ngaso lesi sizulu ngicabanga ukuthi ababe ngibuza phambilini bethi inkondlo zokusaba ngicabanga ukuthi bazophenduleka La ngisuka khona nakimi kwangelula. Esikoleni ngangiswele ngisho irula ngangayiphatha kanjani iselula. Ngikhule ngilusa mayingaphelele imfuyo nginenebulwa. Mina ngilazi ithuna likamama ngikhule kuthiwa wathwetshulwa. Nokungithola kwakhe mangizwa kahle sengathi wadlwengula. Kwakungiphoqa ukungadlala esikoleni imfundo kuphela eyayizongikhulula. Mina ngikhule ngiyilentandane embi engenanina ngoba nina nithi enhle ngumakhothwa ngunina. La ngisuka khona nakimi kwangelula.
In the studio right now, I am with the Imbongi, the one who's going to be doing the praise poems for this year's State of the Nation address. Welcome to the studio tonight. The first thing I would like to ask is, briefly, can you tell us how did you learn doing these praise poems?
Ngingathi kwi-background yami esikoleni la bengifunda khona bakwenzeka ukuthi ekwazini ukuthi makuqoka abantu abazomela isiZulu abazokhuluma mhlawumbe noma babongele something bengiba omunye walabo bafundi abakhethwayo. So ngathi mangiqeda ngivele nginothando kwele inkondlo kodwa ezibhalwa phansi ngingakwazi ukuzisho ngomlomo vocal. Ngase ngingena kwenye organization engenza inzuzo eyayiholwa umthabiseni Masuku insizwa kaNongoma. Yafika yangifundisa ukuthi no isho ngendlela yakho ungalingisa omunye umuntu isho angilungise lapho ngagcina ke nami ke sengikwazi ukulentuza. Kodwa ukugxila kwizibongo ngiqale 2019 kona ngoba ngafikelwa umuzwa nje ukuthi angihonorishe uChrist uJesu. Ngase ngibhalela yena izibongo za trenda ngabhalela umsakazo woKhozi FM uTshatha uGodo wayidlala ezijingile lonto leyo for more than 2 months. So lonto yangipha isibindi ukuthi okay futhi lento ngiyayenza yabo. Kwase kumva kwaloko kwaqala ke nabantu ke bangicele ke kanjalo ngaze ngabhalela ngisho isilo samabandla sakwaZulu eskhona.
Okay, now how do you feel for being the Imbongi for the State of the Nation address of 2023? How do you feel? What's your feelings?
Kuthi angigiye ngithokoze kakhulu kangangoba ngathi mangithola ucingo kuthiwa ulentuzile ngaqala ngangakholwa ukuthi mina ngempela ngathi mina hayi mhlawumbe niyadlala ngoba khona wayengitshelile esasirayisa naye sikhethwe nangithi amagama ayo4 ayilethwe la. So lo munye sasixhumana naye so ngiyazi ukuthi yonke into seyifuniwe ID kwena naye seyifuniwe into ethile kwena. Wathi ayisengifoneliwe sokuthiwa ngikhethile. Hawu. Ngiyamangala masokungena ucingo ntambama sokuthiwa yimina kulento ngathi hayi mhlawumbe udlala kabi lo sisi. Ngaze ngaconfirm ngoba sengibona i-email ngabona ukuthi yeah this is real. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. That was the Imbongi, the person who's going to be doing the praise poem for tonight as a State of the Nation address, just before the state president opens the parliament officially. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. Back to the control.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver his State of the Nation address to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday, 9 February 2023 at 7 p.m. The President calls this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that will be undertaken to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. The presiding officers of Parliament invite you to be part of the SONA 2023 by tuning in live across Parliament's broadcast and multimedia platforms, Parliament Channel 408 on DSTV, YouTube or social media, and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2023. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Let's cross over to Tembinkosi, who is outside the City Hall, where he's going to tell us about the happenings around the red carpet.
Guys, time has got to go.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live build-up of State of the Nation address, Parliament TV on Channel 408 on DSTV. We are at the most favorite part of the State of the Nation address, where we will be showcasing fashion, beauty, glitz and glamour. We're on the red carpet outside the City Hall, and the guests have started arriving, so you better keep glued to that screen, because in the next few seconds, I'll be talking to some of the beauties that you'll be seeing around this City Hall. I'm now going back to the studio. As I promised you earlier that we will be talking to some of the members of parliament's guests that will be attending tonight's ceremony. And with me is Ms. Zandile Majosi, a member of the IFP. Ma'am, looking exquisite. Firstly, who dressed you and what inspired the dressing?
I'm dressed by a lady in location, as the president had said that we must support local business. I supported the local business, and the name is Lintle.
Can you just give us the full name of the designer and where is the designer based?
The designer is based in Soweto, and the full name is Lintle.
Lintle, designer based in Soweto. So people in Soweto, please do visit Lintle. This is her work. Ma'am, yes. President will be addressing the country at 7 o'clock. Yes. What are your expectations?
Honestly, I'm not expecting anything from anything new from the president. If there was anything that he would present that was new, we would have received it maybe 3 months before that. But I am expecting that the president will address the challenges, especially the pandemic that we are in now, of ESCOM and SOEs that are in the state that they are currently. And also the president must then address the issues of higher education, how do students are accommodated in universities and colleges, as much as we know that others are not finding space in these universities, and the issues of unemployment. But honestly, there are no changes.
Yes, I hear that there are no changes, but the one thing that you've just mentioned now, we are in the period where students are registering at universities. Obviously, we do know the challenges that some go through. Have you had time in KZN or in your constituency to just walk around and see what is happening within the higher institutions?
Yes, we did, especially in Gauteng. I worked with the chairperson of the Youth Brigade of the IFP, Councillor Dalsi Mangani. We visited a few UNISA, and then we visited also the Soweto campus, UJ Soweto campus, to see how the registration is coming about. Yes, there are challenges, not few. There's many of students that are not finding accommodation.
Mazandi, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thanks, thank you.
Well, that was Zandile Majosi, member of the IFP. I am now standing next to the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're looking all exquisite.
Thank you so much. That's the whole purpose. I must give a little bit of energy to the State of the Nation address.
And we can just briefly share with our viewers on what inspired this dress code and who designed it.
Look, the dress is made by one of the local designers. Her name is Imbongi Walaza. She's from Joburg in Kempton Park. And the headgear is just a Xhosa headgear. This is what we wear in Xhosa. So I just made a little bit, make it more funky. But otherwise, this is Xhosa headgear. The dress, all I said to her is that, can you make a dress that will make me stand out? And that's exactly what she did.
Indeed, ma'am, you do stand out. Now, the president will be delivering his 6th SONA address this evening. What is your expectation from the president?
Look, the president must tell us really about the electricity challenge that we have in the country. Everybody wants to know what is going to happen with the load shedding that we're living with. But for me, the second thing that the president must talk to is the issue of the youth unemployment. We are sitting above 45% unemployed. We need to hear what plans do we have to deal with that. But for me, the third one is the issue of crime. We have women being killed by their close ones every day in this country. The issue of gender-based violence and femicide is really becoming unbearable. What is it? What plans do we have? What is it that we think we should do better to make that, go away? Those for me are the three top things.
But from your own perspective now, what do you think it is that needs to be done in order to address this issue of gender-based violence that you've just mentioned now?
Look, for me, most of the time, men are going through a lot of stress that sometimes we overlook. And women are the weak link. They look at them as the people that they can put our frustrations out on them. And that's why most of the time we see this issue. We need to make sure that we deal with the challenges that men are dealing with so that they are able to relate equally to women. They must not see women as the people that they must take out their frustrations on. particularly those that they are close on. Because most of this gender-based violence, if you look at it, is the intimate partners. It's somebody that you trust and is the one that actually does this. So we need to deal with it. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Good luck to you too. Have a good one. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Mama. Well, that was the Deputy Minister of Arts, Sports and Culture. And as indicated earlier, Sigwe Red Carpet in front of the City Hall. There are a number of guests that are still coming. So we will be talking to some of them as they are coming. But there's people that often are forgotten when we're talking to the people that are attending the dress. So I'm going to check and see if I can speak to one of my media colleagues just to hear if they have been treated well here in this institution. Mr. Photographer, hi. Would you like to talk to us? Timmy Ngosi from Parliament TV. Yes, if you could just briefly share with us how the experience has been since we've moved from the Parliament following the fire that gutted last year to here. How have media been accommodated?
Well, there's more trees here, so it's because normally you would actually shoot and you're all out in the open or whatever, so it's a lot cooler here, but yeah, it's very hot today, but it's a change, but it feels like there's something missing because obviously there's a tent, so the media aren't part of Parliament, we're also on our side, but still it's nice being here and it's always fun, a lot of fun to actually see everyone.
Which media house are you from and your name, please?
From Netwerk 24, part of Media 24, Adrian de Kock.
Thank you very much for talking to us. And as I've said, viewers at home, we will now and again be talking to the media personnel that is here because they are the ones that are actually going to be making sure that whatever we bring to you here will make it to the front pages of fashion magazines tomorrow. There's a lot that is happening. We're going to see, and if we can speak to the Deputy Minister. Ma'am, good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm fine, thanks, and how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. Ma'am, you're looking all beautiful. Firstly, who dressed you or who designed your dress and what inspired it?
Look, man, it's one of those old dresses of mine. It reminds me of my good old days. You can see I've lost weight, so I'm happy.
That's great.
Confident.
That's great. That's wonderful, ma'am. And the president will be speaking at 7 o'clock. Well, what kind of message are you expecting to hear from him?
Look, obviously the issue of electricity is top on the agenda. The fact that the cost of living is too high for most of all of us as South Africans, it's also another issue. Well, generally the service delivery challenges that our people are confronted with, especially in municipalities, including the issue of health and education.
Ma'am, thank you very much. We wish you a good evening.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was Ms. Pinky Kekane. We want to see now if we can speak to Mr. Mngasela. Mr. Mngasela, thank you very much. Sorry to hijack you, but we walk in this carpet, you've got to talk to me. Looking all good. What inspired today's dress?
This design is made by a young African designer from the DRC. He's a young man who's very enthusiastic, and I said, let me give him an opportunity, and in the spirit of building an African Renaissance and the spirit of an Africa for all of the African people, but of course a South Africa that is part of the global community and the Commonwealth as a very global, but also an opportunity to rebuild the society that we want to see in the world that we're going to leave behind.
And in promoting this young designer, if you could just give us his name and where he's based so that our viewers can have an opportunity to go and visit him.
Yes. His name is Ebenezer. He's from a little town called Hermanus. It's the most beautiful place on earth. I call it a heaven on earth. But it's in a township called Zwelihle. If you link this, it's also about the township economy, but equally it's about ensuring that we build the strong economy that is locally based, which is the local economic development. Coming to talk about all of the big words about the economy without focusing on the small guy, so that we're able to develop jobs from the community and make sure that the rent circulates in the economy, in the community, before it can leave the communities where people are. And that is something that we should all do as public representatives, as governments, whether it's local, province, and national. And I hope that it is an opportunity that we can give to as many of the artists, the creatives, and this designer is lucky because I took an opportunity to support him. and I will support many others after him.
Thank you very much. And those who would like to have an opportunity to visit Ebenezer in Zwelihle in Hermanus, that is about 45 kilometers outside of Cape Town. Now, going back to today's main event, what are your main expectations from the president tonight?
There are three main things for the president. I mean, any president of any country is to give an opportunity for any child to go to school and at least get 1 degree free of charge. That's one thing. Deserving young people should get an opportunity to study without worrying about fees. And I understand the issue of NSFAS, but it should be an open door. It should be very easy to open in and allow young people to enter and study. That's one. Number two, we need to stop talking about jobs. We need to put together a very practical, pragmatic intervention in how we are going to create jobs, real jobs for the economy and support new industries. Number three is energy. You will hear everybody talks about this, but energy, it is unforgivable in Africa that we've got a problem with energy. So much sun, it's hot as we speak. That means we should look at natural energy, which is the alternative energy solutions, in order to ensure that we've got sufficient energy and build better. And that links with crime prevention. When there's no energy, there's no lights. Women are victims of abuse, rape and murder rise. And we need to do much more to protect our people. But energy, energy, and more energy.
Mr. Ngasela, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament. That was Mr. Masikole Ngasela, the former Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. As I indicated, we are still standing outside the Cape Town City Hall, and this is where the members of Parliament, our dignitaries, our guests will be coming through to enter the hall. Simane sibabamba apha ke kule ndawo ndime kuyo enze basikwazi ukubonisa ukuthi abantu banxibe njani apha kudlalwa ngefashion apha kudlalwa ngecotton apha siyababona abantu bahle kwaye abantu bane-expectations ezininzi from the president when he delivers his State of the Nation address tonight. We will see now if we can speak to Mr. Blau. That's just trying to see if we can speak to Mr. Dlamini. But unfortunately, it is still busy with other media. But there are quite a few people that are coming in, but we'll see who we can grab and all that. Good day, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Mr. Dlamini, would you like to talk to Parliament TV for a brief second, please? We just want your expectation on the President's State of the Nation address tonight.
No.
All right, thank you very much. That is Mr. Sidumo Dlamini. Unfortunately, he's unable to give us a comment, but we will keep it coming. We will keep it coming. But for now, we're just taking you back to the studio.
The State of the Nation address is also about celebrating our nation and nation building. It is a state ceremony where the three arms of the state are represented, namely the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. I am joined by the former head of protocol in Parliament, Dr. Alexander Stander, as we inch even closer and closer to the formal proceedings of the State of the Nation. Dr. Stander, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Lemekwana.
Dr. Stander, can you just briefly give us the outline of the proceedings, sequential proceedings of the State of the Nation address?
Sure. Good evening to the viewers. It is a privilege to be with you and to share the celebration that happens, the ceremony of the state, which is the state opening of the fourth session of the 6th Parliament and the State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic. As you know, Mr. Lemekwana, the President summons a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament for special business in terms of Article 84D 84 2D of the Constitution to give the program of his government to the people. It is actually the President's Day with the nation on which he gives the program of the government as head of government, and he comes as head of state to this occasion. On that score, I think one should note the President of the Republic is head of state, is head of government, is also the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic. And what is happening here is one of the ceremonies of the state, which is, as I mentioned, the state opening of Parliament and the State of the Nation address. Why a ceremony? A ceremony is a formal occasion where the representatives of the state convene for a specific purpose according to an order of proceedings based on the ceremonial practice of the state and of protocol. And it's very, very rich in symbolism. So all the components, the military honors that is given.
Just a little stop here, because we've got to cover another happenings outside. But soon after this, we are going to continue with our discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Over to Tembi.
Njengoba besenditshilo ukuthi kuninzi esazokuphathela kona namhlanje kule ndawo sime kuyo phandle kwe-Cape Town City Hall kwi-red carpet, fashion, glitz, glamour, beauty, handsomeness. As such, ndithetha nje nawe ngoku ndime nomnumzana uXola Nqola, enye yamalungu wepalamente we-African National Congress. Mr. Nqola, thank you very much for taking this interview. Looking all good. What inspired the dress code? Anyone designed it?
Well, it's still summer, so we are trying to be as bright as we can, because we see the future is equally bright. So we must look like the future.
Indeed, you do look like the future. I can see the future right there. The president will be addressing the nation at 7 o'clock. There are quite a number of challenges that the country is currently confronted with, amongst them load shedding, unemployment, inequality. What is it that you expect the president to focus on tonight when he's addressing the nation?
Well, I think primarily the load shedding issue is the one where all our problems stems from, or the most of our problems. So I think the president is expected to detail to the nation how are we going to tackle the issue of load shedding, short-term goals and long-term plans, and the issue of the just energy transition. Because we all know that jobs have been lost, businesses are closing, the economy is going down, the cost of living is going up, and all other problems of the country. So if we go straight to the issue of fixing ESCOM so that we distribute an uninterrupted energy supply, so we'll be able to tackle some of the issues going forward. So I think load shedding is the main, because it culminates to the issue of having a stable economy, a growing economy, in turn having to address unemployment that is growing up rapidly amongst young people, and equally the issue of poverty, because I believe that if you address the issue of unemployment amongst young people and amongst the populace in general, you are then therefore able to indirectly deal with poverty levels in the country.
Enye into Mr. Nqola, ufika kweli xesha sikulo siyayazi uba ii-institutions of higher learning ezininzi zigcwele ngabantwana, abanye babhizi i-registration, abanye basakhangela indawo yofunda, abanye bakhangela indawo zohlala, abanye bayakhala phaa bayazi uba benzini. Wena as umntu omtsha nganguphi umyalezo nowugqithisa kwabo bantu bakwimeko enjalo ngeli xesha?
Well, we are indeed in a registration period in the institutions of higher learning, and we have had an outcry of many of them having crying in terms of in terms of the space that is available within the higher education sector. But part of what I have made an analysis on is that the throughput from the basic education sector is not coherent with the spaces that are actually available in the higher education sector. So I think part of what is expected from the president is to how best the government will increase that kind of space in the higher education, including building universities, building technical colleges, and all the relevant spaces. So
so that we're able to attend to this matter. But we are happy that the Minister of Education, Innovation and Science, Minister Bladen Zimande, this morning actually assured every deserving student that they will never be rejected by NSFAS as long as they have applied. So it's a commitment from government that funds are going to be available to ensure that those who are deserving students to go and enroll in the institutions of higher learning are not rejected on the basis that they are needy, they come from needy backgrounds. So that's an interesting development in regards to the higher education. Thank you.
Mr. Ngola, thank you very much. Let's see if we can speak to some of the people that, there are a number of people that are coming through. And with me is Miss Susan Tsebeme. Welcome to Cape Town. You're looking all good, beautiful. What inspired the dress code? Any designers?
Yes, it was designed by one of my friends, a member of the ANC who is in the office of the speaker in the Rustenburg municipality, just a comrade who designed it for me.
Just to promote and give opportunity for other people to get in touch with that comrade, you could just give us the name of the designer and where is the designer based?
Yes, I will give it to you later.
Oh, all right, ma'am. And then the president will be delivering the State of the Nation in a few hours from now. What is it that you expect to hear from the president?
What do we expect from the president is all what other South Africans are expecting, especially the issues of the load shedding, the issues of economy, the issues of tourism, because I'm from Northwest. The tourists there, the business people there, they are crying about tourism. But we are very much hopeful that the president will present plans that will take us to the future. We are very much hopeful that the president will lead the implementation, and we are very much hopeful that the president will take us out of the load shedding.
Mr. Saratsebe, thank you very much. That was the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Ms. Susana Tsebe Janji. And right now we'll try and see if we can talk to this beautiful lady. Good day, ma'am. Are you ready? Good day, ma'am. Can you steal your moment, please? Hi, how are you, ma'am? You're looking all beautiful and good. Who designed the dress and what inspired today's dress code?
It's Abba who designed it from Cape Town.
Okay. If you could just give us the name of the person, where is the person located, so that those who are interested can then visit the place.
It's located in Pines, Long Street. I'm not too sure about the number. I might be mistaken because I'm not from Cape Town. I only come here to work.
All right, ma'am. If you can just briefly share with us what are your expectations for the president tonight?
Oh, okay. No, we're expecting that he must strongly speak with a clear program in terms of resolving the energy issue. Hopefully by the end of the year, the electricity in terms of the loads would have been decreased, as well as job creation, investing in infrastructure as well, which is very important.
Ma'am, thank you very much for talking to us. Viewers, I had promised you fashion, beauty, glitz and glamour. I am standing with Ms. Cecilia Mulokwana. Ma'am, good afternoon. Looking all beautiful. If you can just firstly give us the name of the designer and also what inspired the dress code.
Okay, the name of the designer is Shorty. I call him Shorty. Yeah. And what designed it, I said black and white is elegant. It's always elegant, and I loved black and white. So I love black and white and a bit of, volume on my hands.
And taking into consideration that there are many challenges that we are currently faced with, what is the main message that you would like to hear from the president tonight?
I'm a sport person. I would love to hear more about what they're going to do for sports. We're hosting the 2023 Netball World Cup. I want to know more what government can do for us. As the president of Netball South Africa, I want to understand that.
President, thank you very much and good luck with the hosting of the World Cup. I know it is taking time in the next few months here in Cape Town, and I can assure you that we will be there to provide our support.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was the president of Netball South Africa, Ms. Cecilia Mulokwane, talking to us. We'll see now if we can grab some more people to talk to. It's quite busy here on the red carpet. Siyazama zama umuva samane sibabamba wena ngelo xesha nelo xesha kodwa ke kunzima because we are being moved from where we are standing, but because we are an in-house television station, nathi arifuni nje ukhutshwa njengoba sikhutshwa. Siyazama ukujonga ke ngokuba Baba, can we talk to you for a second, please?
Yes, sir.
Hi. If you could just briefly introduce yourself and tell us who you are, where you're from, and what made you dress like this today.
No, I'm Posani Mngabisa. I'm from Gauteng.
From Gauteng?
Yeah, I'm here for the SONA.
Yes, and what is it that you expect to hear from the president tonight?
Of course, how he's going to deal with the economy and then load shedding.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. We want to see now if we can talk to you. Hello, ma'am. If we can just have a word with you, ma'am. You're looking all beautiful. We need to show you to our viewers. Unfortunately, it doesn't always go my way. But let us now say that, Minister. All right, there's lots of media here. Good afternoon, Minister. Let the lady. All right. I'm being scolded here because sometimes I'm jumping the queue and wanting to speak before the lady. So we'll have to wait for the lady to finish with the minister before we can talk to him. But in the meantime, we will see if we can just grab anyone that is willing to talk to us. Good day, sir. Hi, sir. Good day. How are you?
Hi.
Oh, okay, seemingly we're not going to get an interview there. Busy. As you can see, people, it's fashion, it's glamour, it's glitz. Everyone wants to see who's who and who's dressing what. Everyone wants photos so that they can see who makes it to the fashion pages of our magazines tomorrow. So we'll try and see if we can talk to the people. Let us see if we can talk to Mr. Mashatile. Good afternoon, Mr. Mashatile. Good afternoon, Mr. Mashatile. Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Temingosi.
We'll see you later.
TV. Can you just get just a second of your time, sir?
I'm very happy to be here.
All right. That is Mr. Paul Mashatile. He's just told us he's very happy to be here. Unfortunately, he wouldn't speak to us, but as I've promised, we'll keep on trying. People are coming. They are coming by as abayangena. Kodwa ke abangeni ngolendlela sibalindele ngayo. Good afternoon, Minister, and thank you for taking this call. Firstly, Minister, I'm Temingosi Ngoma from Parliament TV. If you can just tell our viewers what inspired today's dress code.
Come again?
What inspired today's dress code?
Really nothing. I just grabbed what was, convenient, and I rushed.
And Minister Mthetwa, there are a number of challenges that the country is currently faced with. What is it that you would like the President to focus on this evening when he delivers the State of the Nation address?
I'm very confident that the President is fair with the challenges the country is faced with. He has demonstrated that over a number of times. And this time around is not going to be an exception, especially those things. He worries a lot about things which bothers or which bother society. The current crisis, energy crisis, for instance, issues of unemployment. Is going to be dealing with that a lot. And as you know, that he created this presidential intervention program, PESP, for economic recovery. Many portfolios, including ours, benefited out of that. And we see him ready to go forward, particularly on that.
And Mr. Minister, the country will be hosting the Netball World Cup this year. How far with the preparations are we ready to host the World Cup?
Well, we are ready. We are meeting on a monthly basis, particularly on that, because it's quite critical that we put up a serious showpiece for the world. We are capable of doing that. We've done it before, but we're not taking anything for granted. And South Africa is ready.
Minister Mthetwa, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Thanks so much.
Well, viewers, that was Minister Nathi Mthetwa. Right now, I'm going to see if I can speak to the CEO of SALGA. You will correct me if I'm wrong, sir. President of SALGA, Mr. Bheki Stofile. Good afternoon, sir. There are quite a few challenges, especially relating to the municipalities. People have been complaining about non-service delivery, basics, no water provision, and a whole list is endless. What is it that you can give, what is it that you can tell to the people of South Africa in relation to those complaints?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us. Look, it's a big challenge, and the challenge for us to be able to address it, we need to accept to collaboratively and coordinatively to work together, because 3 spheres of government are meant or are born through the Constitution, and the Constitution section 154 encourages that 3 spheres of government have to work together so that they address the challenges of communities. So challenges of communities, it cannot be addressed through local government alone, because local government is a vehicle to render service, and therefore other spheres of government have to come handy in that vehicle, in making that vehicle function. So I think we are in the right track in terms of understanding that collaborative move of the government sphere generally in the country.
And what is it that you'd like the president to focus on when delivering the State of the Nation tonight?
Look, I would love the president to address many issues. I mean, in local government, you've got million issues as a challenge. One of the challenges, the immediate challenge, the rolling load shedding. Its significant social and economic impact to communities and thereby threatens local government sphere. That's one issue. And this issue, it's more important to us because local government in the current period, it has been under threat. Councillors and municipal officials been killed, and now we are seeing this killing rolling over to other leaders in other sectors of our economy, like recent professors in 2 universities. And therefore, it's a challenge that we are facing. But the other challenge is, how do you deal with the emerging animal called coalition governments? And how do we handle that? Because it does provide inability to respond to challenges of our communities.
Mr. Stoffele, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. Much appreciated, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Mr. B. Stoffele. Mr. Stoffele is the chairperson of the South African Local Government Association. We will be trying to see if we can talk to people, but right behind me are the members of the Democratic Alliance who are making their entrance into the Cape Town City Hall, all dressed in black. I want to see if I can try and grab an interview. Hi, good afternoon, sir. Are you ready to talk to us? Temingo Singoma from Parliament TV. Sir, what is it that with the black dress code for the DA?
Well, I think we're standing with the whole of South Africa, and we're sending out a message, that we're in solidarity with all of South Africa, that we mourn with them.
And what is it that you would like the president to focus on or emphasize on tonight when he delivers the State of the Nation address?
Well, I think the most important issue would definitely be the power issue. I think the president has been silent around the power issue. We definitely want him to talk around that. I think what we're really unfortunately coming here for is for the president to pull out a fairy tale book and to read us another story, as story time is what SONA has become, hasn't it?
Baba, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. That was a member of the Democratic Alliance. As you can see right here, they are all dressed in black. Let us see if we can speak to Ms. Natasha Mazone. Ms. Mazone, good day. How are you, ma'am?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, ma'am. You can just take us through again. What really inspired this dress code, black?
Well, there's not much to be happy about at the moment in South Africa. And I think to come dressed as if you're going to a celebration or a matric dance, as we see here, it's not the right message to be sending out to South Africa. And we need to show South Africans that in solidarity with them, we believe that there is nothing to celebrate. We are in black business attire. We are here to do a job, and we are not here for a fashion parade, which is normally what SONA is. We have a much more important job to do, and that is to save South Africa while we still can.
And what do you think was the message that could save South Africa that the president must deliver to the nation tonight?
Well, I think the president has to announce the plans that he has in place for the energy crisis, which include immediately in his cabinet reshuffle, removing Minister Mantashe, removing Minister Pravin Gordhan, and replacing them with experts who can get the lights up and running. It's boiling hot today. The average South African is experiencing, in some places, up to 8 hours of load shedding. It's going to be very interesting tonight to see if we can keep the lights on, because even though the instruction has gone out, there's just not the capacity to do it. So that is the reason. It's a statement that the DA is making, but the real message to South Africa is we stand united with you in a joint unhappiness about where this government is taking us.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I'm not sure, Mr. Malham, would you like to add your expectations from the president tonight?
I want to see some real tangible proposals on how we deal with the electricity and energy crisis in South Africa. I want to see the president lay out timelines. I want to see measurable objectives. And I don't want to hear more talk shops. I don't want to hear another commission of inquiry or Indaba or War Room. I want to hear what exactly he's going to do, when he's going to do it by, and how South Africa is going to get out of the situation it's in.
Mr. Malam, thank you very much for talking to us. Ma'am, good afternoon and how are you?
I'm well.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could also just get, what is it, your expectation from the president tonight? What is it that the thing that the president should focus on or put emphasis on when he's delivering the State of the Nation address?
Well, I come from KwaZulu-Natal, and it's disintegrating. Nothing has been done since the floods and the riots. Only private enterprise have rebuilt their shops. For the rest, it's collapsing. We have sewage pouring into the ocean. We have electricity and water cuts on a daily basis, sometimes for 7, 8, 9 days in a row. Places like Phoenix have had no water for months, Ugu no water for months. These are the issues that should be dealt with by this president and simply have not been. It's catastrophic, and to come here like it's a birthday party or going to the races is so inappropriate. That's why we're wearing black. We're standing with other South Africans who are going through the same trauma and drama. People have got no jobs. All the businesses have closed. They're laying off hundreds of people. And here we have party dresses strolling by. I'm sorry, it's unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable.
Unacceptable indeed. Thank you very much, ma'am, for talking to us. We are continuing bringing you the live broadcast of the State of the Nation address, but for now we'll have to take you back to the studio.
Welcome back. You are watching Parliament TV, broadcasting live from the City Hall in Cape Town. Dr. Stander, may we continue with the discussion that we had before the crossover?
Thank you, sir. We were talking about the constitutional side of the calling of the joint sitting by His Excellency the President to deliver his State of the Nation address to the people of South Africa. On that score, it's interesting to mention, on occasion of such a ceremony of the state, all three of the authorities, or as it's commonly known, the arms or the branches of the state, the legislative authority, the executive, and the judiciary convene for the specific purpose. And one will see symbolically and ceremonially how the roles are played out on such an occasion. And then the symbols that comes, such as the parliamentary symbols and other symbols, as well as the military honors, it all visually symbolizes and indicates the authority of the state and the authority of the various arms of the state as they play out their roles. On that score, I mentioned the various ceremonies of the state in the Republic of South Africa. I can just maybe quickly say what they are. They are the inauguration of the President of the Republic. They are the receiving of a foreign head of state. They are the funeral of a head of state. They are the investiture with national orders. They are the presentation of credentials to the President of the Republic. And then there are the swearing-in ceremonies of high dignitaries. And the ceremony we're talking about, of course, the state opening of Parliament ceremony. So on this occasion, we have a full ceremonial format, which means that you will have full honors being extended to His Excellency the President as head of state, which will be the 21 gun salute, which is a salute flight by the South African Air Force, and which of course is a national salute given by the National Ceremonial Guard with the national anthem. You will notice that the President will acknowledge that salute given to him as head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces by placing his hand on his chest on the saluting dais when he receives that during the national salute given. In monarchies, for instance, that salute given to the monarch is called a royal salute. Now, ceremonies like this, the South African, which is the South African ceremony, it also has some national customs and traditions reflected in it. In South Africa, we have a historical inheritance, being a Commonwealth country, and we have some practices which we inherited from the United Kingdom, but we have transformed the symbols and we have introduced some particular South African and African elements into the ceremony. If I can explain on that, is you have just interviewed the Imbongi. The Imbongi is an element that has been introduced into this particular ceremony, which is a particular African component. If I say on the historical inheritance, is you will see the symbols of Parliament. We still have a mace and a black rod. That is the symbols of the authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the authority of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. The ceremonial components also point to the authority of the state, which means as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, remembering that the SANDF guarantees the sovereignty of the borders of our country and defense of our country, and the SAPS guarantees the safety internally of the Republic and the people. You will see ceremonially they are escorting the president, they are lining the streets, there's a mounted police escort, there's a military cycle escort. There is a step guard on the steps, there aids the car to the president, and then there are the components that I have mentioned. I can also mention something about the red carpet. It's quite a popular theme to reflect, because the red carpet is used in two different ways. There is how it's used in occasions of state and according to the rules of state, and then as it became popularized for some functions like celebrity functions. But here is the occasion of the state. In the South African state, that carpet is given to a head of state, to a visiting head of state, on ceremonial occasions. It is not rolled out, say for instance, when the president comes to answer questions in Parliament. It's on ceremonial occasions. And the history of that, why the red carpet?
We are just going to cross over for some happenings of the red carpet again.
Okay.
You're gonna
ask about the fashion, the designer. Yes, as I had promised that I will be bringing you fashion, glitz and glamour, and with me now is Minister Lindiwe Zulu. Ma'am, good afternoon and thank you for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you, Parliament TV. I'd like to see Parliament TV grow and grow.
Thank you very much, ma'am. If you can just briefly tell our viewers what inspired the dress code and who designed it.
This was designed as usual by my daughter Pindile Zulu of Amakawe Koto. She decided this year, she normally goes for ANC colors, but this year she said she wants colors that will bring peace to South Africa. That's why she chose white, but she was more motivated by the Rainbow Nation. Hence you can see all the colors of the flag are in this outfit. That's why she decided, let's do a change this time and just give some hope to the people of South Africa. All colors bring hope, but she decided on the white.
Wow, good choice of the color, ma'am. Quickly, if you can just tell us, what is your expectation from the president tonight?
I'm expecting the president to bring hope to the people of South Africa. I'm expecting the president, obviously, to break it down as to what he, as a president, and us, as his ministers, are going to be doing in the year 2023-2024. I'm also expecting the president to inspire the people of South Africa to also be supportive of the government, be appreciative of the work that we do, but I'm also expecting that the president will call on the people of South Africa to work together.
Thank you very much, Mr. I want to see if you can talk to Mamutitiza. Mamutitiza Saba. Ahusemhle, Mama. First of all, what inspired this dress code? Who designed it for you?
It was designed by Safik, which is a designer, who is a designer actually in Pretoria. Ghanaian by birth, but naturalized South African.
Okay, where in Pretoria is he based? Because we would like for our viewers to try and find him so that if anyone is interested in this dress, they are able to get it.
Pretoria East. She's in Pretoria East in Ferry Glen.
All right, ma'am, there are a number of challenges that the country is currently faced with. However, we're not going to go into them, but what is your expectation from the president when he delivers the State of the Nation address later this evening?
My expectation from today is that the president will address the current issue that is affecting South African society, the energy issue, the issues of poverty and unemployment, but also give an account of what government has done in the past year on the commitments that he made.
Thank you very much, Mama. But see if we can speak to General Holomisa. Good afternoon, General. Good afternoon, General. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Temi Ngozi from Parliament TV, and thank you for taking this interview. If you can briefly share with us, what is it that you would like to hear from the president? There are a number of challenges, but what is it that you would like the president to focus on?
The key is for him to announce plans to improve the economy of the country so that we can employ more people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holomisa. And right now, I'm standing with Ms. Maris Sugars, member of the African Christian Democratic Party. Ma'am, looking all good. What inspired today's dress?
It is about professionalism and work, because that is what we need in our country. There's so many people that are suffering and that needs us to do our utmost best to improve things for this nation. So today's dress is basically my workwear.
And what message is it that you think the president could come out today that could end the suffering that you're talking about?
You know, Themba Nkosi, what we really want is an answer to the nation. One for people to really hear that the president will put measures in place to ensure that it becomes much more safer for women and children. Behind the statistics of unemployment, the statistics of crime, there are faces behind them. And most of that is the faces of women and children. And so I'm hoping that the president again will address the step up of law enforcement, our courts, the justice system, to ensure that those that perpetrate such crimes will be brought to book. That is what I'm hoping the president will address for the nation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Would you like to add on your expectation for the president tonight, sir?
There's only one issue: load shedding. And the president must answer how he's going to fix load shedding. He has not come up with one cogent plan, and I'm not holding my breath. He must put his money where his mouth is today. Otherwise, finito.
Thank you very much, sir. And right now I'm with Mr. Sifiso Buthelezi. Good afternoon. Looking all good, sir. Briefly, what message are you expecting from the president tonight?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to our viewers. I think more than anything else, we would like to hear the president stressing the areas that we need to deal with in order to grow the economy, in order to create more employment opportunities, in order to create more opportunities for black business, especially emerging businesses and businesses from the townships and from the rural areas.
Mr. Buthelezi, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. And right now I'm standing with Mr. Vuyo Zungula, the president of the African Transformation Movement. Thank you very much, Mhlekazi, for uthatha le interview. Kokuqala nje ufuna uba ntoni yenze uba namhlanje masidecide unxiba la maqoqa sibe bhanyabhanya kanje.
Mhlekazi wami, ndisoloko ndinxityiswa ngabantu abamnyama belilizwe. Lena yenziwe nguZinhle Phoswa waseKomani, kodwa ngokuphangela ngokusebenza usebenza eseThekwini.
All right, sure. Viewers at home, you would have heard that Zinhle Phoswa, she's originally from Queenstown, but currently in KZN, and she designed this dress code for today. Briefly, if you could just share with our viewers your expectation from the president tonight. The country is faced with a number of challenges. What is it that you would like to hear the president focus on when addressing the nation tonight?
Takwethu, you know, there's a saying, it is stupidity if you keep on doing the same thing and you expect different results. This is the 7th time Mr. Ramaphosa is delivering a SONA. from 2018 up until now, he's proven time and time again that he does not have the capabilities to actually govern the country for the best interests of our people. If you look at all of the indicators from crime, unemployment, cost of living, it paints one bleak picture of a person that is failing to govern our country. Therefore, there's only one rational thing that would happen that would actually make South Africans to be happy. It is for him to tender his resignation so that a capable person, a person that has the best interests of the people at heart, to actually govern South Africa. Otherwise, Utatu Ramaphosa is not hated. He is failing to govern our country. And it is not us speaking out of emotion that is saying this. It is the indicators. You can look at the unemployment rate from 2018 up until now. Look at the daily meter rate from 2018 up until now. Look at the cost of living. Look at all indicators. They all point to one thing: a failed president.
Mhlekazi, siyayazi also that leli xesha lixesha elixakeke kakhulu, especially for abantu abatsha. Abanye bayarejistarisha kwi-institutions of higher learning, abanye banqonqoza emacangweni bayakhala, banandawo zokufunda, abanye banandawo zokuhlala. Ingaba ngomphi umyalezo wena onobanika zona abantu abatsha bakule situation nithetha ngayo?
Into esifuna uyithetha is that abantu bonke belizwe must not give up hope on South Africa being a better country. That is why it is important ukuba we need all citizens to actually come together and transform the country for a better. Because it cannot be ukuba every year we're encountering the same problems. When there's a time to actually change our government, we still vote for the same people abasi disappointayo. People must reclaim the country next year by voting out this failing government and putting a government ezobeka imfuno zabantu phambili.
Mr. Zungula, siyabulela kakhulu baba. That was Vuyo Zungula, the president of ATM. And as you can hear the bell, that's an indication that the red carpet is now officially closed. I hope that ndikuphathele konke obufuna ukubona nobunqwenela ukubona. Kodwa ke njengoba sihlala senza singuParliament TV, nakulo nyaka kuzayo ngexesha xa kudilivashwa State of the Nation, sobe ngeli xesha silapha kule red carpet sikubonisa izinto abantu abadlala ngazo xa benxiba ifashion. Kodwa kwangoku, let us go back to the studio.
Welcome back. We continue with our discussion with Dr. Alexander Stander, who's going to be telling us more about the proceedings as they unfold.
As we said in the beginning, this occasion is that engagement of His Excellency the President with the nation. But another aspect of it is on such an occasion, we should also remember the President constitutionally is also responsible for the international relations of the Republic with his Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and accordingly on such an occasion there are also foreign representatives, foreign guests present, and also representatives of the diplomatic corps, the resident heads of diplomatic mission in South Africa. Actually, there are 140 ambassadors, foreign ambassadors accredited to the Republic of South Africa, of which 133, as in October last year, are resident. On this occasion, there will be 9 of them, which includes the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps is, in terms of his date of appointment, the longest serving in terms of the date he presented his credentials. This is the Ambassador of the State of Eritrea, Ambassador Abdul, and the other 8 will be the regional ambassadors of the various regions in the world, the regional deans of that group. The ambassador of Central Africa has succeeded the ambassador of Eritrea as the Dean for Africa. They are the guests of the speaker and of the chairperson here. And then there are also other principal dignitaries. Amongst them, if I may say, and we'll soon see them arriving, we will see the arrival of the President of the National Assembly of the Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Big Togo. He's not the first President of a National Assembly of Côte d'Ivoire. I remember Professor Koulibaly was here as well. We will also see the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Africa region, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Catherine Gotani Hara. She is also the Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi. Parliament participates as a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the President of the Republic, of course, represents us when there is a heads of state meeting of the Commonwealth, of which we are a member. We will also see the chairperson of the Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network, who is now the Speaker of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan. She is the 6th Speaker of Azerbaijan, and those are the foreign dignitaries that will be attending His Excellency the President of the Republic, State of the Nation. And on that score, an interesting protocol comment, if I may make. We particularly refer to the President as His Excellency in the presence of foreign dignitaries, particularly so. That is an interesting protocol component as well. That is just to say the foreign participation as guests and the importance of the international relations component on this ceremony of the state. So soon we will be seeing them arriving, and then I can talk, as you initially asked, about the sequence in which the dignitaries arrive, those who are alighting at the front of the City Hall. They arrive in what we call precedence. Precedence means the holders of high office are arranged according to an order. There is a national order of proceedings, a table of proceedings in South Africa. It's called the National Official Table of Precedence, and it was issued in 1996, which is basically the more senior the rank arrived the latest, the most senior being the President arrived the last and leave first. That is in terms of precedence that they arrive, in terms of the national official table of precedence in the Republic. So we will see that soon materializing in the program of the order of proceedings. Yeah.
And one of the most, in fact, one of the most important events or the happenings, the interesting one that I want our viewers to have in mind is the interesting part. The interesting one is that one of arm on the chest when the national anthem is being sung.
Yes,
that's right. You said it is a symbol of.
The President receives from the armed forces a national salute. The national salute is the national anthem, with being given by the SANDF band and the National Ceremonial Guard, which salutes, gives that salute to the President, which is acknowledged by the head of state, also as the chief, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
So in other words, say, let us say we are at a soccer match at a stadium. We are at a soccer match at a stadium somewhere, wherever, when before the two games starts playing, then the national anthem is sung. Then it means no one must put his hand on the chest.
No, you know, what it is about is we must separate what is a ceremonial, military ceremonial occasion. When people show respect to national symbols, such as the flag of the country, singing the national anthem, people can show respect, but here is military ceremonial honors being given to a commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which is acknowledged as well. This is the significance of that particular matter.
Okay.
Yeah. So you will also see in monarchies, for instance, if I look at the when we once visited the European Parliament, there was a blue carpet. When His Majesty the King arrived, the red carpet came out, and then a royal salute is given. In a democracy, a national salute is given to the head of state, and to the head of state only.
To the head of state only. No, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us tonight, Dr. Stander. And I just want to, because of the fact that I know you know Sepedi very well, I'll just conclude by saying, Muchwaka ga bogala ele.
Ke a leboga morena. Ke a leboga.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave. In the studio right now, we've got a senior military person who is going to be telling us, who's going to tell us more about the ceremonies as they unfold. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, may you please introduce yourself, your name?
I'm Colonel Zolambi, standing in here now on behalf of the South African National Defence Force, so that we can be able to narrate and explain our role as the SANDF.
No problem. You can just continue.
All right. The SANDF, the role is ceremonial in nature. This is also drawn from the defense mandate, wherein, as part of our secondary role, we provide collateral utilities, conducting operations other than war. In this case, providing the ceremonial support to the opening of Parliament is part of that. You will see that we have all 4 arms of services, which then consist of the SANDF, being the SA Army, the South African Air Force, the SA Navy, as well as the South African Military Health Services. These services then are deployed as part of the components for the opening of Parliament. We are deployed from the castle. Some of the elements which one will see, as well as others which are hidden, deployed where off-site. It will be first of all, we start with the flag bearers. Each arm of service will be providing 10 flag bearers, meaning we'll have 40 in total. Then when we finish deploying the flag bearers, we'll then proceed with the street lining. The street lining, again, will start with the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and finishing with the SAMs. When we finish deploying those elements, that's when we'll begin with the National Ceremonial Guard. That will march through the street lining up to the parliamentary precinct. Those elements are the ones which will then be presenting the national salute to the President of the Republic. And as you observe also, when the National Ceremonial Guard is drawn, to the parliamentary precinct, it will be pulled by the National Ceremonial Guard Band, which will also be deployed just at the rear of the guard. Other elements which are also deployed just in front of the parliamentary precinct, there's an entertainment band from the Air Force. There's a step lining guard, which is also deployed just where the president will be ushered in. Then there are 2 aide camps, which will also be leading the president to the podium and thereafter to the parliamentary precinct and to the chamber.
Yes.
Yes.
No, thank you. Right now, Dr. Standard, can you take us through the proceedings, like what is happening right now on the
Thank you very much. And linking up with the Colonel, with his permission, there is his door openers of the SANDF, the 2 Navy service officers there. Now we are seeing the principal dignitaries starting to arrive. I've already listed the foreign dignitaries. We will now see also the former Deputy President and also former President Mbeki arrive. So this is now the sequential arrival of the principal dignitaries, and as I mentioned, they arrive according to the office that they hold. Amongst the last to arrive are the Chief Justice, who is position rubric number 3 in the Republic, and then the former presidents, of course, they are number 4, and lastly comes the Deputy President and the President of the Republic.
All right. As we can see, that looks like the military. Is it the police band or the military band on that is playing next to the city hall there?
As the Colonel mentioned, there are bands from all 4 the services of the Defence Force, and there we will see, we'll see the next principal dignitary to be arriving shortly.
Okay. So right
on that
now,
score, I may just say, with the Colonel's permission, I have been informed by the Defence Force. The 21 gun salute will be given by the Nelson Mandela Artillery Regiment.
Yes.
Speaking of which, the chairperson of the, if I may say on the side, referring to the Nelson Mandela Artillery Regiment, later this year in September, the chairperson of the Gunners Association said to me they will be in Cape Town in September, also a freedom of entry parade arranged by them, where those regiments, 14 of them, will be participating. And unfailingly, the Gunners, every occasion this year, such in the year for the State of the Nation address and for foreign heads of state, always unfailingly renders that salute to the head of state.
On the salute.
Then regarding the salute flight, I am told it is from 85 Combat Flying School, which is in Makala. They will be doing this salute flight.
Yes, salute flight.
Major Fenter is the squadron leader. And I must say, having observed the ceremony very often, last night during the rehearsal, on the very first gunshot, the aircraft came over, so that was absolutely splendid to see, even in the rehearsal. And then the Colonel has already mentioned the National Ceremonial Guard. I have already mentioned the Mounted Police escort from the SAPS and the military cycle escort. Those are all the military ceremonial components, if that is indeed correct. And
We just had I think the flights have already passed.
Now, when the president stands on the saluting dais and the national anthem and national salute is given to him, that's when the salute flight comes past.
Salute
and you
flight.
hear in the term a salute flight that it's a salute to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and head of state, together with the salute given by the national ceremonial guard and the gun salutes.
And then you said Colonel Mbi.
Yes.
Colonel Mbi, if you can just take us through the military proceedings that follow, the sequence actually that follow one another on this one.
All right. Thank you. When the elements are deploying from the castle, the first grouping, which will be leaving the castle, will be the flag bearers. Will then follow the Darling Street, Harrington up until the Darling Street. This, in a way, when you look at it, it's like a snake, so to speak. Reasoning why I'm putting it like a snake, because there will be a head and a tail. Then one would understand in that fashion. Then when you deploy the street lining, the first elements to deploy it will be the South African Military Health Service, because they should be at the tail, because they are the junior service out of the 4 arms of services. Then followed by the SA Navy, followed by the Air Force, then the Army, which the Army then will be from the head, where the President will be entering from the side of the, when he enters the street lining. So therefore, these arms of services will be forming the street lining. Thereafter, it will be the National Ceremonial Guard, which will march through the street lining up to the parliamentary precinct. This is when you will see also other elements are already in front of the parliamentary precinct, such as the step lining guard, the entertainment band from the Air Force, which is currently playing, the 80 camps were already waiting. Then, of course, then you will see the door openers. They are changing each other from the Air Force, the SAMs, and the Navy, and so forth. Now, the 21 gun salute is not deployed here because of the sound and also the safety for personnel around. So therefore, it will you will hear the sound, but you will not see where they are deployed. Then, of course, as alluded, once the president has taken the position at the podium, then the guard commander, the ceremonial guard commander, will then give the command, a national salute, present arms. Simultaneously, the national anthem will be sounding, accompanied by the 21 gun salute and the salute past. So that's basically, in the nutshell, what is going to happen.
So following that, the president, accompanied by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, will enter the chamber, preceded by the symbols of Parliament, which is the mace and the black rod, and then you will see the president will be announced by the sergeant at arms as they enter, when the Imbongi will then sing the praise of the president, until the president reaches his seat in the House. And then once the Speaker and the chairperson has given the opportunity for silent prayer and meditation, then of course the joint rules of Parliament starts for the joint sitting to commence. On that score, I will come back to explain the symbolism of the robes of the procedural staff and of the judiciary.
All right. As we can see, on the red carpet.
Yes.
It's I think it's a member, Honorable Buroto there, on the red carpet, going straight into the entrance, and then many people have already got into the hall, as we have seen, because almost all the ceremonies, the military ceremonies and everything have come to an end, and everybody is now seated, and I think we are not very much far from starting, because right now it's 6:15. Around about 7 o'clock, that is when the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering the 6th State of the Nation address.
Yes. Normally, in terms of the proceedings, by 6 o'clock, the members of the House are seated, and the foreign guests, what you see now, in the period between approximately 5:45 and 6 o'clock, you see now the principal dignitaries arriving, because about 6:20 is when the National Ceremonial Guard starts approaching and taking their position for the national salute that they will give about 10 to 7. 17:50 is the time for the president to arrive and take the salute. And that is the principal ceremony of the state that I explained. I just want to say something. If we see the robes, both of the judiciary and of the table staff, robes signify impartiality. As the judiciary dispense justice without favor, but impartially, it covers basically symbolically the identity of the individual. And in Parliament, the principal advisors to the presiding officers are the procedural staff, the Secretary to Parliament, who is the head of the accounting officer, and the head of the administrative head of the legislative arm of the state. And they are robed because of the application of the joint rules is applied across whatever political party. All the members are bound by that. Interesting on that, on the floor of the House can only come members of Parliament. By the way, I'm not sure if the public is aware, but the head of state, the president, is not a member of Parliament. During elections, His Excellency the President is elected, but when elected as president, must resign the seat. The deputy president is a member and is usually, not necessarily, but usually, the leader of government business in the House. So that is actually the interface between the executive and the legislature through the office of the leader of government business. On the aides de camp that the Colonel referred to, when we host a foreign head of state, we also assign an aide de camp to such a head of state. They also come with their own. But you will see that there are two here, because it is also the head of state and the spouse to the head of state. In terms of protocol, the spouse to the head of state ranks also in number one position with the head of state. On the gun salute, I can share some interesting information for our viewers if they are interested. The 21 gun salute is internationally the standard salute being given to a head of state. If one gives a salute to a head of government, it will be 19 guns. And it goes down in military ceremonial, you will always see, get a 17-gun salute. In many countries, that is given to a governor of a state. You get 17 also in the USA given to a 5-star general when they have a funeral of such a general. You get for a 4-star 15 guns, you get for a 3-star 13 guns, and for a 1-star 11 guns. So there's a sequence in military ceremony, if I'm correct, Colonel. For that, what we saw in South Africa is His Excellency the President hosted President Macron of France, where 21 gun salutes was given, and then came the Chancellor of Germany, who also got a red carpet. But if we give a salute to somebody like the Secretary General of the United Nations, it would be 19 guns. In monarchies, there is a bit of a difference where on the birth of a monarch, heir to the throne, and the accession to the throne, another 20 is added, making it 41 or 62 even. And the just interesting facts is the biggest number of ever given in history was 300 for the birth of the last heir to the Russian throne, the Tsarevich Alexei Nikolaevich, when he was born in 1904. 300 rang out to announce the birth of the heir to the throne. The 21 here is a common international practice, which is once more something we inherited. I can also talk in protocol terms about forms of address. I refer to the matter of addressing the President as His Excellency. People don't always know in terms of forms of address what is a title and what is your job. If people say Madam Speaker, Speaker is the job and Madam is the title. And why do we say Honorable? Honorable as a title was discontinued many years ago in the 1980s. But in 1994, when the new democratic parliament was assembled, that is used as a form of designation of respect, because a member of parliament represents a constituency. And that's why it is an honorable member of parliament, which is a form of address, but not a title, if I may explain that. We, of course, address ambassadors as Excellency too. Why is that? Ambassadors are plenipotentiary representatives of their head of state, their country, and their government. It's interesting facts. That is everything play out. But if I might come back, all these ceremonial components indicate visually and symbolically the authority of the state, its constitutional mandates and its constitutional roles. Pomp and ceremony or carpets or a carpet show, it all has significance of indicating respect for the state's authority and for the position according to the office that you hold. Certain courtesies are extended to you. So, as I've explained now with the gun salutes and other courtesies, even seating arrangements at banquets are done according to precedence accorded to the rank that you hold. Our own table of precedence is from 96. I'm coming back there. You see now that the viewers will see the judiciary with their robes, the various robes from the Constitutional Court, the green ones, and then the Supreme Court of Appeal, the Labour Court. I have earlier explained what the robes' significance. So that was the procession of the judiciary. There are 2 other processions, which are the speakers of the provincial legislatures and the premiers of the provinces. What you see here is the step guard that's marching up to take position on the steps through where the president will be passing through on his way to the saluting dais. Colonel, this is the band with the national ceremonial. What is it called?
The band you see there, it is the National Ceremonial Guard Band.
Yes.
Now the uniform, which is red, you will see all the army bands will be wearing the red uniform, of which then the National Ceremonial Guard, the uniform which they are wearing now, the green one, it is actually what is worn by the National Ceremonial Guard, and that is the only unit we have for ceremonies. Prior 1990, it was called the Presidential Guard, which was since disbanded before 1990. And then this unit was then resuscitated, so to speak, in 1996. This also was born out of the luminaries when they visited South Africa. Then the Defence Force had to assemble soldiers to provide and present welcoming ceremonies. Now, then, of course, then it was seen as a gap, hence the establishment of the National Ceremonial Guard to fulfill that gap as a unit. So we'll see then the officer commanding currently, and who, of course, is the guard commander, ceremonial guard commander, is a female, Lieutenant Colonel Masilela. And the band director is also a female, Major Ngomo. Quite interesting that at least we are blending now, and we are transforming those special units. Now they are in position, preparing themselves. You will see from here on, the Deputy President of the Republic will be ushered in, escorted by the bikers, the military police. They will bring him in. Then they withdraw, awaiting now the escorts who will then bring the president. The escorts, it will again be the bikers, the military police, as well as the SAPS on horses. So that is basically when the president has arrived, he will then be, of course, awaited by the aide camps, who will usher him to the podium. As soon as we complete that part where the national anthem has been sounded, and of course terminated on the last 21 gun salute, the 21st round, when it goes off, then we terminate the salute. The president withdraws from the podium, led by the aide camps, ushered into the chamber.
And so soon after the national anthem has been sung, and the president has got into the chamber, so all the military activities outside field.
That concludes our participation, and then the military will then withdraw. The last grouping, it is the one to withdraw first, up to the one who came first withdraws last. So it's first in, last out.
First in, last out. So in this way, then the president will be doing the state of the nation, giving out information, and after that,
Job for the day is done. I think I should also mention the 2 elements that will only be remaining is the 2 aide camps, who will then be in the chamber, because they have to usher in the president. So they are the only 2 members who will be remaining. The rest of other groupings will draw. One other factor which perhaps one should also bring into light, of course, it will not be seen here at the City Hall, but you will have the flame guard, which is currently at the old Parliament, I would say. So they will be deployed in that vicinity as well.
What the Colonel refers to is at Parliament there is an eternal flame. It's called the flame of remembrance. And that flame is there in remembrance of South Africans who has lost their lives in wars, not only in South Africa but across the borders of the country in many conflicts, what they believe. From the First World War in 1914-1918. I earlier mentioned what the chairman, Mr. Kevin Ashton of the Gunners Association informed me, but he also, if I may mention about, apart from the regiments of the gunners, is that the SAS Mendi from the navies, the honors that has been given to commemorate the naval personnel of South Africa who sunk, whose ship was sunk in the First World War. That is also being commemorated now properly in South Africa. In the Second World War, South Africa was also an ally, and we also had service personnel. Now recognition is being given to military personnel that wasn't formally given. We also saw some Navy vessels having been renamed according to that recognition being given now. But that eternal flame is for that purpose in Parliament. On that score, if I may mention, South African Defence Force personnel now actively participate, as you know, in peacekeeping and peace enforcing operations, like in the DRC. That is a very important role. We have more than 400 peacekeepers deployed outside the borders. There's also Mozambique. So we participate very much in peacekeeping and peace enforcing from the United Nations side, deployments of our military personnel.
And this eternal flame?
Yes. Flame of remembrance, yes.
The flame of remembrance. So is it right throughout?
I know that from the Department of Military, of Defense and Military Veterans, the heritage component is looking at broadening these things. Of course, in Delvaux Wood, in Europe, in France, there is a memorial for the soldiers who died in the fields of Flanders and the Battle of the Somme, a big one there as well. But now the Department of Defense for a number of years are looking into that matter.
You will see on a yearly basis what the Defense Force has got what we call the Armed Forces Day. The one of this year is scheduled on the 21st of February, which will be held in Richards Bay to celebrate and commemorate first the forces and also to honor those who fell in battle, including the singing of the assessment. So we do honor those who fell in battle in the form of the Armed Forces Day, which of course the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, will be officiating in that event.
So that is over and above, because from time to time, when there are some big occasions like when January 8th was being celebrated, there's music in the air. When it was being celebrated, the same
Yes.
So we saw the day before the president did visit some the families of the heroes of the But it's just that it was a seated their graves, putting wreaths and so on and so on. So this is quite different from this eternal flame, because the eternal flame is done in the buildings of Parliament.
It is on the parliamentary precinct in what is called the Garden of Remembrance there. It is called the Eternal a Flame of Remembrance, and it was established in the late 1980s. It was placed there. But it covers all those conflicts, including the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the war, Namibian independence, or the border war, as it's also known, and other conflicts, and also in modern times, as I mentioned, our soldiers are losing their lives in peacekeeping operations as well. So it's for all South Africans who lose their lives in the service of the country abroad and in conflicts everywhere in the world. Also, annually on the 11th of November, or the date closest to that, there's a remembrance ceremony held for the First World War, but it also addresses other wars on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, and that was when armistice was signed, the end of the war in 1918, when hostilities ended. A lot of South Africans participated in the war. One will be surprised where there are in Commonwealth graves and elsewhere where South Africans lie. I remember when I prepared for former President Mbeki, his visit to the Russian Federation. In Moscow, there is also a museum for the Second World War, and there's also a South African exhibition in there, because we, with Britain, with France, with the USA, and with the Soviet Union, we were allied forces there. So South Africans participated in the Arctic convoys there as well. That's all where South Africans were dying. So we should now see, I see it's 1838, around about 1844 we would see the Deputy President arriving with his military police cycle escort.
Yes.
Colonel.
Okay, so he will be arriving, and then the last person to arrive will be the president.
Yes, which means now the principal dignitaries have all arrived, the processions have all arrived, the former deputy president and former president has arrived. They are all inside the house, and when the deputy president arrives, he is also announced in the house. President arrives and then is given the full ceremonial honors after he enters the house to give his address. It's quite, I don't want to use the word sacred, but it's the pivotal moment, this one, ceremonially speaking.
Ceremonially speaking, yes.
Isn't that, Colonel?
Indeed.
Yes.
We always look forward to participate in these ceremonies because, as alluded, this really symbolizes the authority of the state. And equally, you will see also the defense force, we bring it to the people because this is the people's defense force. And in that light, I should also mention that currently the defense force is recruiting to ensure that it's rejuvenating for the future. So our children out there, the ages between 18 and 22, were eligible to, they are still eligible to apply. The forms will be closing on the 28th of February. They can apply to the Defense Force so that we can rejuvenate because we will be exiting at some point. So they have to come in as well.
What is that age range again? Is between
18 and 22 years of age.
Between 18 and 22 years of age.
Yes.
And then, if I may ask, what is the criteria? Do they have to have a matric or what?
The criteria is definitely one has to complete the matric. Also with the good symbols, of course, because it gives you a fairly good range of choosing our masterings, because we have engineers as well. We've got doctors, we've got lawyers, we've got a full range of masterings, and so it is important and an advantage for our children to also plow back to the Defence Force. Not only see the Defence Force as maybe in the periphery,
that's right,
but we need good results, and those who are committed enough and patriotic enough to join the Defence Force.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting to realize that the South African Defence Force is also, the South African National Defence Force is also another way.
Yes,
another way
sorry
of
for that. There we see the arrival of the Deputy President of the Republic.
Okay. That is the motorcade of the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. He is now, he stepped out of the car, is now on the red carpet, being greeted by Deputy Speaker Chesa Tsenudi and May Sylvia Lucas. He's being ushered to the podium. He's being ushered to the podium.
No, he's not going. Sorry, he's being. He will enter into the house. You will see that he is being conducted into the house by the Secretary of the National Assembly.
Right.
And he will be announced when he enters the house. So a procedural officer always brings them on the floor. The processions are brought in by a procedural officer, the secretaries to the House. The Secretary to Parliament will be here also when the Speaker and the Chairperson will receive the President of the Republic, who will go on the saluting dais with them.
It's quite interesting to watch, because at any time from now, at about 10 to, that's yes, when the presidential motorcade would be coming.
President and his retinue and his escorts arrive to receive the national salute.
And another thing to notice is that it is only, in the street, it is only the military and a few spectators on the other side of the street, on the other side of the city hall. But here in this street, it's clean. It's just the military personnel doing their normal duties ceremonially.
Okay, so what we see here is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP and the Secretary to Parliament to await the arrival of the President.
So this means that the presidential motorcade is not far.
That's right.
Yeah. The presidential motorcade is not far. And As you can see, I think it's a bit windy outside. When you came in here, it was a bit chilly in the morning, but right now it shows it's a bit windy because you can see the gown, that gown is being blown by the wind. One thing interesting is that although it's 10 to 7, it's still nice and sunny in Cape Town.
Yes. Yes.
Nice and sunny in Cape Town.
Okay.
Previously, when the ceremonies happened at Parliament, you may recall for many, many years, there was also participation from civil society, which means there were representatives such as eminent persons from provinces, some school children, and representatives of a broader civil society.
Yes, I remember. Okay.
So Deputy President, as I mentioned, is also the leader of government business in Parliament. He is, of course, not elected, he is appointed by the President. And there comes His Excellency the President.
That is the motorcade.
That is the arrival of the head of state of the Republic of South Africa. With a mounted SAPS police escort. You've already seen the military police cycle escort. After the President alights, he is greeted by the presiding officers of Parliament. And the procession entering the House. The President enters in procession, which I will describe as he enters. Also present there is the Chief of State Protocol, Ambassador Losi, and also the Division Manager for International Relations. They are the two aides-de-camp taking possession.
The two soldiers are the two aides.
Two aides-de-camps?
Or two aides-de-camps.
Just for interest's sake, the ATCAMs, you will see that they are rotating on a yearly basis in terms of the arms of service. This year, it is the Army. Next year, it will be another service. And that equally, you will see also at the step lining guard, each service is represented. Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the South African Military Health Service. Now the national anthem will be sounding.
Podium group, about 10. Quick march. Quick march.
So they're taking him into the chamber now.
They precede the president, but when he enters the chamber, the symbols of parliament, the usher, the sergeant at arms, then the usher of the black rod, the speaker, the chair, the president, and the secretary to parliament. That's the two either cars you will see moved in towards the side, and then the parliamentary procession will enter.
As you can see now, the sergeant at arms is not yet visible there, but he is the one who's going to be ushering the what called the president.
Plus the usher of the black rod.
Plus the usher of the black rod. Yes.
And at that time is the time the Imbongi does the praise of the president.
All right. Yes. Yes.
So there it's happening. And he also announces the president.
President of the Republic
That is
of
then
South
the
Africa. Bazondo gombela kwesabo inhlanzi ehambe phakathi kwezinkalankala yahamba yangazilingisa yahamba yanethezeka Ramaphosa mnyakaziswa ababhemu abashiye bencela izithupha kuvumile impompo kwavuma iGauteng ne-Eastern Cape yavuma thuma mina ngiyathumeka ivunywe nawu King Charles kwelamangisa eNgilandi ukubhakuzela kweyifuba kontaba kayikhonjwa ikhlaselo kwesomongameli wajabula nomahlale lapho wathi uyangapha bathi 350 wathi uyangapha bathi 350 wathi uyangapha bathi 350 wathi uyangapha bathi 350 kulilise nogogo nomkhulu bathi akabuye ngevoto kamatamela inhlathe ementabeni ziyikhonkotha zikude ziyayisaba misondela since 1952 kwelasesowethi baphengo noPeter libhodo elincane kwezamabhizinisi ngoba umuntu wazana ixesha lifikile kaRamaphosa ginqe ezethendwa yinkunzi ibinda iqhawa liqede.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Meditation. Honorable members, please be seated. Honourable members. Honourable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, with Joint Rule 71A, in order to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. So, honourable members, before I invite the Honourable President to address this joint sitting, I wish to remind all of us of Chapter 2 of the Joint Rules of Parliament, specifically Parts 1 and 2, which deal with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following, honourable members. Rule 13 provides that an assembly or council member other than the officer presiding at a joint sitting may not speak at the sitting unless invited to do so by the presiding officer, or without having obtained the permission of the Speaker and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces before the meeting. Rule 14, honourable members, states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is in contempt of or in disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber for the remainder of the sitting. Rule 14(0) states that no member shall refer to any other member by his or her first name or names only. Rule 14(p) states that no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language. Lastly, a point of order is only allowed if it calls attention to the transgression of a joint rule or an accepted parliamentary practice or privilege. Spurious points of order are out of order. As members are aware, the rules are there to protect the dignity and the decorum of the House and to ensure that business before the Houses of Parliament are conducted in an orderly manner. I now call on the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting.
Speaker of the National Assembly,
Thank you, Honourable President. Honourable Malema, what is the point of order?
You asked Mr. Ramaphosa to sit down first. I'm standing. No, when a point of order is called, Speaker, the Speaker must sit down. You can't have two speakers standing at the same time. Please follow the procedure.
Honourable Malema.
I'm rising on Joint Rules 14S. And we can't both stand, Speaker.
Honourable Malema, I asked you, you said you have a point of order.
Yes.
And I said, what is the point of order? And I allowed you to go ahead.
But, please, Speaker, in terms of procedure, the President must sit down.
I will order the President to sit down if I feel it is necessary for him to do so. I will. No, sit down, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, it's not the rules. That's not how it works. Honorable Speaker, I think we are, as honorable members, violating the joint rules of this House by allowing Mr. Ramaphosa to speak here because he has taken this parliament to court. And by taking this parliament to court, he has passed a motion of no confidence on this parliament. And he can't have his cake and still eat it because until the court has resolved on the dispute between us as parliament and him, he's got no leg to stand before us as a legitimate body to address us. And therefore, I ask that the Speaker should actually declare this meeting closed because he had no right even to convene us to come here. How can he convene the people that he has taken to court? And in that court, Speaker, you are the first respondent. Effectively, he has taken you to court. And that if he wins this case, it means that this body has acted unlawfully against him. We have a matter with him before court, and the right thing to do will be that we should allow the court to make a ruling before we can interface in the manner we're doing. Because the President has declared a motion of no confidence against his own parliament, something that has never happened.
Thank you.
President Mbeki can confirm that since 1994, we have seen this mess with what is before us now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema, when I opened this session, I said this session is convened in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read together with Rule 7. And this has been called in order to discuss one item, in fact, not a discussion, for the President to provide us with his program of action of government, and therefore he will be allowed to proceed and deliver the State of the Nation address. This session has not been convened to discuss any other matter other than the one which I have just stipulated. Allow us, Honorable Malema, to allow the President to present his State of the Nation address. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Malema. I also would not want us to have a dialogue, Honorable members. Yes.
With due respect, Honorable Speaker, you cannot say that this event is called only to perform one item only. If that was the case, the joint rules were not going to allow the point of orders. Though the founders of this parliament knew that there might be a necessity, even when we are convened in this manner, for members of parliament to raise issues that are damaging the image of this institution. And I've raised that matter, and I would like you to consider it and not just dismiss it on the basis that we are here to listen to one item only. The rules were not going to provide for point of orders if we're only subjected to listen to one item. And therefore, I think the Speaker is out of order in that regard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema and honorable members, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, stopping the President from addressing the House. In terms of Section 34, everyone, any one of us here has a right to access the courts of the Republic of South Africa. I now, please, honorable members, invite the President to deliver the state of, it is in our interest for us to listen to the State of the Nation address, honorable members. Mr. President, you may proceed. Mr. President, What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order as is contained in Rule 14S of the Joint Rules of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. We can't bury our heads as Parliament and sit here convened by a person who has disregarded the institutions of the state. We know, as a matter of fact, that there is an issue which the Reserve Bank sought clarity from him on in relation to the money that is in Palapala. He has ignored that recurrently. The revenue collector, the FIC, SAPS, everyone else.
There is a point of order.
I think that issue we can't bury our heads in the sand and listen to a person who is involved in wrongdoing.
Honourable members.
And we can't vote wrong into right as Parliament as you did in the last sitting when we were dealing with the Palapala issue.
You are now delivering a speech. This is a speech. Next week, no, Honorable Shivambo, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable Member, you know very well that next week you will have 2 days of debate of the State of the Nation address. For now, we are receiving the State of the Nation address from the President. Please, Honorable Member, now that I have raised a point of order he has raised a point of order, I've finished ruling with that, Honorable Members. Shall we now proceed with the State of the Nation address? Mr. President, my sincere apologies. I'm told there's a point of order from Mr. Zungula. Honorable Zungula.
Speaker,
yes.
I want to call a thing that you did, Speaker, is to anticipate what will happen in the House by reading rules of Parliament. And that is in violation of Rule 90 in terms of the rules. The second point of order, Speaker, is that you are disrupting speakers when they are addressing you.
And
Speaker,
Honorable Zungula, please,
you are violating
please take your seat.
Rule 66.
Please take your seat, Honorable Zungula.
You are violating the
Honorable Zungula, will
because you are interrupting me.
Take your seat.
I'm not done, Speaker.
Honorable Zungula,
I'm not done.
Take
Speaker,
your seat.
I'm a member of Parliament. I've got a right to raise a point of order.
I am calling you for the third time,
Speaker,
Honorable Zungula.
I am raising a point of order.
Honorable Zungula.
I'm raising a point of order.
Honorable Zungula. Honorable Zungula, I have called you out thrice now. And I am now, no, hold on. Honorable Zungula, I read these rules deliberately and I stated that 14G allows that if the presiding officer is of the view, right, or that a member is deliberately contravening a provision, and that's exactly what you have just done. I request you to leave the House. I do. I request you, Honorable Zungula, to leave the House. Honorable Zungula, I request you to leave the House. Sergeant in arms, please. Honorable Zungula must leave the House. Thank you very much. Honorable members, Sergeant in Arms, will you please call in the Parliamentary Protection Services to remove Honorable Zungula? I thank you, honorable members. In fact, honorable members, the reason why I ignored what Honorable Zungula raised, it is because it is not, he quoted a wrong rule. And that's it. This matter is now over. Honorable Zungula is out. Shall we then proceed with the State of the Nation address? Mr. President, you may proceed. You may proceed. Honorable members, may I just point out that the reason why I've removed Honorable Zungula is not about quoting a wrong rule, but that he defied my instruction. It has come to an end now, honorable members. Honorable Zungula defied my instruction. Will you please lower your hands? We are now proceeding with the business of the day. Mr. President, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Order,
Honorable Speaker.
members. Honorable members, I'm not going to allow it. Honorable members, hold on. Mr. President, my apologies. Honorable members, I do want to say that I will not entertain spurious points of order. I will not entertain spurious points of order. Now, honorable members, we are not going to waste time on points of order. I am addressing you, honorable mandate. Just keep quiet until I finish, because I will give you the opportunity to speak. Right? Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't. Honorable whoever. Honorable Tambo, Wena Pambo, Honorable Pambo, I'm watching you, Honorable Pambo. I am watching you. I am watching you. Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente. We look at the mics, Honorable ICT. Thank you. Thank you.
Masibulele mama, bulele kakhulu. Sizawukhumbula ubana ngo-2021 sabizwa ngupresident kule house esibizela izinga le-GBV eliphezulu. Emva koko wacela i-South Africans ubana ngaba zimncedise ukulwa izinga le-GBV and femicide. Kodwa ephalaphala uthathe umfazi.
Honorable member, wait.
Bamhlukumeza amapolisa phansi kwakhe.
Wait, honorable member, wait. On what point are you rising?
On a point of order 14S.
Point of order 14S?
Point of order and 14S of the rules. 14L and 14S of the rules. of joint rules.
Will you please go through that, Honorable Member?
I don't have the book with me.
Honorable
It
Member.
allows me to address you.
Honorable Member, the issue you are raising has nothing to do with what we are doing right now, with the business of the House.
Mama, 14S, when a point of order is raised, the member called to order shall resume his or her seat. Therefore, I'm calling a point of order. Everyone else must listen. And ngenhlonipho mama, ungangeni emlonyeni. Ngenhlonipho.
Honorable Member.
So, Mama,
the point of order you are raising has nothing to do with the violation of the rules which we are working on, of the joint rules.
It has everything to do.
You are engaging in a debate.
Mama, if ubuntu mamele,
this is a debate.
If ubuntu mamele, uzayiva le nto ndizayithetha. Awukhange undinike nethuba loba nditsho uba ndifuna uthini.
Honorable Member.
Okay. Now, umongameli endlini yakhe ngexesha lento yephalaphala. Umfazi obephayana kunye nalamadoda.
You are out of order. You are out of order. Honorable Member, you are out of order. This has nothing to do with the debate. Next week, if you think that you want to raise issues related to GBV, you will have an opportunity to do so. Right now, we are on item 1, and that item is only one only, and that is the State of the Nation address. Honorable members, please allow me to rule that I will not allow any more points of order unless the point of order, unless I haven't finished, honorable members, unless the point of order is related to the business of the day today, honorable members. Honorable member, we now. Honorable Khatebe. I've given you an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on the fact that you have already made a ruling. You have already made a ruling that you are not going to take any points of order anymore. Number two, Honorable Speaker. Number two, we cannot allow people to come and introduce a debate instead of a point of order. I request that the ruling you have made must be respected. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Khatebe. You are very correct, Honorable Member. Yes, he is. He is. I ruled that, Honorable Members, that we are now, in fact, I think we are now done. I've given an opportunity to Honorable Members to raise their issues, and none of what you are raising is related to what we're about here today. Honorable Dlamini, please, we want now to proceed. Honorable members, we want to proceed with the business of the House. It is now 20 past, since 20 minutes after, since we started with this. We now proceed, Honorable. Did I recognize him? Honorable Dlamini, yes? On what point are you raising? Are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 14U.
Which
14U.
14U?
I hope you must speak as a book and saying about
it. Must be I read it to you.
Yes. So other people page I pass up in
yes.
Yes. Speaker.
Yes.
As was seated here. How much more as a country must allow such incompetence to come and address us? This man who sits here, Mr.
Honorable Member, point of order. Point of order, withdraw that.
1 billion has not given those people.
Withdraw what you have done. This is not, don't say this man, it's an honorable member. It is an honorable member.
Honorable Mr. Ramaphosa.
Number two,
yes,
Honorable Dlamini?
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable Dlamini?
Yes, Speaker.
Shall we please respect one another?
No problem.
And maintain the decorum of the House. Honorable
problem.
Dlamini, this is the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Is
That's
this your
number
purpose?
one. Number two, Honorable Member, I'm
okay.
talking now.
No problem. Kuluma Speaker, Ngalele.
Honorable Dlamini,
Yeah,
will you please now take your seat?
But I'm not speaking.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Dlamini, please, Honorable Member, please take your seat. Uzawuphuma ke ngoku. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, proceed. I see the game which you are playing, honorable members. And I will not allow you to proceed with it. This business of SONA will continue. I will not allow you to, Honorable Mawutwe, I'm addressing you, please stop that. Lower your hand. Thank you very much, honorable members. Please, let us respect one another. Thank you. Honorable the President. There is no point of order now. Is no point. I've given you adequate time and you are not raising issues relevant to what we are discussing here today. What you have been doing is to raise spurious points of order. I'm not allowing it. Proceed, Mr. President. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm not allowing any more points of order. Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing you. Honorable Shivambu, I am not allowing you. Honorable Mawutwe, I am not allowing you. Honorable Josie, I am not allowing you to speak. Honorable Mkalipi, I will not allow you to speak. Honorable Tambo, I will not allow you to speak. Honorable Pambo, I will not allow you to speak. We now proceed with the debate of the House. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Ndlozi. Take your seat. There's no point of order. Take your seat. There is nothing out of order at all right now. There is absolutely nothing out of order right now. We proceed with the business of the House. You may continue, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mawutwe, Honorable Member, please lower your hand. Honorable Members, I don't want to find ourselves in a space where we have to enforce the rules. We all understand what the rules are. Honorable Tambo, uzawuphuma tata. Very soon we are going to be out. Uzawuphuma. No, man. We can't be disrespected in this way. South Africans would like to listen to the State of the Nation address. What you are doing, honorable members, is disrespecting not this assembly, but you are disrespecting all South Africans. I will not allow any more points of order. I have ruled and I am not going back on that one. If you do not want honorable members to be part of this session, if you don't want to be part of the session, if you don't want to listen to SONA, please, you may simply walk out and wait for us outside. That's it. I'm done with that, honorable members. I've come to a conclusion that what you all are raising has absolutely nothing to do with what we are about here today. I have, honorable members, decided that you should refrain, as I have said earlier on, from raising spurious points of order. I have, honorable members, I've allowed you to express yourselves, believing that the points of order you are raising, which are a privilege, by the way, you are unable to say exactly what it is that you want raised. And therefore, we have now closed the part that deals with points of order. I thank you, honorable members. Proceed, Mr. President, and I am sorry for keeping you standing. Proceed, Mr. President.
Thank you. Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa,
honorable members,
Mr. David Mabuza.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Take your seats, Mr. President. Honorable members, seeing that you are determined to ensure that we do not proceed with this sitting, once more I request you, those of you who do not want to be part of these proceedings today should actually leave the House. If not, honorable members, because what is happening now is that you are actually obstructing and you are interfering as the President is present. I'm not going to allow you to raise a point of order because I have closed the points of order, right? Now, honorable members, I request you for the last time now, please, honorable members, will you please, all those of you who continue to say point of order, and I can point all of you. Now, there will be no point of order, and there will be no one who says point of order as the President now is addressing. I've given you an opportunity, I've given you ample time, and none of you have raised an issue related to what we are about here today. All that you are raising is an issue which has nothing to do with the State of the Nation address. The issue which you are raising is an issue which you will have a right to raise when you are engaging in your debates next week. Honorable members, I've closed it. I've closed it. I've closed it, honorable members. Honorable members, it is over. It can't continue. Thank you. Mr. President, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill Lewis, our former President, President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President, Ms. Baleka Mbete, President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira.
Honorable members, I now give a notice and I'm going to call you one by one. And Sergeant in Arms, you will help me to remove or usher out people who do not want to be part of the debate. That is where we are now. Honorable Shivambo, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mente, Honorable Mawutwe, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Ndlozi. I don't need to be assisted to chair, please. Let me deal with my mess right now. It's mine. Leave me to deal with it. Honorables, the ones I've just called now, you can leave the house. Now. Sergeant and arms, leave the house. All those whose names I've called out must leave the house. There's no point of order. Lower that hand. There's no point of order. And stop screaming at us. Lower that hand. Orupume. What's the name of the person? Honorable members, you are refusing to leave the house? Thank you. I now suspend the proceedings. Security services, you may intervene. Security services of the Republic of South Africa, you now come into the chamber and remove the members. The business is suspended for the next 10 minutes. Honorable members, hold on. Business of the house. Animal out. Resume. Honorable members, the ladies of the PPS, honorable members, the ladies of the PPS, will you please remove the ladies? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we will now resume the business of the House. I want to start by apologizing, honorable members. Honorable members, I've noted your hand, honorable member. May you please allow me to address the House first. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to start by apologizing to all of you for what has just happened. I also want to apologize to the South African nation, which is watching the proceedings. I do want to thank the speed with which the PPS and the security of police came in and dealt with the issues. The issue is now we will proceed with the business of the House, honorable members. It was not our intention to continue in the manner in which we have done. But honorable members, we've had to suspend the House because there was disorder. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable leader of the opposition party.
Madam Speaker, I don't intend to delay the proceedings any more than they have already, but it is an important point of parliamentary privilege. Prior to you issuing an instruction for the security services to enter the chamber, they had already entered the chamber, armed with firearms, and this matter has already been the subject of litigation in the High Court of South Africa, which ruled that it was not permissible for members of the armed services to enter the Chamber of Parliament without your express permission. That was not the case in the sequence of events. I'm not asking you to make a ruling now. However, I am asking you to examine the footage and for you to ensure that in future the rules of Parliament are upheld and that members of this House are not intimidated by an uninvited insurgence of the security services into the chamber. Thank you.
No, honorable member, may I just draw your attention to this. First, I don't know. I will have to watch the footage. But what I do know is that the honorable members who I had called out and requested to leave the chamber had not been invited to climb the stage where the president was sitting. That I must say, rules or no rules. Here was a situation, my common sense tells me that a president is sitting here and is addressing, and I ask people politely to leave the House, and instead of leaving the House, they climb the stage. It immediately threatens the security of the principal. And I want to request us, honorable leader of the opposition, that this should not be a matter now that delays the proceedings anymore. Anything else now, we will have to go back to the Hansard and go to the recordings and observe for ourselves, both you and us from our side. Being removed from the House can never allow you and give you the right to run to the stage where a principal is sitting. And I think that's the only reason. And please allow me, Honorable Steenhuisen, that I do not give you an opportunity to speak. Let us close this matter. This matter must be closed. You see, honorable member, there's a rule here which says, in the event of violence or a reasonable prospect of violence or serious disruption of the sitting as a result of a member's resistance to be removed, right? Now, the presiding officer may suspend the proceedings. And that is the basis on which I suspended okay, I see you disagree, and I will allow you once, and you, hold on, honorable members, I know you know the rules. You understand. I have a reason for doing this right now. Honorable Steenhuisen.
I apologize, Mr. President, for delaying you further than you've been delayed already. But this is an important point, and it's important for our Parliament. Madam Speaker, at that stage that the security services rushed in, there was at that stage no threat to life or limb. Furthermore, they can only enter the chamber upon your invitation. That was not the case. They entered the chamber prior to you saying, I invite the security services in to stabilize the situation. It is a very important point for you as a presiding officer to protect our Parliament from incursion from forces that account to the executive. And it's a parliamentary point, and I'm happy to take it to the Rules Committee with you, but I want it on the record that we are not going to let this matter lie here. It is an important point to prevent the intimidation of members of Parliament by members of the security services who account to a minister who sits on these benches. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Oosthuizen, and I have noted the points you have raised. Please allow me to proceed with the sitting, honorable members. Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, I differ from my colleague, Honorable Steenhuisen. Maybe he doesn't understand the work and the job of the Presidential Guard. The EFF made a mistake to get onto this stage and make a threat to the President. I want to congratulate the Presidential Guard for what they did.
I thank you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think you have made a ruling on this matter. The matter was raised by the Honorable Leader of the official opposition. You did say that you will investigate this matter, look at Hansard and everything else, and I think we should leave it at that and proceed. South Africans are waiting to hear what solutions the President is going to offer to many crises that they are facing at this moment in time. And we should have the courtesy to allow the President to proceed so that we can respond next week. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank you, Honourable Singh. Thank you very much, Honourable members of the opposition. Thanks to all of you. You've made your point, and we now have come to an end with regards to the points of order. I've allowed people to express themselves. We are now proceeding with the business of the State of the Nation address. Proceed, Mr. President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, I greet you once more, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo. I also extend my greetings to Deputy President of the Republic, David Dabe de Mabuza, the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill-Lewis, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Balega Mbete, President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice Raymond Zondo, and members of the judiciary, premiers here present, mayors, heads of institutions supporting democracy, Deputy President of the governing party, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and leaders of other parties, members of Parliament, Chief of the South African National Defence Force, Commissioner of the South African Police Service, Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, fellow South Africans, it is indeed a great honor for me, despite what happened earlier, to stand before you this evening to present the State of the Nation. The moment of the State of the Nation endears us to ask ourselves a number of questions, but the one I want to focus on today is what defines us as a nation? We are not a nation defined by the oceans and the rivers that form the boundaries of our land. We are not defined by the minerals under our earth or the spectacular landscape above it. We are not even defined by the languages and the cultures that we have as a people, or by the songs that we sing, or even by the work that we do. We are, at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom, and it is hope that swells our sails as we steer our country out of turbulent waters to calmer seas. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties, and difficulties we have by the ton. Just 3 years ago, our country was devastated by the worst global pandemic in living memory. Thousands of lives were lost. Companies that employ many of our people closed, and jobs were lost. COVID-19 did not browbeat us into submission or disillusionment. Working together, we overcame that crisis, and we have started to recover. And it is important for us to pause for a moment and look back whence we have come, that we have recovered, much as a number of families, more than 100,000 or so, have lost their loved ones. But it is during this period, as we look back and as we look at what has been unfolding, that we need to say there are certain things that are happening in our country that we need to take note of. Today, our economy is larger than it was before the pandemic. Between the third quarters of 2021 and 2022, around 1.5 million new jobs were created in our economy. That's something to note. The presidential employment stimulus has provided work and livelihood opportunities to more than 1 million people who did not work. Last year, our matriculants, and something that we need to be proud of, defied the effects of the pandemic to achieve a pass rate of 80%, and we ought to congratulate them for that achievement. And we see this spirit of resilience and determination and achievement in our artists, in our musicians, actors, authors, sportsmen and women who are making waves here at home and on the continent and beyond our shores. Banyana Banyana made us proud when they won the Women's African Cup of Nations to become the African champions. Zakes Bantwini, Nomncebo Zikode, and Wouter Kellerman just recently made our country proud at the Grammy Awards for their collaboration in the song Bayete. What we have achieved as a nation over the past year, despite our challenges, should remind us that the promise of South Africa is alive. The progress we have seen should give us courage as we look and as we must look to a better future. And yet, I address you this evening, fellow South Africans, in your homes across the country, and many people are suffering. Many of our people are worried. Many are uncertain, and many are without hope. But of this I am certain, whatever the difficulties of the moment, whatever the crises that we face, we will rise to meet them together, and together we will overcome the difficulties. This we will be able to do if we work together, and more importantly, if we leave no one behind. We gather here at a time of crisis. Our country has, for many months, endured a debilitating electricity shortage that has caused immense damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of our people. And for 2 years before that, our society, as I said, was devastated by COVID-19 that caused great loss of life and much hardship. The pandemic worsened the situation of deep unemployment as we lost more than 2 million jobs. The pandemic negatively affected livelihoods and increased poverty. In July, in 2021, we experienced the worst public violence and destruction in the history of our democracy, costing over 300 lives. Last year, parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest were struck by catastrophic flooding that caused extensive loss of life and also destruction of homes and destruction of infrastructure. And now persistent load shedding is impeding our recovery from the effects of all these events. We know that without a reliable supply of electricity, businesses cannot grow, assembly lines cannot run, crops cannot be irrigated, and basic services are interrupted. Load shedding means that households and our supermarkets and shops are unable to keep food fresh, water supply is often disrupted, traffic lights do not work, streets are not lit at night. Without a reliable supply of electricity, our efforts to grow an inclusive economy that creates jobs and reduces poverty will not succeed. Therefore, as we outline our agenda for the year ahead, our most immediate task is to dramatically reduce the severity of load shedding in the coming months and ultimately to end load shedding altogether. Now, under these conditions, we cannot proceed as we usually would. The people of South Africa want action, they want solutions, and they want government to work for them. They simply want to know when a problem like load shedding will be brought to an end. We are therefore focused on those actions that will make a meaningful difference now and will enable real progress within the next year, and that we lay a foundation for a sustained recovery into the future. We are not presenting a new plan, nor are we outlining here the full program of government. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most: load shedding, unemployment, poverty and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. I must say, honorable members, there are no easy solutions to any of these challenges. yet we have the strength, the means, and the wherewithal, yes, to overcome them. If we work together and act boldly and decisively, leaving no one behind, we will be able to resolve our challenges. This State of the Nation address is about seeing hope where there is despair. It is about showing a way out of these crises. This evening, we will give an account of a number of areas where progress in implementing the commitments we made in last year's State of the Nation address has been made. And there are others where progress has not been made. And we will be quite candid about that. Over the course of the last year, we have laid a firm foundation based on the commitments that we made for faster growth through our investment drive. The economic reforms that we have embarked upon, public employment programs, and an expanding infrastructure program. What is clear from our experience of the last few years, indeed from our history as a democracy, is that we are not a people easily resigned to our fate. When we faced the greatest challenge of apartheid, we did not submit to the oppression that the apartheid regime imposed on our people. We stood firm and engaged in a struggle, hopeful that our cause would triumph, and it did. Against all odds, we were able to succeed. We can and we will change the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. We are both able and determined to overcome the difficulties that we face and place our economy on a firm path of recovery. Our most immediate priority is to restore energy security. We are in the grip of a profound energy crisis, the seeds of which were planted many years ago. We cannot undo the mistakes that were made in the past, the capacity that was not built, the damage that was done to our power plants due to a lack of maintenance, and the effects of state capture on our institutions. What we can do is to fix the problem today, to keep the lights on tomorrow and for generations to come. In July last year, I announced a clear action plan to address the energy crisis. This was to address the electricity shortfall of 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts. The plan outlined 5 key interventions. First, to fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve the availability of existing supply. Second, to enable and also to accelerate investment in generation capacity. Thirdly, to accelerate procurement of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. And fourth, to unleash businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. The fifth one, fundamentally, to transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. Now, many experts agree that this plan is the most realistic route to end load shedding. Now, during the last 6 months, we have made important progress in the implementation of this plan. We have taken steps to improve the performance of Eskom's existing power stations so that the coal-fired power stations that provide 80% of our electricity produce the amount of electricity for which they were designed. Under its new board, Eskom is deploying people and resources to improve the reliability of the 6 power stations that have contributed most to load shedding. Eskom is urgently fast-tracking the construction of a temporary solution to bring back 3 units at Kusile Power Station following the collapse of the chimney or the flue last year, while simultaneously repairing the permanent structure. We are rebuilding the skills that have been lost over time. And we have already recruited a number of skilled personnel to senior levels to be deployed at underperforming power stations. And this is where South Africans have come to the fore, voluntarily and offering their services. And it has just been amazing the way South Africans have rallied together to say this is our common problem and we must work together to resolve it, and not stand on rooftops and just criticize, but find ways of resolving these problems. The Engineering Council of South Africa has offered to give as much assistance as required by deploying engineers to work with the management teams at power stations. We have deep skills and expertise right here in South Africa. We just need to use them. National Treasury is finalizing a solution to address Eskom's 400 billion rand debt burden. And they are doing so in a manner that is equitable and fair to all stakeholders, which will enable the utility to make the necessary investments in maintenance as well as transmission. Government will support Eskom to secure additional funding to continue purchasing diesel for the rest of the financial year. This should reduce the severity of load shedding, as Eskom will be able to use its diesel-run plants when the system is under strain. Eskom has launched a program to buy excess power from private generators and has already secured some 300 megawatts, also from neighboring countries around us. The South African Police Service has established a dedicated team with senior leadership to deal with the pervasive corruption and theft at several power stations that has contributed to the poor performance of a number of these stations. An intelligence-driven operation at Eskom-related sites has also so far resulted in the arrest of a number of people, and we are counting 43 and going upwards. As part of the broader reform process, the restructuring of Eskom that we previously announced and spoke about here in this Parliament is proceeding, and the National Transmission Company will soon be operational with an independent board. Later this year, we will table the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill to this Parliament to transform the energy sector and establish a competitive electricity market like what is done in other countries. As indicated in July last year, and with a view to addressing load shedding crisis, we are going to proceed with the rollout of rooftop solar panels. In his budget speech, the Minister of Finance will outline how households will be assisted and how businesses will be able to benefit from a tax incentive. And National Treasury is working on adjustments to the Bounce Back Loan Scheme to help small businesses to invest in solar equipment and to allow banks and development finance institutions to borrow directly from the scheme to facilitate the leasing of solar panels to their customers. One of the potent reforms we have embarked upon is to allow private developers to generate electricity. There are now more than 100 projects which are expected to provide over 9,000 megawatts of new capacity over time. A number of companies that have participated in the renewable energy program will soon enter construction and will deliver a total of 2,800 megawatts of new capacity. And ESCOM will procure emergency power that can be deployed within 6 months to close the immediate gap. We are investing in new transmission lines and substations, especially in areas such as the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. All of these measures will result in a massive increase in power to the grid over the next 12 to 18 months and also beyond. Now, this power will be in line with our diverse mix of energy sources, including our current coal-fired power stations, solar, wind, gas, nuclear, hydro, and battery storage. To fully implement this plan, we need a central coordination, and we also need to take decisive action. Some of the processes have been held up by regulations, have been held up by various processes that are embedded in the architecture that we have regarding energy. In a time of crisis, we need a single point of command and a single line of march. Just as we address the cause of the crisis, we also need to address its impact. Now, the crisis has progressively evolved to affect every part of society. We must act to lessen the impact of the crisis on farmers, on small businesses, on our water infrastructure, on our transport network, and a number of other areas and facilities that support our people's lives. Now, in considering all these matters and the crisis that we are in, the National Disaster Management Center has consequently classified the energy crisis and its impact as a disaster. We are therefore declaring a national state of disaster to respond to the electricity crisis and its effect. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has just gazetted the declaration of the state of disaster, which will begin with immediate effect. Now, what will the state of disaster enable us to do? It will enable us to provide practical measures that we need to take to support businesses, a number of businesses, for instance, in food production, storage, retail supply chains, including for the rollout of generators and solar panels and uninterrupted power supply. Where technically possible, it will also enable us to exempt critical infrastructure such as hospitals and water treatment plants from load shedding. And it will enable us to accelerate energy projects and limit regulatory requirements while maintaining rigorous environmental protection as well as procurement principles and technical standards. Now, the Auditor General will be brought in to ensure continuous monitoring of expenditure in order to guard against any abuses of funds needed to attend to this disaster. Now, to deal more effectively and urgently with the challenges that confront us, I will appoint a Minister of Electricity in the presidency to assume full responsibility for overseeing all aspects of the electricity crisis response. You better listen, including the work of the National Energy Crisis Committee. Now, the minister will focus full-time on the work with the ESCOM board and the management on ending load shedding and ensuring that the Energy Action Plan is implemented without delay. Now, so as to remove any confusion, the Minister of Public Enterprises will remain the shareholder representative of ESCOM and steer the restructuring of ESCOM and ensure the establishment of the transmission company, oversee the implementation of the Just Energy program, and oversee the establishment of the SOE holding company. Now, the process of restructuring government will give us an opportunity to determine the positioning of various areas of responsibility and how best the various ministries and departments can best serve our national objectives. Now, we are focusing our attention on the energy crisis right now, and we will address the restructuring of government in due course. This is necessary because an effective response to this crisis involves several different departments as well as entities that require coordination from the center of government. We will be including other social partners in an effective structure similar to the one that we set up to drive the vaccine rollout. Extraordinary circumstances do call for extraordinary measures. Now, we have cooperated extremely well with a number of role players. The energy crisis is an existential threat to our economy and to the social fabric of our country. We must therefore spare no effort, and we must allow no delay in implementing the measures that are going to enable us to address the crisis. And I'm doing this because much as we have the various regulations, the various laws, the coordination, particularly when it comes to addressing the electricity crisis, is an important instrument that I need to enable us to address this process. Hence, we will have this minister who will day and night just be focusing on this crisis that we are dealing with. As we take these actions to resolve the energy crisis, we are mindful of the risks that climate change poses to our society. Extreme weather events in the form of drought, floods, and wildfires increasingly pose a risk to the health, well-being, and safety of our people. We will continue our just transition to a low-carbon economy at a pace our country is able to keep up with, and at a pace we can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. We will undertake our just transition in a way that opens up the possibility of new investments, new industrialization, and that, above all, creates new jobs. The Presidential Climate Commission is guiding much of this work, and in doing so, building a new model for inclusive and collective decision-making, incorporating the individuals, workers, and communities that are most affected in the transition. Much as I'm the chairman of this commission, I'm ably assisted by Mr. Vali Musa, who used to be a minister in our government. Through the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, 1.5 trillion rand will be invested in our economy over the next 5 years in new frontiers, new sectors of our economy such as renewable energy, green hydrogen, electric vehicles, fuel cells, and you name them. These new sectors are emerging in our economy and are emerging quite fast in the green energy and the electric vehicles. Many other countries are already moving towards manufacturing electric vehicles, and we cannot be left behind as South Africans. And as we move on, we will be able, yes, to address all these new technologies and industries, because this new period ushers in a number of opportunities. It ushers in a number of opportunities to create jobs. A number of projects are already underway, including the development of the new facility by Sasol at Boegoebaai in the Northern Cape, the Priska Power Reserve in the Free State, and the Hydrogen Valley Initiative in Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal. The Northern Cape has already attracted well over 100 billion rand in investments in renewable energy projects. Now, these projects, no doubt, are going to create a lot of jobs. There's a lot of new investments that are happening in the Northern Cape. It has ushered in a great deal of hope amongst the people of the Northern Cape. These and other massive investments in renewable energy will create jobs and stimulate local economies, not only in the Northern Cape, but also in the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, in Mpumalanga, turning even the most arid desert into a giant of energy source. Above all, our just transition will prioritize workers and communities in vulnerable industries to ensure that no one is left behind. Our economy needs to grow much faster if we are to meaningfully reduce unemployment. And in terms of unemployment in our country is a structural form of challenge and problem, but we need to address it. In the State of the Nation address last year, we spoke of our intention to forge a comprehensive social compact that would join all social partners in a common program to rebuild our economy and to enable higher growth. But I must say tonight that we have not been able to conclude a comprehensive social compact in the time frame we had envisaged, because a number of new circumstances emerged that made it difficult for social partners to forge a consensus. But the good thing is, the social partners have expressed their intention. And I've been talking to them up till just yesterday. Both labor, business, and community, they have expressed a clear intention to conclude a social compact and have continued to work on a framework to enable joint action in key areas such as energy, transport, logistics, employment creation, and skills development. I have no reason to doubt the commitment that they have expressed to me. They have also identified a number of areas in terms of localization, social protection, crime and corruption. While we remain committed to forging a new consensus amongst all sectors of our society, we have also undertaken practical collaborations in specific areas. Let me say it is not like processes of consensus building have not been going on. They have. A number of other compacts have been concluded amongst our social partners. We see the commitment of all social partners in the compacts that have been forged to fight COVID-19 pandemic, undertake the largest vaccination program where we worked very closely with business and labor. We have seen it in initiatives like the Solidarity Fund that mobilize society, that mobilize citizen activism and funding to achieve common goals, and in partnership to end gender-based violence and femicide, and also to respond to the effects of climate change. We have seen the benefits of this approach to promote investment and to develop master plans in sectors of the economy such as automotives, clothing and textiles. Many of us will remember that clothing and textiles had almost been wiped out in our country. Social partners got together and decided that we've got to save our clothing and textile industry. We've seen them work together in poultry, in sugar, agriculture, and global business services. The master plans that have been concluded are supporting the revival of various sectors of our economy. They're also bringing about investment by the private sector and yielding new jobs and supporting livelihoods. We are pleased that the social partners, particularly business, has been providing support to implement the Energy Action Plan in the spirit of social compacting. Similarly, we have developed a close working relationship with both labor and community-based organizations in supporting other aspects of the energy crisis response. Just as energy is essential for economic growth, so is another important area of South African life, a reliable water supply and efficient transport and road infrastructure system. Our rail network has suffered from many years of underinvestment. It has suffered from lack of maintenance. It has also suffered from criminal activity and inefficiency. Now, to address this, last year we adopted the National Rail Policy to guide the modernization and reform of the rail sector, providing, amongst other things, for third-party access to our rail network. Those who have money, that they should come and participate without diluting the important role that is played by government. We are working across government to develop a Transnet roadmap that will translate our policy commitments into reality, including the restructuring of the Transnet freight rail to create a separate infrastructure manager to the rail network by October of this year. Transnet and private sector companies will conclude partnerships at the Durban and Ngqura container terminals to enable new investment in our ports and improve their efficiency. Now, this will help our ports to regain their global position as some of the most efficient ports once again. There has been great success, for instance, in repositioning Port Elizabeth Automotive Terminal, which has more than doubled its capacity and has already seen an increase in exports. Many more vehicles destined for overseas markets are rolling off the Port Elizabeth Automotive Terminal. Transnet is also rehabilitating its idle locomotives and expanding its fleet. And soon there will be a solution to the challenge that, yes, we've been facing with regard to getting our locomotives to move once again. We have faced challenges in the transportation of commuters, on passenger rail, and this has been raised sharply by trade unions with us who represent the working people of our country. Now, following the restructuring that is underway in PRASA, 13 commuter rail lines have been reopened, significantly reducing the costs of travel for many workers. The reliable supply of water is essential for the well-being of people and the growth of our economy. As I drink my water now. Now, to ensure water security now and into the future, the Department of Water and Sanitation is leading the process of investing in major infrastructure projects across the country. And the Water Department, the Water Ministry, has a deep knowledge of the water network throughout our country. And they've already made out plans for various water systems in our country and what we need to do. Now, after being delayed for several years, full-scale construction works for the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 project will commence this year. I will be going to Lesotho with the Prime Minister of Lesotho to go and see the works that are underway. The Lesotho Highlands project is critical for ensuring security of water supply to Gauteng, Free State, Mpumalanga, Northwest, as well as the Northern Cape. Several decades after it was first proposed, and 9 years after a sword-turning ceremony was held, the first phase of Umzimvubu water project will start this year, the very coming financial year, which starts this very year. Now, this phase, which involves construction of the Ntabelanga Dam, irrigation infrastructure, and the distribution of water to surrounding communities, will be financed by government. The next phase to be constructed will be the Lelani Dam, which will include a hydropower station. Major projects to increase the capacity of the Clan William Dam, the Hazelmere Dam, the Tzanini Dam will improve the supply of water to the West Coast, eThekwini, and the eastern part of Limpopo. Now, I went with the Minister of Water and Sanitation to the Guyane project that has been lying fallow for years. And we were able to see the first flow of water, and I have insisted that that project must be completed and the people around the Guyane villages must get their water. Last year, we announced a comprehensive turnaround plan to streamline the process for water use license applications, which is vital to enable greater investment. Since then, we have cleared the backlog of water use licenses and reduced the turnaround time for applications to 90 days. Now, we did identify this as one of the reform processes that we spoke about here. And that has now been reduced. Number of people used to wait up to 3 years just to get a water license. It's now been reduced to 90 days. Our infrastructure build program is gaining pace through the work of the Infrastructure Fund and Infrastructure South Africa, which has been established to support strategic infrastructure projects. One of the greatest obstacles to infrastructure investment is the lack of technical skills, project management capacity. And we have found this weakness across all of government. And to fix this Infrastructure South Africa has been allocated 600 million rand for project preparation, specifically in rural and under-resourced areas. The support and planning mechanisms that we have put in place over several years are now starting to bear fruit in increased public investment in infrastructure. By January this year, projects that are worth 232 billion rand were under construction, and projects worth nearly 4 billion rand have been completed. The completed projects include new human settlements in Gauteng, road upgrades, and the development of small harbors. In a major development, the South African National Roads Agency, SANRAL, has awarded road construction contracts worth 18 billion rand over the last 3 months. Now, this is where we begin to see real movement, and this is where construction companies begin to see real contracts being awarded. The construction of Msikaba Bridge and Mtentu Bridge will be finished and make travel in the Eastern Cape much better. This investment will substantially benefit the construction industry and enable large-scale job creation, skills development, poverty relief, especially in rural communities. And what I like with these projects is that as they are executed, the community around these projects become part of the project development. They are also involved in a variety of ways. It's not like construction companies that are being parachuted in and they move out. They leave skills developed in the area. Small and medium enterprises also developed and established and growing. Last year, we said we would increase the construction of rural bridges as part of the Welisizwe program to enable residents to easily and safely reach schools, workplaces, and amenities. Now, a number of us would have seen horrific pictures of when the rivers are in flood, people are not able to cross the bridges, the rivers rather, and young people cannot go to schools, and the residents around those rivers are not able to travel at all. Now, 24 bridges in KwaZulu-Natal are currently under construction, and site preparations are being made for a further 24 bridges. Now, this is all being done with the great technical capability of the South African National Defence Force, whom we must applaud because they are building bridges for our country. In the telecommunications sector, one of the things that we spoke about in the last State of the Nation address, the completion of the spectrum auction has been the spectrum auction has been done, and it has unlocked new investment and has contributed some 14 billion rand to the fiscus. During the course of this year, we will migrate the remaining households to digital television signal and complete the switch off of analog transmission. This has taken quite a long time, but yes, better late than never, and that's where we are. Now, saying better late than ever is not a culture and a practice that I want to see continuing in government. I want to see agility, faster execution, and I want to see everyone across government doing their work and making sure that we do indeed achieve what we have said we will. This will release valuable spectrum for the rollout of 5G mobile networks and will reduce the cost of data. These actions will bring us closer to our vision of affordable, high-speed internet access for all. In the State of the Nation address last year, a number of my colleagues who live in the rural areas, whenever I try to call them and they don't have connectivity, they always say, because we are in the rural areas, we don't have that. Now, this initiative is going to enable even the people in our rural areas to have better connectivity like all others in the urban areas. We said in the State of the Nation address that we would concentrate our efforts on mobilizing greater levels of investment, which is essential to growing the economy as well as creating jobs. We said that we would give impetus to the campaign that we embarked upon nearly 5 years ago to raise $100 billion, which then translated to 1.3 trillion rand. Last year, the 4th South African Investment Conference raised 367 billion in investment commitments, bringing our 5-year investment target firmly within sight. Over the last year, many of these commitments have resulted in the companies that made these commitments, investing in new factories, call centers, solar power plants, undersea fiber optic cables, the expansion of production lines, the adoption of new technologies. Importantly, these investments have resulted in new jobs and new opportunities for small emerging businesses as well. On the 3rd of April this year, we will hold our 5th South African Investment Conference. At this conference, we will set a new target, having achieved our 1.2 trillion rand. We will set a new target to mobilize, and this is an investment mobilizing opportunity we have, to mobilize more than 2 trillion in new investment by 2028. Now, the investments that have flowed into the economy to date have contributed substantial increase in local production. These investments have encouraged our efforts to buy local. Last year, I delivered the State of the Nation address wearing a suit and shoes proudly made in South Africa. This evening, I am drinking, and this is the glass. I am drinking water from a glass made in Wadeville last week by workers from Katlehong, Forestry, and Germiston. Now, for many years, I can tell you, South Africa has been importing its drinking glasses. Now we are increasingly making them locally. But it's not just glasses. If you go to hospital for an operation, chances, and heaven forbid, chances are that you will receive an anesthetic made in a world-class manufacturing facility in the Eastern Cape. During my state visit to the United Kingdom last year, a South African firm obtained a license to produce an oral vaccine for cholera for the first time here in South Africa. Now, competition merger agreements have provided for more fuel to be refined locally and more foods to be bought from local farmers. Last year, we committed to unlocking investment in the hemp and cannabis sector. We are moving to create the enabling conditions for this sector to grow. Now, this is an organic sector. that our mothers and fathers, grandparents have been involved in many parts of the country. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Department of Health will address existing conditions for the cultivation of hemp and cannabis to allow outdoor cultivation and collection of harvests from traditional farmers. Now, this will unlock enormous economic energy in the rural areas of our country, especially in the Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga, where they've been growing this stuff over many, many years. And this stuff that has supported many children to go to school and university. And you know what stuff I'm talking about. Now, urgent work is being finalized by government to create an enabling environment framework for a whole plant, all legitimate purposes so that we can have complementarity with regard to medicines, food, cosmetics, industrial products, and aligned to international conventions and best practices. This includes the reprioritization of the departmental budgets for sector development and support for traditional black farmers and the alignment of the South African police service enforcement with the regulatory reforms. A growing economy must also be an increasingly inclusive economy. The inaugural Black Industrialist Conference in July of last year showed the successes of black South Africans in producing food, manufacturing that, car parts, furniture, clothing, steel, chemicals, mining products, creating many thousands of jobs and adding to our gross domestic product. We now have almost 1,000 black industrialists participating in the Black Industrialist Program. As an example of the technological prowess of these industrialists, one of the award winners at the conference was Astrofika Technologies, a company co-founded by a black woman, Jesindaba, that provides data solutions for the operation of satellites. She told me that she exports these processes to a number of other countries that launch satellites into space. We have made progress in the last year in achieving greater levels of worker ownership in the economy. There are now more than 400,000 workers who own shares in the companies or firms that they work for. And this has been at the instance of DTCI, which has been nudging companies to move in that direction. Growth and creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by small and medium-sized enterprises, by cooperatives and informal businesses. In other countries, most of the jobs, almost 60%, are created by this level or this category of companies. Last year, we launched the Bounce Back Loan Scheme administered by banks and other financial institutions and guaranteed by the government for companies that need finance to recover from the effects of the pandemic. The Department of Small Business Development will work with National Treasury on how the scheme can be strengthened to assist small and medium enterprises and businesses in the informal sector. To address the challenge of youth unemployment, the Employment Tax Initiative has been expanded to encourage businesses to hire more young people in large numbers. Now, this is a scheme that is underwritten by government. Last year, I announced that we would be seeking to reduce red tape so that we can rid our country of the unnecessary bureaucracy that often holds us back. The red tape reduction team in the presidency under Mr. Sipho Nkosi has been working with various departments to make it easier to do business. It has taken a collaborative approach, working with departments and agencies in areas such as mining rights, systems, tourism, transport operator licenses, visas, work permits, early childhood development, and the informal sector. This year, we will finalize amendments to the Businesses Act to reduce regulatory impediments for SMMEs and cooperatives and make it easier for entrepreneurs to start businesses. Through the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, we plan to provide 1.4 billion in financing for over 90,000 entrepreneurs. Now, government, in partnership with the SME Fund, is working to establish a fairly substantial fund which could get up to 10 billion rand to support SMME growth. Government, through the Ministry of Finance, is looking at the possibility of providing a portion of that funding so that, yes, business should also be able to provide some 7.5 billion that will be raised from the private sector. Now, this will then provide a great fund that our small, medium enterprises will be able to tap into. Now, the good thing is here we will be working with the private sector, who are much more driven, who are much more focused, and who move faster. And together with them, we as government will then be able to have this fund set up so that we can support the creation of jobs through the small, medium enterprises. The licensing of the Post Bank will lay the foundation of the creation of a state bank that will provide services, financial services, to SMMEs, particularly to the youth, the women-owned businesses, and other underserved communities. As the National Assembly considers the Post Bank Amendment Bill, the Post Bank is reviewing its service offerings so that it can provide a viable and affordable alternative to the commercial banks. Because we always hear many of our people who need funding, as they go to commercial banks, they are always fobbed off, rejected, because they don't have collateral, because they don't have this and all that. The most effective and sustainable way to build an economy is to equip our people with skills and know-how to drive it. We have therefore been working to strengthen the link between the skills that we develop and the skills the workplace needs. This year, the National Skills Fund will provide 800 million rand to develop skills in the digital and technology sector through an innovative model that links payment for training to employment outcomes. We reiterate our call to companies. We reiterate our call also to government departments and to state-owned enterprises to remove the requirement for work experience for young people seeking entry-level positions. Now, it is often said that you must have experience, even when you are a first-time job seeker. Where will you get the experience when you have not been given an opportunity to work? And that is why we say remove that requirement. Last year, we said that we would place over 10,000 TVET college graduates in employment. We have surpassed that figure and have now set a target for 2023 to 20,000 TVET graduates to be placed in employment. The number of students entering artisan training in TVET colleges will be increased from 17,000 to 30,000 in 2023 academic year. One of the key ingredients for economic growth and competitiveness is the ability to attract skills which the economy needs. Having completed a comprehensive review of the work visa system, we will move quickly to implement the recommendations put forward. We've had a real veteran in the civil service, Mr. Mavuso Msimang, who has been focused on just doing the research and looking at the recommendations that can be put forward. Now, these include establishing a more flexible points-based system to attract skilled immigration, implementing a trusted employer scheme to make the visa process easier for large investors, and streamlining the application requirements. We will also be introducing a remote worker visa and a special dispensation for high-growth startups. While the reform program is underway, we will continue to support public and social employment to provide work to those who need it. Last year, we spoke about the value of the presidential employment stimulus in providing work and livelihood opportunities. The initiative has now created over 1 million opportunities, reaching every province and district in our country. Last week, a new cohort of 150,000 school assistants started work at more than 22,000 schools, offering dignity, hope, and vital work experience to young people who were unemployed. The Social Employment Fund is recruiting 50,000 participants in its next phase to undertake work for the common good, and the revitalized National Youth Service will also create a further 36,000 opportunities through nonprofit and community-based organizations. Now, the Department of Home Affairs has appointed the first cohort of 10,000 unemployed young people to digitize more than 340 million paper-based civic records. Now, this is an important task which emanates also from our past, apartheid past. These young people are going to be going through all this, and 10,000 of them, for a start, and more to come, have now been employed. There are now more than 3 million users registered on the SA Youth Mobi platform, which is a zero-rated online platform for young South Africans to access opportunities for learning and earning. This has been done in close collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency, an agency which continues to provide valuable assistance to young entrepreneurs and to work seekers. I really applaud the NYDA for the focused manner in which they are helping young people. The presidential employment stimulus is also supporting people to earn their own living. Around 140,000 small-scale farmers have received input vouchers to buy seeds, fertilizer, and equipment, providing a boost for food security and agricultural reform, particularly in our rural areas. Now, this initiative, which was researched by an independent academic, has led to the cultivation of some 640,000 hectares of land. An impressive 68% of these farmers are women. This year, we aim to provide 250,000 more vouchers to small-scale farmers. Now, these are examples of the difference that government is making and can make in people's lives through innovation, creativity, and commitment. The rising cost of living, fellow South Africans, is deepening poverty and inequality. Millions of South Africans are unable to provide for themselves and their families. There is the single mother in Alex who's worried about how she will make ends meet as the cost of maize and taxi fares continues to rise. There is the factory worker in Gqeberha who now faces an uncertain future as load shedding brings the assembly line that she works in to a halt. It is the job of the state to provide a minimum level of protection below which no South African should fall. Right now in our country, there are more than 25 million people who receive some form of income or support from the state. In addition, around 2 million indigent households receive free basic water, free basic electricity, and free solid waste removal. Around 60% of our budget is spent on what is known as the social wage, providing various forms of support, basic services and assistance to households and individuals to combat poverty and hunger. And in support of this work, to counter the rising costs of living, we will continue with the Social Relief of Distress Grant, which the Minister of Finance will talk to when he presents his budget, which currently reaches 7.8 million people. We will ensure that existing social grants, yes, are provided and are even increased to cushion the poor against rising inflation. And this will be set out in the budget that the minister will provide. Work is underway to develop a mechanism for targeted basic income support for the most vulnerable, while within our fiscal constraints. This will build on the innovation we introduced through the SRD fund, or grant rather, including linking the data that we have across government to make sure we reach all those who are in need. National Treasury is considering the feasibility of urgent measures to mitigate the impact of load shedding on food prices. This year, we will take steps to unlock massive value for poor households by expediting the provision of title deeds for subsidized housing. The current backlog in processing title deeds is over 1 million houses, which amounts to an estimated 242 billion rand in assets that should be in the hands of South Africa's poorest households. We will focus not just on eradicating this backlog, but on making the title deed system more effective and much more accessible. As we undertook in the State of the Nation address last year, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has finalized the transfer of 14,000 hectares of state land for housing. Access to quality education for all is the most powerful instrument we have to end poverty. We need to start with children who are very young, providing them with the foundation that they need to write and read for meaning, to learn and to develop. It is therefore significant that the number of children who receive the Early Childhood Development Subsidy has more than doubled between 2019 and 2022, reaching 1.5 million children. But we still have a long way to go, as there are some 7 million children that we've got to reach. The Department of Basic Education is streamlining the requirements of the Early Childhood Development Centers to access support and enable thousands more to receive subsidies from government. While at the other end of the basic education journey, we must applaud, as I said earlier, last year's matric pass rate, because it has a number of indicators for us. And the increase has been across all provinces where we've shown improvement. This was up from 76% the year before, the share of bachelor passes in the no-fee schools, and these are schools that are quintile 1 to quintile 3, improved from 55% in 2019 to 64% in 2022. Now, these are children who come from very poor families, and that is why they are classified as no-fee schools, where government supports their education fully. The improvement that we are seeing is quite phenomenal. This means that the performance of learners from poor schools is steadily improving, confirming the value of the support that government provides to them. What these results reveal is that there is a silent revolution that is taking place in our schools. It's a silent revolution that is underway. As we see these children improving and getting better, schools must be safe and allow for effective learning and teaching. The Sanitation Appropriate for Education initiative, known as SAFE, together with government's Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, has built 55,000 appropriate toilets with resources from the public and the private sector. To produce the skills our country needs, we are expanding the vocational education and training system through the implementation of the approved curriculum of the 3 streams model. This year, government plans to finalize the comprehensive student funding model for higher education, particularly for students who fall outside the current NSFAS criteria, reaching those who are known as the missing middle. Now, honorable members, violent crime takes a heavy toll on every South African. Communities across our country live in fear for the safety of their families. This situation cannot continue and must not continue. We are strengthening the South African Police Service to prevent crime and improving the capacity of the National Prosecuting Authority and courts to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. This includes putting more police on the streets and setting up specialized units that will focus on specific types of crime. Last year, we undertook to recruit 12,000 new police personnel. Since then, more than 10,000 new recruits graduated from police academies, and a further 10,000 will be recruited and trained this year. Now, the specialized police teams that are working on tackling crimes like kidnapping, extortion, illegal mining, have had several breakthroughs, arresting dozens of suspects and achieving several convictions. Firm action is being taken to tackle economic sabotage and related crimes that are causing great damage to the economy. Multidisciplinary economic infrastructure task teams are now operational in 20 identified hotspots. Last year, I drew attention to the enormous damage caused by the theft of copper cable and metal from our electricity system, from our train lines and other public infrastructure. Since then, the police have been cracking down on cable theft. In December, government introduced a temporary ban on the export of scrap copper cable and certain metals to disrupt criminal syndicates and to enable a new trading system to be put in place. Now, so you know, a number of countries on our continent have done exactly the same, because they have been suffering from exactly the same problem that we are. Just as we have embarked on economic reforms in electricity, water, telecommunications, and logistics through Operation Vulindlela, we are embarking on a process of reform to improve the effectiveness of our fight against crime. We will use our competitiveness in call center operations to support the proper functioning of the 10111 helpline, partnering with the private sector. I've heard reports from a number of people, some of them who've even written to me, saying that as they make contact with the 10111 line, it goes unanswered most of the time. Now, we are going to resolve this and address this problem. This is to ensure that when people call the police, their calls are answered and their emergencies are attended to. We will also use data-driven methods in a more sophisticated way to identify target crime hotspots. Significantly, more funding will be made available in the budget that the minister will announce for the police, the National Prosecuting Agency, and the Special Investigating Unit. Crime against women and children remain a deeply disturbing feature of our national life. In November last year, we held a second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide to assess what progress we have made in implementing the National Strategic Plan, which we adopted as a comprehensive, effective, and united response to this pandemic. One of the great successes of our effort to fight gender-based violence is the extent to which social partners have rallied around the National Strategic Plan. In January last year, I signed into law 3 pieces of legislation that afford greater protection to survivors of gender-based violence and ensure that perpetrators are no longer able to use legislative loopholes to evade prosecution. We continue to improve the accessibility and functioning of sexual offences courts and expand the network of Tutuzela care centers. A key aspect of the National Strategic Plan is the economic empowerment of the women of our country. Since announcing our determination to direct at least 40% of public procurement to women-owned businesses, we have sought to establish an enabling environment to support women entrepreneurs. We have trained more than 3,400 women-owned enterprises to prepare them to take up procurement opportunities that are available in government. Through the Women's Economic Assembly, we have seen industry associations and companies committing to industry-wide gender transformation targets. The Industrial Development Corporation has earmarked approximately 9 billion rand to invest in women-led businesses. Other entities, including the PIC and the National Empowerment Fund, have also committed to establish special purpose vehicles to support women-owned businesses. We must all play our part as individuals, as well as in institutions and leaders across society to end these crimes against women and children. Last year, I said that we would take decisive action against corruption and make a clear break with the era of state capture. The State Capture Commission, headed by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, completed its work and submitted the final report of its report in June last year. As a country, We owe Chief Justice Zondo, together with the Commission and its staff and all those who provided testimony, a huge debt of gratitude for the extraordinary public service that they have shown. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented according to the plan that I submitted to Parliament in October last year, so that systematic weaknesses that were identified by the Commission are addressed and state capture never takes place ever again in South Africa. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, consisting of people from across society, is in place to advise on suitable mechanisms to stem corruption, including the overhaul of the institutional architecture of combating corruption. We are working to capacitate the Witness Protection Unit and will introduce amendments to the Protected Disclosures Act to strengthen protections for whistleblowers. Work is underway to improve access to the Witness Protection Program for public servants that expose maladministration, corruption, and unethical conduct. We will finalize the draft public procurement bill to address weaknesses identified by the State Capture Commission and improve efficiency, value for money, and transparency in our procurement system. Our reinvigorated law enforcement agencies are taking firm action against companies and individuals alleged to have been involved in state capture. The NPA, the investigating directorate, which I established in 2019, has taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture corruption cases. Over 7 billion rand has so far been returned to the state from state capture cases. To date, 12.9 billion rand of funds and assets have been frozen. This year, the investigating directorate will be established as a permanent entity within the NPA. Now, to achieve any progress in addressing the urgent challenges that we face, we need a capable and effective state. Our greatest weaknesses are in the state-owned enterprises and in local government. Many of our SOEs are struggling with significant debt, with underinvestment in infrastructure, and of course, with the effects of state capture and shortage of skills. We will implement the recommendation of the Presidential SOE Council to establish a state-owned holding company as part of a centralized shareholder-owner model to ensure effective oversight over our SOEs. Separately, I have instructed the Presidency and the National Treasury to work together to rationalize government departments, entities, and programs over the next 3 years. National Treasury estimates that we could achieve a potential saving if we restructure government of some 27 billion rand in the medium term, if we deal with the overlapping mandates, close ineffective programs, and consolidate entities where appropriate. The poor performance of many local governments remains an area of concern. Too many of our municipalities 163 out of 257 are dysfunctional or are in distress due to poor governance, ineffective and sometimes corrupt financial administrative management, and poor service delivery. The government is implementing a number of interventions to address failures at local government and to improve basic service delivery as well. Now, these include enhancing the capacity of public representatives and officials, maintaining and upgrading local infrastructure, and invoking the powers of national government to intervene where municipalities fail to meet their constitutional responsibilities. A professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption and patronage as well as wastage. Now, in response to the State Capture Commission and in line with the framework for the professionalization of the public service, integrity assessments will become mandatory requirements for recruitment to public servants, and entry exams will also be introduced. We are amending legislation and strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission to ensure that qualified people are appointed to senior management positions and to move towards creating a single harmonized public service. Just as we are committed to improving the fortunes of our countrymen and women and to advancing shared prosperity for all, so should be our commitment to achieving a better Africa and a better world. We are greatly concerned at the recent escalation of tensions between Israel and Palestine and call for an end to hostilities for a resumption of the stalled peace process. South Africa expresses its deepest condolences to the people of Turkey following the devastating earthquake that they experienced earlier this week. As a country, we are immensely proud of the efforts of the gift of the givers who have gone out to help those affected by the earthquake. As they go out there, they are flying the South African flag, and we are really grateful and proud of them. We remain deeply concerned about the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and urge all parties to that conflict to cease hostilities and seek a peaceful solution through dialogue. South Africa's fortunes are inextricably linked to those of our continent and also to the Southern African Development Community in particular. For the sake of our own stability and prosperity, we are duty-bound to pursue interventions that will bring peace, stability, and development in our continent and in our own sub-region. We will continue to get involved in the peace efforts that we need to get involved in. We will continue to expand trade and investment opportunities with our global trade partners and will look to attract investment and financing to South Africa through our participation in multilateral forums such as the G20, which we will host in 2025. This year, South Africa assumes the chairship of BRICS. Our focus will be on collaboration, on sustainable development, the just energy transition and industrialization, and implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. South Africa, together with our neighbors in the Southern African Customs Union, will soon finalize our industrial offering on the African Continental Free Trade Areas so that we can start trading. Once fully operationalized, the Continental Free Trade will provide an unprecedented opportunity with regard to economic integration, with regard to growing national economies, and will open up new frontiers and markets for our South African companies. Fellow South Africans, as I conclude, a nation's true character is revealed in times of crisis. A nation is defined by its people, but more importantly, how its people meet the gravest of difficulties. Whether they work together and confront their challenges as one, united by a common purpose, or whether they surrender to the problems before them. That is what defines a nation. We are a nation seized with the challenges of the present. Before, we are also a nation striving to fulfill the promise of our future. When we took our first steps in our road to democracy, we had a clear vision of where that road would lead us. We saw a country in which all people would be equal. We saw a country in which the wealth of our resources would be enjoyed by all. We also saw a country and envisioned a country in which we could live together in peace, in which we could work together to build a common identity and a shared future. Our country is founded on a constitution which affirms the democratic values of dignity, equality, and freedom, and the rights of each one of us. The actions we have outlined this evening, building on the work we have already done, will bring us closer to that vision. Yes, there have been stops and starts, there have been detours, but yes, they will bring us to that vision. They will enable us to work together and to work together with purpose, to emerge from this crisis as a nation that is transformed. We will emerge from this crisis with an electricity system that is more efficient, more reliable, more competitive, and an electricity system that serves the people of South Africa. We will emerge with ports and railways that again rival the best in the world, with broadband access for more South Africans in more parts of the country, and with a sustainable supply of quality water. We will welcome more tourists to our country and develop and attract the skills our country needs. We will create work for those who are unemployed, and we will give hope to those who have waited too long. With more police on the street, with the functioning of community policing forums, and an effective and independent prosecution authority, our people will be able to count on the protection of the state. by fighting economic sabotage and organized crime, our infrastructure will be more secure and businesses will be able to operate more freely. Through a strengthened and expanded social protection system, fewer people will live in poverty and fewer households will experience hunger. We must do all these things not only to overcome our immediate challenges, but to renew the promise of South Africa. It is a promise that we have kept alive in our hearts and in our actions. This year, it will be 10 years since we bid farewell to Nelson Mandela, the father of our democracy, our beloved Madiba. It will also be a period when, yes, he would have been, it will be also 105 years since his birth. As we honor his great life and his memory, I think we should draw inspiration from the words he spoke at his inauguration in 1994 when he said, "Out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society which all humanity will be proud. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans must produce an actual South African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice, strengthen its confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and sustain our hopes for a glorious life for all," close quotes. Now, to build such a society, to overcome the great difficulties of the moment, we need to work together. And we need to work together and leave no one behind. And we need to stay the course. We need, as a nation at this time more than at any other, to reveal our true character. We need to work together and, as I said, leave no one behind. I've often asked myself, as president, and asked myself, why am I doing this job? I've often asked myself that. And there's that voice inside of me that always says, I want you to listen, because you have your own voices. This voice always says,
order.
Follow in the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. Because he made great sacrifices. He didn't have to do what he did for this country, but he made great sacrifices. And that voice always says, contribute the little that you can to make this country great. And that is precisely what I am doing. Despite all the challenges that we face, I would call on all of us to make the contribution that we can to serve the people of South Africa as much as we possibly can. I thank you, and I wish everyone good night.
I thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, may you please take your seats. Take your seat, honorable member at the back there. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, earlier on, Honorable Steenhuisen raised a point of privilege about the presence of security forces on the floor of the House without the permission of the presiding officers. Now, I wish to draw your attention to the provisions of Section 4 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, which states that in the event of violence or a reasonable prospect of violence or serious disruption ensuing in the chamber as a result of a member's resistance to removal, the presiding officer may suspend proceedings, and members of the security services may be called upon by the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council to assist with the removal of members from the chamber and the precincts of Parliament forthwith in terms of Section 4.1 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act. Now, it also, in addition, honorable members, states that the security services may intervene directly anywhere in the precinct in terms of Section 4.2 of the Act, where there is immediate danger to the life or safety of any person or damage to any property. I thought that I should provide that context to you. We don't know what will happen beyond this, but it is important. Hold on, please. Honorable members. Honorable member. Asimamelanen, because beyond this, people will run to court and will say that the rules were not followed. I'm stating this deliberately. I am providing a context to it. However, I am not engaging or discussing with Honorable Steenhuisen at this point on the matter. I just want it to be recorded that the basis on which I suspended the House and allowed for the security services to enter when it was required for them to do so is this, on this one. So, honorable members, on that note, I hand over to Honorable. Order. It applies to everybody. Order. Honorable Mason.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. I now take this opportunity to thank the Honorable President for his address. Please allow me also to acknowledge that amongst us today, we have the Speaker of Malawi, who's also the chair of the CPA Africa region, Her Excellency Catherine Kotani Hara. We also have the Azerbaijan Speaker of Assembly and the chair of the non-aligned movement, Her Excellency Sahira Kafanova. We also have the Speaker of Parliament of the Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Adam Bichogo. Of course, as mentioned by the President, we also have the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Charumbira Fortune Zephaniah. Honorable members, after I have adjourned the joint sittings, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left and the ushers have indicated that the doors are open. The procession led by Usher of the Black Rod and the acting sergeant at arms will leave the chamber in the following order. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, and then the Secretary to Parliament. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is now adjourned.
Viewers, as you can see, the proceedings of the House have just been concluded. The House has just been adjourned. The presiding officers are of course, making their way out of the hall, of the Cape Town City Hall, after the President has just delivered his 6th State of the Nation address to a joint sitting of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the National Assembly. Now, this State of the Nation address must also be viewed in context, as was contextualized earlier today, that the priorities that the President was speaking to, they form part and parcel. They form part and parcel of the 7 priorities which the President committed to or announced just about 3.5 years ago, when he delivered his 3rd State of the Nation address to a joint sitting of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the National Assembly. Now, in relation to the commitments that have been made, the President, of course, made it clear that he was going to give a report back on progress that has been made in implementing the priorities that were, or the commitments rather, that he announced in his 2022 State of the Nation address, and of course also announced the priorities for the 2023 State of the Nation address, and of course the current, in the upcoming financial year. And we must also quickly, before we get into the priorities, the very short list of priorities that the President has spoken to, all of these priorities, they form part and parcel they form a part and parcel of the commitments, as I've indicated earlier, of the 7 priorities that the President announced in 2019. And number 1 on that list, of course, is the economic transformation and job creation. That's priority 1. Priority 2 is education, skills, and health. Priority 3 of those 7 priorities is, of course, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. Priority 4 of those important priorities, of those 7 priorities, is spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. And of course, priority 5 is social cohesion and safer communities, with issues relating to state capability and South Africa's place in the broader global community being priority 7. Now, the announcements that the President was speaking to today, he made it clear that he is not making any new, this is not a new program. This is, of course, ongoing work that forms part and parcel of the 7 priorities as contained in the medium-term strategic framework, which is part and parcel of what is contained, the development priorities that are in the National Development Plan. So the President clearly stating there that in this critical year, where it is, of course, the last year of almost basically the last 12, 14 months of the 6th dispensation, that he decided that for the 2023 State of the Nation address, he will be focusing on issues that are of critical priority to South Africans. And number one, as we know, is the issue of load shedding. We know that load shedding has affected not only the economy, it has also affected the quality of life of a lot of South Africans. That is, of course, a number one on the priority list in terms of the issues that the President was indicating will be of priority in terms of government's program of action in the year ahead. The second issue, of course, is the issue of unemployment. We know that the issue of unemployment is a major burning issue in South Africa, particularly given the fact that we were already in a technical recession by 2018, and by the time COVID hit in 2020, South Africa obviously was hardest hit, with a lot of ordinary South Africans losing jobs, with a lot of companies closing down. So that is the second priority in terms of government's program of action for the year ahead. And the third priority, it's poverty and the rising cost of living. And then the last one is crime and corruption. Now, we had very interesting discussions earlier as we were unpacking all of the key issues that South Africans feel that indeed, they're expecting government, the President, to make announcements, and these announcements are, of course, expected to make a difference in the quality of life of South Africans. And we're talking about, issues around access to comprehensive social protection for those who are unable to look after their families and who are unable to look after themselves. But of course, as we know, as we are reflecting on all of these key issues, we will also be getting perspectives from Thembi Nkosi, who's outside, who is currently just getting some reactions from members of parliament who are now just leaving the hall, the city hall, just to share with us. We've got Patricia de Lille, whom Thembi Nkosi will be talking to. Thembi Nkosi, we're crossing over to you.
Welcome back. You have been watching Parliament TV, and the President has spoken, and I am now standing with the Minister of Public Works, Ms. Patricia de Lille. Ma'am, thank you for talking to us. The President has spoken, you've listened. What is your reaction?
Well, I can respond about my own department in terms of infrastructure. We are making great progress with infrastructure, the strategic infrastructure, and the investment in that area. And after the State of the Nation address, as you know, I will have my own press conference to unpack the progress that we make with infrastructure, including the rural bridges. For me, what came through to the speech tonight is the emphasis on young people. That is the correct emphasis. And I think all departments must do more to get young people into the mainstream of the economy, whether it's through interns, apprenticeships, TVT colleges, because the biggest chunk of our employment it's amongst our young people. In terms of the electricity crisis, we are all in it together, and I think the emphasis on accountability when it comes to the electricity crisis by the President moving it into his office and the state of disaster will certainly help us to speed up all the regulatory reforms and all of that. And of course, with the help of the Auditor General that will be coming in as a preventative measure to prevent corruption during this state of disaster, it's to be welcome. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lille, thank you very much for talking to us. That was the Minister of Public Works, Ms. Patricia de Lille. And as indicated, we are standing in front of the Cape Town City Hall, and we will be bringing you more reactions from the members of parliament that had been sitting and listening to the President outlining government's priorities for the year 2023. So for now, I'm taking you back to the studio.
Indeed. So Thembi Nkosi just had some reactions from the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Patricia de Lille, who was basically just giving her reaction in terms of what she's taken from the speech as per what the President has announced. And she was specifically speaking to two issues, key issues. One is, of course, the progress that is being made within the infrastructure space. committing there that obviously there's going to be a process for her department to delve deeper into the commitments that were made by the President, and also formulate further plans, cascaded plans, to ensure that all of the commitments that the President has made in relation to infrastructure are indeed being implemented. Another important point that she raises is around the issues that the President spoke to, which relate to youth unemployment. And she's encouraging all departments, and she's also encouraging all sectors of society, particularly the business community, to also play their part in ensuring that, they address collectively the issue of youth unemployment. Crossing over immediately to Nkosi, who has lined up another interview to get some reaction from a member of the Good Party. Over to you, Nkosi.
As indicated, I will be taking more reactions from the members of parliament, and standing with me now is Mr. Brett Heron. Mr. Heron, good evening, and thank you for taking this interview with Parliament.
Good evening, thank you.
The President has spoken, you sat down, you listened. What did you make of tonight's address?
Well, I mean, addressing the electricity crisis was unavoidable, so there was no surprise that he addressed it. I think the positive aspects that came out of it was that he announced a plan in July last year, and that we're sticking to that plan no matter how difficult it is. And so there's not an announcement of a new plan. We're staying the course. It's a difficult course, but we have to stay the course. I think the announcement of a state of disaster is an announcement for appearances. It gives the appearance of urgency, but there's nothing in the state of disaster legislation that cannot be achieved with the existing legislation that allows for access to additional funding and procurement processes that can be deviated from. So the state of disaster is really something for appearances. The idea of having a minister in the presidency focusing exclusively on the electricity crisis is probably a good one. We do need the undivided attention of someone on that, and to make sure that the National Energy Crisis Program is being implemented. I am a little disappointed that we did not go beyond just the extension of the social relief of distress grant, and that the President didn't announce that there was going to be a massive overhaul of the social security system so that we would have a basic income guarantee or a basic income grant. And I think finally it is important to welcome the funding and the financing that will be provided for entrepreneurship. The greatest barrier to entrepreneurship is access to finance, and without access to finance we will never develop a small business sector and entrepreneurship is critical to address unemployment.
Mr. Heron, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Thank you.
That was Mr. Brett Heron of Good, and I will now be joined by Mr. Ngabayo Mzingwankwa. Good evening, sir. You've sat down, you've listened to the President. What did you make of tonight's speech?
Same old, same old. There's really nothing new in the speech. It's the old promises. It's about being able to provide water, being able to address putting plans in place to address the energy challenges of the country. But if you remember correctly, it started with that note as far back as 2015, and the situation doesn't seem to have improved. Instead, it has taken a turn for the worse. I mean, what even makes it unforgivable for me is that most of the people were complaining on our WhatsApp groups everywhere saying, it's SONA, but we don't have electricity, we can't watch it on TV. What's the point then of having SONA if half of South Africa is sitting in darkness and they can't even follow the messages that are taking place here? I think what also makes it worse for me is that at the time when, I think during the coronation of Chief King Misizulu, they were able to suspend load shedding, but you can't suspend load shedding for SONA. But the other issues for me is really, I mean, the Minister of Electricity to do what? When there's public enterprises, when there's energy, there's already a duplication of responsibilities and activities between those ministries. And the President makes the worst thing by explaining what the ministry will not do, instead of explaining what the ministry will do. As if they still have to thumbsuck and decide as to what the responsibilities of that person are going to be. But we also put the person in the presidency. So what do we want to do? Everyone. You put every entity and everyone in the presidency to the point where you can't coordinate anything. It's a waste of time, really.
The President announcing. I hear what you are saying. We announcing what he will not do, but he didn't speak on what he will do. What do you think now that we're going to be having that Minister of Electricity, the President? What do you think that he should be doing?
No, he shouldn't be. There shouldn't be that minister in the first place. To do what? Instead, they should be moving Eskom under energy, for example, if they feel that public enterprises have far many to SOEs to be able to manage. It would make better sense to have Eskom under energy and have a fit and competent minister to be able to run the entity and make sure that they oversee the work. Why do you now create a new position in order to try and address the shortfalls and the limitations that exist currently? I mean, it's duplication of responsibility. It's just creating a big bureaucracy without attending to the problem.
That was Mr. Ngabayomzi Nkwakwa of the United Democratic Movement, and now with me is the Minister of Justice, Mr. Ronald Lamula. Good evening, Minister, and how are you?
Good evening. I'm very well, yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Minister, you sat down, you listened to the President speaking. What did you make of his speech?
I think it's bold and it's decisive in terms of the energy crisis, in terms of crime and corruption, and also in terms of gender-based violence. It's something that society is expecting in terms of how we're going to respond to this ongoing rolling blackout, gender-based violence and crime in general.
The President also made mention of the Minister of Electricity that will be located within the presidency. I had just spoken to Mr. Nkwakwa, who indicated that the President outlined what the Minister will not do, but did not outline what the Minister will do. What do you make of that?
It is still the prerogative of the President. When he makes the announcement, he will definitely give the details. What will that minister do? And the issues of coordination has been proven to be very central and important for us to respond to this challenge. We need to coordinate all sectors of the state and government, but also of society out there. So I think there is that outline that will come as and when he makes the announcement.
Minister Lamula, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV, and all the best wishes for the year.
Sure, thank you.
Well, viewers, that was Minister Ronald Lamula, the Minister of Justice. And as I have indicated earlier, we will be taking more reactions from the members of Parliament and from all those that had been sitting inside that city hall listening to the President speak. Good evening, sir. The President has spoken. The President has outlined the government's priorities for the year ahead. What did you make of the President's speech?
Well, I think the President's speech was on point in terms of the issues which are worrying South Africans. We all know that top of South Africans' irritation currently, not just an irritation, but an issue of serious concern disrupting their lives, their livelihoods, is the issue of security of electricity, issue of unemployment, the issue of crime. I can also mention that from the responsibility I have, which is the health sector, we're also deeply worried, deeply affected. Our ability to provide services is highly disrupted, which shows that all aspects of life are really disrupted by the insecurity of electricity. So we're very pleased that there's going to be a very focused attention, because just taking from our sector, it's not just a disruption, it's a drain on our resources, very scarce resources which were supposed to be used to upgrade equipment and maintenance. It's, for instance, going towards buying diesel, running generators. So we're very happy that there's going to be a very focused attention to this matter, including under the state of disaster, considering more hospitals to be exempted from load shedding. So we are quite pleased with that focus.
Whilst the announcement on the state of disaster was made today, what contingency plan did you have in place in the sector to deal with load shedding?
Well, top of our focus has been to request exemption. We have done that with a number of hospitals from Eskom, but also through areas where the electricity is supplied by municipalities and metros and districts. So top of our focus has been to exempt health facilities so that when there is load shedding, they are separated from the rest of the areas. Secondly, also we have to make sure that all hospitals, their backup power supply is in good shape, so that any time when there is an interruption, services will not be disrupted. But going forward, we've also been focusing on going forward to build up more capacity for self-sufficiency including in terms of solar and other sources of electricity, which will be able to keep our facilities safe.
Thank you very much, Minister, and all the best for the year in your portfolio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a reaction from the Minister of Health, who will now for a few seconds just go back into the studio.
Well, that was Nkosi getting more reactions outside the Cape Town City Hall, where the President just concluded delivering his 2023 State of the Nation address to a joint sitting of the National Council of Provinces as well as the National Assembly. Just to recap, the President reiterated again that he's not announcing new priorities in relation to government's program of action for in the year ahead. He only announced 4 priorities, and number 1, which is actually at the top of the agenda for government, and of course it's a burning issue for all South Africans, business, and across the board, all sectors included. It's the issue of load shedding. The second issue that the President addressed in his State of the Nation address, it's the high levels, a response to the high levels of unemployment, and particularly as it affects young people in the country, of course, and women as well. And the third issue that he committed to address, committed government to address through his program of action in the year ahead is, of course, the issue of poverty and the rising cost of living. And the fourth priority, or the fourth issue that government will be seized with in the year ahead is, of course, the issue of crime and corruption. And for those who were not aware, the President spoke to his action plans around addressing that first priority and that is really the action plan to address the energy crisis. And under that action plan, there's 4 or 5, in fact there's 5 action plans or interventions that the President spoke to, and he basically gave an update as to what progress has been made in terms of implementing the action plan, but he was basically just also reiterating that this is not a new plan. This action plan to address the energy crisis in South Africa was, of course, announced in July 2022. This year, it will be a continuation, as obviously we have to look at the broader context as well. Within the broader context of the 7 priorities, many of the commitments that the President is making, or the updates, the progress reports that the President is giving, it's within that broader context of the 7 priorities of the MTSF, the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, which obviously emanates from the National Development Plan. Now, if we're talking to the action plan, this action plan to address the country's energy crisis, number 1, in terms of the intervention, is a commitment to fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve the availability of existing supply. Number 2, second, to enable and to accelerate private investment in generation capacity, which has been obviously outlined, highlighted as a weakness as well. And then 3, it's to accelerate procurement of new capacity for renewables, for gas, and for battery storage. And number 4, to unleash businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. And 5, is to, importantly, fundamentally transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. Those are the 5 interventions under the action plan to address the energy crisis. We are now crossing over to Nkosi, who is still getting more reactions for us from those who were in the City Hall to listen to the President's State of the Nation address. Nkosi, we're crossing over to you.
Thank you, Sibulelo. I am now standing with the Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Mondli Kongubele, Patiswa Kosika Kulu for Utata, the interview with Parliament TV. Uhleli, Wamamelu Mongameli, Ingabazindono nos Pakamisa Tetong Mangameli Namsanj.
In Tetoka Mongameli, Iande Yacheba is Kande Zonke in Kalo is Balegle. In Kalo Zengele, Yokobas Kubenjani, Ekwakheni Misebens. Inkalo ezingengqele uba kuqhutywe njani ukulwa nendlala. Inkalo ezingengqele uba ukulwa ukuxhatshazwa komama. Zonke ezonkalo ebengachazi nje ingxelo ebexela nemizamo ezakwenziwa kusiyiwa phambili kwemisebenzini siqhube njani yintoni umgomo olandelayo komama siqhube njani yintoni umgomo olandelayo kungqesho yolutsha siqhube njani yintoni umgomo olandelayo ugxile kakhulu ke kumba wombane ebonisa zonke inkalo nezicwangciso zokuqinisekisa uba le ngxaki siyayigwema okanye sigqitha ngapha kwayo uthe ke ukuqinisekisa into yobana lo mcimbi uqwalasele wayencochoyini wabeka umphathiswa eqinisekisa into yobana ulawulo lwale ngxaki alenziwa ngoomabhalane kuphela kunegunya lopolitiko ngamanye amagama xa inicom le ibiphethwe zii-bureaucrats kuphela ibixhomekeke kwii-politicians ezigqigqu kwezinye indawo ngoku xa esithi le ngxaki izawuqwalaselwa technically futhi kube nomphathiswa oyiqwalasele engumphathiswa enamandla opolitiko kutsho ukuthi ke ngoku le ngxaki ikhuselekile ngokuqwalaselwa futhi nangokuqinisekile uba izigqibo ekufuneka zithathiwe ziyathathwa ngoba bonke abantu abafanele bathathe ezo zigqibo balapha.
Ingaba lilonke uthi kubantu basengcobo bangahlala ethembeni uba le ngxaki yombane izawusombululeka ongekudala.
Mabathembe abantu belo Mzantsi sinyanga isigulana apha kwekudala silimele sinethemba lokuba ingcambu sinokuzifumana into ebalulekileyo uba ngobani abongi nabongikazi abazawuzinikezela ezo ngcambu.
Mphathiswa ndibulela kakhulu for uthetha nathi. Lowo ke ibingumphathiswa kwiofisi kamongameli uMr Mondli Gungubele. Onjoinayo ngoku is Mr Groenewald of the Freedom Front Plus. Good evening, sir. Thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV. The President has spoken. You've sat down. You've listened to him. What did you make of his speech?
Good evening. Well, firstly, it is as I predicted this morning that we're not going to hear anything new. It's only going to be promises, and it appears as the President actually, what they did, they took the last 6 State of the Nation addresses, cut and paste, put them together and presented as if it is something new. Let's take, for instance, the biggest crisis in South Africa, namely electricity and Eskom. He himself admitted there's no new plan. The plan is the same as he submitted in July last year. He said it himself. But the crisis worsened. We have more load shedding under that plan. So it is clear they don't know how to solve the energy crisis. Now he comes forward with another Minister of Electricity. What is a third minister going to do? We have a Minister for State-Owned Enterprises. We have a Minister for Energy. Now a Minister for Electricity. He or she will really have to spark to make a difference. And I can't see that there will be a difference.
Mr. Groenewald, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV.
Welcome. Thank you.
Loke ibingutata uPeter Groenewald, where FF+. For now, we're just going to go back to the studio for a few minutes before we bring you more reactions from in front of the Cape Town City Hall.
Of course, there was Thembi Nkosi getting more reactions from the leaders of political parties as well as ministers who are just giving their reactions in relation to the announcements that are made by the President for the year ahead. And of course, these announcements, this is what will be the priorities over and above the ongoing work that is being done by government in relation to ensuring that the priorities as set out in the 7 priorities as announced in 2019, that those things are actually, those policy priorities are actually implemented. But for the year ahead, these are not actually new priorities. It is ongoing work, as reiterated by the President, but at the top of the list in terms of all of the reactions that we have received thus far is the issue, it's the energy crisis in the country. And of course, a number of the political parties are saying that they don't feel that the issue of bringing in a ministry, okay. Thembi, you've got somebody with you. Let's quickly cross over to you. Thembi Nkosi, we're crossing over to you for more reactions.
Except that he is going to have a Minister of Electricity, and also he declared the state of disaster. And both of them do not make sense, because then there's a problem with the energy. Now we must have the Minister of Electricity. When we have a problem with PRASA, in fact we already do. Are we expecting next year him to declare the Minister of Trains? There is corruption in all the municipalities around the country. Is he going to elect the Minister of Municipalities? What is going on? Now, what is the state of disaster? We reject the state of disaster. It is an opportunity for them to loot the state funds as they've done with COVID funds. And you can't declare a state of disaster because one department has a problem. What if there's a problem with Denel? What if there's a problem with another one, with SAA? Are we going to declare another state of disaster? It will never make sense. So, and also it was also disturbing that the president did not want to mention Syria by its name because he feared his friends and handlers from the Western powers. He decided to mention Turkey when the disaster struck both countries, and it is worse with Syria, but he could not mention that name because the Western powers don't like Syria and they have imposed unfair sanctions.
Baba siyabulela for uthetha kwa parliament.
Thank you very much.
All right, viewers, that was Mr. Mzwanele Nyonso, the president of the Pan-Africanist Congress, and I do have now with me the chief whip of the Inkatha Freedom Party, Ms. Zandile Matrosi. Safe to say that Ms. Matrosi is the deputy chief whip of the Inkatha Freedom Party. Ms. Matrosi, thank you very much for taking this interview. You sat down, you listened to the president. What did you make of the speech?
It didn't give much hope, as the president had said that we are a country of hope. And I didn't hear the time frames and the timelines in terms of the pandemic, that the crisis that we have as a country of energy and electricity. And not sure about having an additional minister of electricity if it's going to solve our problems, because the problem of Eskom is not the problem of not having management, but it's mismanagement that is happening inside the Eskom. So once the government cannot, or the president cannot then be decisive about the management of Eskom, then it becomes a problem. I was happy to hear that there will be a recruitment of 12,000 police officers. Hopefully the transparency, and also people will be able to get an opportunity to get into the police and also be trained properly to have that to be those police officers. Also with the issue of higher education, as I spoke about it earlier on, so I was happy that the president touched on that as well, and making sure that students will be able to gain also funds in terms of the NSFAS. So yeah, let's see in the next 6 months if there is hope within the SONA statement.
Let's see in the next 6 months. Thank you very much, Ms. Matrosi, for talking to us, and good luck. Well, that was Ms. Zandile Matrosi from the Deputy Chief Whip of the Inkatha Freedom Party. And she would have been the last person to give us reaction at Parliament TV. My name is Thembinkosi Lolongoma, and I am standing in front of Cape Town City Hall. And to me, from my side, it is a good night, and I will be taking you back to the studio.
Thank you, Thembinkosi. Thembinkosi has been getting reactions from members of Parliament, both, in fact, he's actually gotten quite a few ministers as well, and at the top of those reactions in terms of what they're responding to or what they are reacting to, it's the energy crisis and what the president is speaking to in terms of what the action plan is supposed to be in terms of addressing the issue of the energy crisis. And of course, the process around resolving the energy crisis, or the action plan itself, really has 5 priorities, and those 5 priorities, as I've listed them earlier. But another key issue that members are talking to in terms of the reactions is this announcement that the president will be appointing a minister for electricity, a minister to address the issue of electricity. So there's also a view that they don't see how that can actually address the existing challenges that we have with that, and they don't see how bringing in an additional minister will solve the problems. But of course, the president did not, that's not the only announcement that was made. The president was talking, was giving us feedback as well in terms of what has been implemented in terms of that energy action plan, which was announced in July of 2022. Let's quickly go back to Thembinkosi. He's got more reactions for us. Over to you, Thembinkosi.
It seems like, viewers, I said my goodbyes quite early. We are not done yet. We are continuing with the reactions. And with me is Imam Sheikh, a member of the National Freedom Party. Good evening, sir. You have sat down, you have listened to the president. He has outlined government priorities for the financial year. What did you make of the president's speech?
Good evening to you and good evening to all the viewers. Well, to a very large extent, as the NFP, we believe that this was a repeat of 2022. As far as the energy crisis is concerned, we are now convinced that government does not have a comprehensive plan in place. That's the first thing. On the issue of crime and gender-based violence that the president addressed, we think he's missing the point. We think that you need to get to the root causes of why is there so much of violence in the society. If you look at the violence that's erupting at schools alone, will tell you where these criminal activities are going to lead to. So we think he's out of touch with the reality as far as that is concerned. He talks about infrastructure development. And if you remember that South Africa has been borrowing a lot of money internationally for infrastructure development. But when it comes to implementing these projects, we fail dismally. And again, it's exactly the same situation. He talks about engineers through the Engineering Council, which we are going to now get. Let's look at the quality of education. 1 in 2 learners who start school in grade 1 do not finish grade 12. Number 2, 60% of them that go to these TVET colleges, and he's talking about now funding 30,000 of them, 60% drop out in the first year. The emphasis on education in the country is on quantity, not on quality. The 80% he talks about is not a true reflection of what we are producing. So we are not producing the engineers in this country that ESCOM needs. It's the similar problem that we had initially, if you remember, that we gave packages to those experienced and skilled people. We brought in these trainees. We did not transfer the skills, and that's one of the reasons why ESCOM is there. ESCOM's problem is a host of them. You did not build new power station, knowing you don't need to be a rocket scientist. Your population is increasing, your demand is going to increase. You knew you had to maintain these things. You knew that you have to maintain and keep your skills. You've got sabotage, which seems to be a serious problem. You know, you've got theft, you've got vandalism. So ESCOM's problem, the national state of disaster that is now been declared, for us, all it is going to do is going to bypass the procurement processes. And remember what happened during COVID, how they bypassed the system and all the looting and corruption took place. It's creating a conducive environment for that right now.
Sheikh Imam, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. That was Mr. Sheikh Imam of the National Freedom Party. And with me now is the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, Ms. Siviwe Kwarube. Good evening. Thank you for talking to Parliament TV. You've listened to the President outlining government's priorities for the year. What did you make of the speech?
Look, I think firstly it would be amiss of me to maybe not indicate that the scenes that we saw in Parliament today are absolutely shocking, and they should be condemned in the harshest possible terms. In a constitutional democracy, we should never see special task forces charging into Parliament, essentially armed people charging into a separate arm of state. And what the EFF did today was it really crossed the line. And it crossed the line from just being disruptive, but really it really was something that was a challenge to our constitutional democracy. But in as far as the president's priorities are outlined, of course what we're looking for from the president are his priorities around, particularly how do we deal with the energy crisis. As we've said, the energy crisis is deeply pervasive. You are looking at not only just keeping the lights on, but businesses are closing down because of it. More and more people are joining unemployment queues, and all of these things have a ripple effect. And we were deeply disappointed by the announcement of a very generalized state of disaster. Our view is that there should be more of a targeted approach in dealing with Eskom and not just a general state of disaster, because again, you'll remember that South Africa has PTSD about a state of disaster, where during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a looting frenzy where people had subverted procurement processes and they were allowed to do so because of the special dispensation of the state of disaster. And in addition to that, Parliament has no oversight over government under a state of disaster. We are unable to be consulted on what is gazetted. For instance, the President simply announced that a government gazette is now out, and this is a unilateral executive decision. And our view is that that's a slippery slope, and that's why, as you know, we are challenging the constitutionality of parts of that act. What was also missing for us was any pronouncements on really shielding South Africans from the cost of living crisis, because there are implementable solutions around cutting VAT for particular things, particularly things like baby food, chicken, things that are staples in South African homes. And it was an opportune moment for the President to say, South Africans, we hear your cries, we see your plight, and these are the things that we're going to do to at least cushion you from the harsh realities of the cost of living.
Ma'am, thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV, and good luck for the year.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was Ms. Siviwe Kwarube, the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, and for now we'll cross to the studio.
Thank you, Thembi Nkosi. That was Thembi Nkosi outside the Cape Town City Hall, receiving quite a number of reactions from the political parties in the National Assembly. And of course, at the top of the issues that they are raising is, of course, the issue of government's response to the energy crisis. And of course, we know that the President has reiterated that he's not making any new announcements. He's just basically responding to the issues that are burning issues for South Africans at the moment. Number one, it's load shedding. Number two, it's the issue of unemployment, high levels of unemployment. The third one is poverty and the rising cost of living. Number four, it's crime and corruption. And the President has also, as he was outlining how these 4 action plans will be implemented, he was also giving us feedback in terms of progress that has been made in implementing the commitments that he announced in his 2022 State of the Nation address. And those priorities from his 2022 State of the Nation address is, of course, the commitment for faster growth through an aggressive investment drive. Number 2 was the issue of economic reforms. Number 3 was the public employment programs and expanding infrastructure programs. Now, if we look at all of these issues that have been announced, all of these fall within the ambit of the 7 priorities or the 7 overarching priorities as announced by the President in his 2019 State of the Nation address, which was, of course, his 3rd State of the Nation address as the state president in South Africa. But there will obviously be an opportunity for us to delve deeper into these 4 priorities, where obviously members will be debating the State of the Nation address next week when they take to the podium to critique or even come up with solution or proposals as to what they believe government should be doing in this year that actually represents the final push towards concluding the 6th dispensation. With that said, I would like to thank the rest of the crew. I'd like to thank Ms. Sephora, who has led this team with such great integrity and leadership as well. And I'd also like to thank each and every individual who has contributed to making sure that this session becomes a runaway success. With that said, viewers at home, have a wonderful evening further. We will be with you again next week when we unpack further all of the insights that will be shared by political parties and, of course, members of the public as well as our academics and our thought leaders. With that said, have a good evening further.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.